Well, hello and welcome back to CCT South America. We are jumping right back into this action. My name's Vincent, alongside Exner and Cole. I'm absolutely pumped up to be here, but I think first and foremost, we're getting deep into the Swiss stage. We're starting to find some elimination games, some playoff contending games as we get to qualify some teams and eliminate some.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a fun position to be in the Swiss stage whenever it's the three best of three games. You know, it's getting intense. You know, things are getting down to the wire. So as you highlighted, it's going to be very early on a test here of who's going to be making it into playoffs, who's going to be eliminated, who's going to be continuing to fight forward. And, you know, that means the stakes are all the more high. All these rosters want to lock in a playoff position here. Only so many can get away with it. And, you know, it's going to mean a lot on the line here as we start out with the Dolly Amigos and MIBR Academy as our opening matchup for the day. You know, definitely a matchup that I'm looking forward to here in terms of seeing more of MIBR Academy. That's going to be a matchup here for elimination on the line. Later down the line, of course, though, we're going to have Dusty Roots and Bounty Hunters, which that will be an opportunity for these rosters to lock in a playoff position.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for them. Crew and Game Hunters will be the final best of three. That'll be a couple of other pretty faces. That's another elimination game. So a sandwich of elimination games with some positive spin in the middle. That's the way I'd put that. That's the lineup that we've got for you today. And honestly, you know, some surprises, right? Like in that elimination category. I think Adalia Amigos in that conversation is a surprise to me. Just because I think they have a lot of threats on that team. Also, the case, I think both Game Hunters and Crew were coming into this, their expectations being that they would be a playoff team. You know, maybe not in a certainty, but certainly looked like, you know, that's where they had been in the past. Yet one of them will be going home here after this fine evening. So this is where things sit. We've got two teams eliminated, two teams going through. And for those teams going through, there's just no surprises there. Audic and Solid, you know, they were invites last time out here for Series 6. And, you know, I think they probably feel like, hey, we just get to warm up a little bit into this one, huh?
Yeah, and I think that actually does matter quite a bit, right? It means you might get a difficult opponent to kick things off, but I think when you're looking at how things go, sometimes those invited teams playing up against a roster like coming off of maybe a lack of officials step in and into playoffs where there is no second chances and get surprised. So yeah, I mean, no surprises there at all when it comes to that level of competition that we know Audic and Solid bring to the table. They cruise past. I think there's a big proof of concept that they're still leading the pack in South America compared to the rest of the rosters that are still remaining and yet to make it into playoffs. But definitely going to be interesting to see who's going to be joining them. As for this matchup, though, again, it's not quite qualification just yet for the winner. Whoever closes this one out is still going to be left fighting in the 2-2 side of things, and whoever loses is going to be knocked out. And as you mentioned right there, kind of a surprise for Adalia Amigos, who do have quite a bit of experience. You know, they want to be making it through the playoffs here. They're looking to kind of capitalize on the firepower that they do have. I mean, this is a bit of an older roster, especially going up against the academy team, man. You don't want to really fall to the young guns in the Swiss stage.
No, you absolutely don't, and I think you highlighted something that I really want to touch on as well. The fact that this is a team that's not only got a lot of experience across the board. There's nobody who's, you know, wildly inexperienced on this team, but also, you know, a solid core of a roster. This was previously the Insanity core that was kicking it around most of last year. I think towards the end of the year is when that broke apart. But Fasten, Kaysen, and Doboni in that situation, and then joined by Showtime, picked up from Bounty Hunters, and you know, I thought that was a crazy cut because I think Bounty Hunters actually cut him before he joined this roster. So I was like a little bit surprised to see that, but then impressed with what Kaiser did with that roster and has continued to do. So, you know, maybe not that crazy. Either way, I thought he was doing a good job. And then CK Zhao is a guy that I know I've talked to you about before, but he was a great piece of intense during the majority of last year, and I feel like he just lacks some consistency around him. The fact that, you know, he's coming into this roster, I'm a big fan of what he's been able to put together. There's, like, for me, not a huge weak piece to this Adalia Amigos squad.
Yeah, I think one of the tougher factors for this team here is that I sometimes do lack a little bit of firepower to handle some of the more explosive teams. That can be a little bit costly for this team, but again, if you can use that experience, if you can use that game plan here, it can matter a lot going up against these younger rosters, and that's what they're hoping to capitalize on here today. We want to see them step up the plate and deliver in that department here. So we'll take a look at the competition. We got the CMIBR Academy just a couple days ago. I was thoroughly impressed with what they were able to do. Didn't quite pick up the victory up against Swingers, but it made them work for the wins. That triple overtime affair that we saw on Ancient was very impressive. But we talked about it there, and this young gun team full of potential does have a little bit of difficulties closing out when they find themselves in those big advantages. So obviously a bit of a challenge in trying to pick up the pace in that department. But I think, going up against this team here, if you could see MLH get back to some of the massive openers that he was able to bring to the table, Card was doing great work with that AWP. I was super impressed with him, what he was bringing to the table. It makes me think, maybe this roster can still fight forward for a playoff position.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think that this in my BR Academy roster has all the pieces of a very strong academy team, and just a very strong team, period. I don't even think you have to add that, academy team indicator to that, because they have a good setup with regard to BRN. As you were talking about, MLH then has been absolutely stunning. They made some changes at basically the midpoint of last year, and though they never got back to having a consistent enough roster, he still was farming. And the fact that continued is incredible to see. It's been a little bit of a step back in the early stages of 2025, but I think that's understandable when you're trying to slot another new piece in Storms in, who I was maybe a little bit critical of when we were watching them against Swingers, but I think he played really well in that Swingers roster, or in that Swingers matchup, excuse me, and already showed kind of what he could be for this MIBR Academy squad. So I'm a big fan of what these guys have been able to do, but I do think that their biggest struggle, their biggest issue has been the finding a little bit more consistency, and finding a way, as you were talking about, to close out some games when they have an advantage. So as we jump into this Veto, I think exciting scenes, but the definitions here, Adali Amigos, I think some of the more difficult positions have been its map pool. So how do they handle this? How do you maneuver? Well, it looks like they want to head over to Train.
Ooh, okay, so not banned out of the gates right there. Inferno banned instead for MIBR Academy. That does leave them open to a pick up against their first Train matchup here. It would be for the Academy squad. So interesting to see that roll through. The MIBR squad going to go for a Mirage pick as well. I mean, this was one of their best maps throughout 2024, so maybe still leaning on some of those fundamentals, even though there isn't as much officials played. And then our decider left to Nuke there to finish it off, which I think is going to be a strength for both of these rosters, knowing that was available to close out this series. We're going to see them try and level up for that deciding map. But overall, leaving Mirage open, or rather leaving Train open, is an interesting decision here for MIBR Academy. Makes me think maybe they got something prepared there as they go for the Inferno ban out of the gates, and again, we'll see what they have at their disposal.
Yeah, I feel like Adali Amigos, they've actually been interested in playing Train. Their official on it is against Imperial, so I don't know that you can take too much away from that. But the reality is that MIBR Academy did have to provide a lot of coverage in this Veto. I think that's really what it comes down to, is that there was one ban or the other, and they just made a decision to maybe take towards Train. I think it would be also really cool if MIBR Academy are interested in playing Train a little bit more. I think that this is a map that a few teams are playing in South America, but not that many are actually electing to go for it. So this could be a great maneuver if you wanted to lean forward, and I think Adali Amigos trying to do that.
Yeah, it's been interesting here. Swiss stage teams have been running away from Train quite a bit, whereas I think playoff teams, some of the invited rosters have been taking a liking to Train. If you're talking about the Imperials, the Sharks, those rosters have all been really interested in playing things out on Train. So I would be really interested to see how things kind of shape up in that department long term. What the move is going to be for both of these rosters here and the rest of the Swiss stage teams if we see that a little bit more often. What Train really does go to show. But yeah, I mean, I hope to see it. I hope to see it more often in the tier 2 space, obviously, to try and keep up competition with some of the top rosters in South America. Good news is we'll be able to see it here very quickly as we're ready to hop on in to the action, open up proceedings here on Terrain. Always fun to watch this one, always fun to cast it. And again, we'll see what MIBR Academy have prepared, given that they did leave it open.
I think it's a classic talking point, but one that I'm really going to be looking at in this matchup is the AWP, right? You know, you talked about seeing some good stuff from Card, and I think that, you know, he's been there pretty consistently, at least statistically speaking, but there's also a question for me. I feel like his impact sometimes isn't felt in the same way I would hope. And against Kaysen, he's going to have that impact on a map like this. That is for sure. If MIBR Academy want to win on their opponent's map pick, I'm looking to him to be the difference maker.
It's a tough task here, but fortunately for him, CT side start will help out quite a bit in that department. Let you get really active on your moves. See what they're able to show early on here on the pistol. Waiting for the aggression to roll on through. BRN keeping his distance up against those pistols, and that is really hard to deal with, but the P250 allows for him to come out on top. It's still MLH, though, that has come into this matchup warmed up. Answered back by CK Zhao in Showtime. Some headshots on the clock. Bill Beretta's picked up, and they might be changing direction. CK Zhao's going to get flanked. Oh my god, Card looks away! He looks away. I think he heard the Brown Hole's aggression coming through from Showtime, and that turns his attention elsewhere. At least Stormson's on the site, but Adeli Amigo's already showing some of their experience here and rerouting back towards A.
Yeah, and even letting CK Zhao, who's a little bit lower, investigate first and foremost. Stormson just doesn't have any guarantees. Soon, you will know what's up, but CK Zhao just taking the time to clear out the site. Now the plant comes through. Plenty of time as well for Showtime to start clear things out. Stormson, a lot of angles to clear. Spotted it first and foremost. It's CK Zhao with a triple kill, and all 5 between Showtime and CK Zhao. It's 100% Card hearing, you know, the Brown Holes player in Showtime just start to run a little bit. That's what makes him turn around. I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was, that is genius.
That's sick.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to. He didn't have to run.
Just making that noise, and that quick communication, whether intentional or not, that's all about being vocal. That's all about making sure that your teammate knows what's going on there, so that you can capitalize on those little moments. And as I said, you know, that's partially an experience thing. You've already highlighted some of the challenges that we're talking about throughout MIBR Academy's Swiss stage run so far. Closing out on advantages like that, crucial to see. Missing out on that opportunity early on, though.
Yeah. Let's see, though, what MIBR can bring on a force buy like this one. Card is saddled with some Ivy control working from Old Bomb, and some moves for Adeli Amigos to take space at B. Control of upper is in their hands. But MIBR having to respect that, having to react a little bit, provide some support for Renanzin, who's close by on the site. It's already gonna, at least for me, be an interesting look to see how Adeli Amigos approach this map. A lot of teams going for very speedy moves or very slow moves. It's one or the other. But not a lot of in between, and it's the slow approach for in this round. Card the only one to find any victories in the flashbang play for Adel out into the site. they could break off something a little bit more. That's fantastic. Oh, yeah, Stormzen gets up in the mix, and now both players are up. Or gotta be concerned about Kaysen, though. Very difficult to do that position, but he makes his escape.
The bomb. Quite a full stick, though. 10-second defuse, not going to do any favors as the time ticks down, but what a quick headshot there from Card. A chance opens up. Time is running low. As he falls, so too will his teammate. 1v2 for Kaysen. Needed that one to continue to fight here. Managed to make it happen.
That will make a very clear indication that it might be our academy not ready to give this up without a fight. That force buy nearly pulled across the line. All the amigos, though, will stay strong. Put themselves into a good spot where now they can maybe build a little bit on the T side. T side that can get a little bit difficult. Might want to press on this advantage. The pace a little bit. Try to get Fasten's Mac 10 involved. It is that speed. Fasten, not the one to get the kill, but he is at the forefront of this heavy aggression. Players here, and gonna get collapsed upon pretty darn quickly. Fasten takes a lot of damage. That Deagle very effective, but the range not enough to overcome. They might be our academy get removed one by one. But Renan's in and Stormzen have available for them. Both pushed in upper B, and now we'll just try and go back Pop Dog. See what they can do. Maybe just sit around up in Brown Hall. To be fair, I don't think there's a lot that they'll be able to pick up out of this. Dominant round, though. All the amigos with the strong IV aggression. Get Fastened involved with his SMG, and it might be our academy. Really never had too much of a chance.
I like the decision making not to get too aggro on this hunt as well. Really to gain when you chase down those pistols. Well, the amigo move themselves on up. Feel fairly comfortable in Zero start punishing some of this aggression. Getting the job done fairly comfortably, no big deal. This is going to be the first big test, first big opportunity though with the firepower in order here for the CT side. They're going to have all their tools. Let's see what they can make happen now with that. Big difference maker. They're looking to press the issue on the opening gun round here for the CT side. Taking that control of pop.
We've already seen how important that has been, you know, between that and T-Con. Key, crucial positions to be holding in Card. First chance at the AWP, and he'll take full advantage of it.
CK Sal. What a big shot to open things up. They identify a target on the top ropes there. Renanzen's no safety. Stormzen tries to dive into the fight, helping out his teammate, and it allows Renanzen to stay alive, especially with that kill from Renanzen. That changes the tides completely. MLH, perfect timing on the re-aggression as well. A little scary, a little chaotic, but saving the day in a big way right there with those quick rotations.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something to watch, something to probably continue to discuss moving forward, right, for MIBR Academy. Victory on the CT side, often about that. You know, more than anything else. The T side is trying to manipulate those, but it's all made a little bit easier when Card's going to get the opening pick in that way. Start him off strong. The first gun round. The rebuy just as powerful here for Adult Amigos. It's decent on the op. Hard looking to swing upper there, but gets smoked off.
Oh, I think lineup right there. He actually hits the target, but it's through his teammate. BRN under high pressure, but has already done his job with 2. MLH now exposing, but still holding such a strong line. Showtime backed into a corner, calling in for the reinforcements, knowing he's on location. BRN doing a massive amount of work here. Maybe they don't quite know. They do figure it out though eventually. Storms in to seal the deal, and MIBR Academy holds steady there.
And this is just a round that tells you they've got a whole lot of work that they've done, at least for some of these setups in yard. Good job playing off of one another. As much as Showtime gives it his best shot, that is just not enough. I appreciate that MIBR Academy playing pretty forward there on A, despite, like I said, I think Card was looking to go for an upper swing at B. So you would think maybe the setup is in that direction, but no. MIBR still have the availability to get BRN into a very forward position. Oh, way, he gets another there.
Real problem. Rifles picked up. Not so easy anymore. Showtime with the firepower. And this T side offered up by Showtime. Now able to step up in a big way. Card looking to hold on to his AWP. There's no guarantee that's going to be free. Spotted out. If you're this T side, you've got no armor for Showtime. You've got no armor for Fashion. And you've got a chance to hunt down this AWP. You're going to take that chance every day of the week. Card with a backstab incoming. And hello. A nice greeting and quite an upgrade here for Adult Amigos. That's a huge round to take away early.
No doubt. I mean, Showtime just providing the entry, and then, I mean, that's just disgusting from CK Zhao. But it's Showtime that really deserves all the credit. Entry, but then also so deadly. MIBR Academy never comfortably got into a position to actually start their retake, as Showtime disrupted their moves into that position from the very beginning. It's a double op actually here. Renanzen, he's been over towards B almost the entire half, and now he puts his AWP towards Hell. Shot for BRN, and on the timing, Del Bonnie falls.
Just for a quick revive. Trying to set up here something. Sneaky. Oh, gets the elevated boost right there. BRN is too quick though on the draw. Looks like he's prepared for just about everything now. That last round taken as a wake-up call for MIBR to kick it back into high gear. Still got to close though in the 2v5. Got that flank rolling through here at any given moment. Gonna strike there. MP9 knocks out the bomb. He's still staying alive though, not for too long there. Can't get around the corner in time.
Talking about bounce back and that potential, well, how about that? Didn't anticipate to see the double AWP so quickly here for MIBR Academy, especially not in response to losing to an eco round. Renanzen in position. BRN, so incredible there, and Stormzen, who had maneuvered back over to B. He was the B player in Renanzen's place this round. Just instantly aggressive. Well, he just didn't realize that was a double molly. Nade caught him as well. In their face. Doesn't seem to matter what Adult Amigos actually want to do. Whether they want to play passive or more aggressive, MIBR Academy has given them no choice as they just run at them. There's a round where Showtime's left alone in the attempt to clutch, but it's already well lost.
Yeah, I mean, CT side's suffocating so effectively. This Adali Amigos squad, and it's really promising that they're not rattled by that eco loss, but instead bounce back and come back stronger as soon as they get those guns in the next gun round. Getting brought back into the swing of things, right? I mean,
this has got to be... This double secondary op's got to be off of spawn, right? It's got to be spawn based, I would think. Because Renanzen had it previously.
oh yeah, he did.
And he was over towards Hell. He's normally the B player.
Maybe for an upper peak?
That's what I'm thinking.
Where's BR in spawn exactly?
Well, Ivy?
Yeah, I mean, that's where he's heading right now.
He didn't have the best Ivy spawn, I didn't think, but honestly, I haven't paid that close attention to the CT spawns and the timing, so...
I'm just trying to move it around to keep it out of the brain... out of the brain power there of Adali Amigos. Good thing you moved that op around because it's on the floor now. Oh my god, what a shot from Showtime.
I mean, Showtime's the only guy who's consistently been showing up in these rounds. A lot of time it's in dead time, but, you know, huge impact from him on that eco.
I just find it pretty impressive. I mean, I said this team is going to struggle a little bit in terms of the firepower trying to keep up, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Another bomb play here. Renanzen proved to be a steady hand on the B site, though. A lot of value in just staying alive here, using that late utility to keep things safe. And Jason looking for an exit kill. Not going to happen. Might be our Academy fight back with 5. Bomb plant's going to be a little bit of a relief here for the T side, though. They're going to be happy with at least gathering that much, giving themselves a decent investment in the next.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bomb plan is the key that they were trying to unlock in that round, but honestly, it's been pretty dang rough to watch these gun rounds start to come through, though. I mean, Adali Amigos, they pick up a bunch of nice rounds when they reset MIBR Academy, you know, after the first gun round. Good mid-rounding, great decision-making, but after that, MIBR Academy, I mean, use the word suffocating, it is indeed difficult to breathe for Adali Amigos on this map. They cannot get any space, or at least they couldn't. Finally, feels like MIBR Academy are letting them maneuver without taking so much of that away.
Big change. Days here from that aggression. Slowing things down a little bit on the CT side. How much that changes the outcome here. Allowing for Adali Amigos to maybe gear up for their execute power. That's something you would love to deal with, especially without that double wall. They have MLH and Renanzen. He's been able to buy a lot of time here with his life. Oh, but instantly dismissing the first anchor and then following it up with a quick entry onto Renanzen. Showtime has the flank covered. And these kills opening the round set him up for some opportunities to cut off the breach take, and Storm's eliminated as well is going to queue up the save here for the remainder.
Again, MIBR Academy learned something in this round that when you give Adali Amigos a little bit of time to get set up, allow them space to work with, their execute towards B can be very powerful. We saw the entry prowess, you know, even on an eco, they've been able to get the bomb down in that area very consistently, and, you know, it's a lot easier to do that on B than it is towards A. A lot less resistance, but still something that, you know, I'd imagine MIBR Academy you're going to be looking into on the next round.
they're gonna go right back to what started things off well for them. Is pressing the issue. Trying to open up the rounds. Be the early activators here. Some form. Try that over towards the B side. This is crazy from Renanzen. Runs around the corner. It's an interesting way to play the B side.
So unsupported as well. I mean, Storm's
a little assistance though.
Technically here, but feels like he can barely do anything if Renanzen goes down earlier. And I mean, there's just no chance at a refrag. Stormson really can't afford to like, chase after that, and that's just such a very committed swing from him too. Give credit to MIBR Academy a lot for their earlier setups and how they were so aggressive. This one seemed a little bit far-fetched.
I thought maybe there would be some sort of aggression that landed there eventually, but you're exactly right, a little bit left in the dust. Committed. No escape available. Gonna mean, or rather, Adoli Amigo's gonna find themselves their sixth. And I think they're still building into how favorable the CT side can be. I think it can still be up in the air depending on what you have prepared for your T side, but you're gonna be happy with this no matter what the case is. Being able to bring this level of offense here forward.
Getting a little whiplash, I feel like, from this game. You know, Dali Amigos, they've kind of showed the same level throughout, right? You know, pretty good game plan. But it might be our academy. It's been up and down. It's been really hard to kind of know what they have on offer. Some great moves and then some big mistakes. BRN, how many times has he just been taking that fight on a timing? Very often. And it pays off big time.
Missed stop shot. Oh man, card. Oh boy. Devastating couple of misses. Open this one back up, man. Showtime having so much impact here. And punishing on every misstep. Oh, a chance to pull this round all the way through. Continued aggression arriving on the scene here. Nothing spotted though. Vernanzen still with the element of surprise. Kaysen still low on HP. Oh, but they're gonna go back to back here, are they? Oh, and he goes for one shot, one no scope. Not gonna be allowed the opportunity to close that kill though. Showtime left into a clutch to try and close out this half with an extra point. Make it 7, looking for it. Has to wait out the smoke. He's not gonna go through it. He's expecting the aggression from MLH. Through pop, that's not going to come through. He's looking to join forces here to cover that bomb, but there's a big kill. A molly to avoid off MLH in his positioning. Bomb recovered, and a post plant going to soon to activate. MLH still has the element of surprise.
Does he though? I mean, Showtime seems so very aware that if he's not made the move through Pop Dog, it's just got to be a flank or it's got to be Z.
Oh, MLH too quick on the draw though. That speed gonna work in his favor to close it out.
On them, per se, but they've had some unfortunate TKs. That's the third one there in that last round of the half.
Happy is just, I think, both sides handshake in this half, but Pistol can do a whole lot more. Smiles, that's a great trade from Renanzen on the fly. Flying by the links of this CT side. Showtime under pressure. Renanzen's got him boxed in behind the smoke. Not a lot of impact you can really bring. Dual Berettas at long range, not the ideal location, but the Glock long range, I guess, is when it's in the hands of Renanzen and he's looking as sharp as he can be. We'll find the last kill as well from open to close. He is free.
That's a nice to have, and I mean, crazy drive-by from Nonsen. He just doesn't stop. Provides so much support, enables the bomb to go down without any retort from the CTs. All the amigos are not quite back to square one, but back to square force. They're purchasing up into this with Eagles armor. Scout here for Kaysen. It's a little bit more of where we've seen CT sides press on. They take the dominant team main control. Smoke up on the face. So Bonnie has another one, so there's the chance to recycle this a couple of times over.
Good patience, good diligence here from VR Academy. Highlighted a couple times, but this roster does have, you know, a great organization behind it. And MIBR, one that I know gives a lot of resources here to, you know, coaching staff. A lot of availability here for this roster to, you know, identify their strengths here, play these new maps effectively. That's what they're looking to do right now.
Pressure on both sides of the map, though. I mean, this is really fantastic for MIBR Academy. They are making it very difficult for adult amigos to actually determine where this is going. DK Zhao, he's on scene. Fasten gets back into position, and both of them grab a kill. I thought before going down, but Fasten's got another one. That's a complex matter now, finally removed, but at a disadvantage. MIBR Academy have a lot to do.
No time. Where's the bomb down at? Oh, it was down right behind him. They knew at some point that they couldn't make it happen, and Dolly Amigos strike back in a big way. They're too much patience, costing MIBR Academy, and never get a chance to make it happen there in the late round. No more fights given. You can see 6 seconds on the clock there when those kills come through, and then it's just too late.
Felt like that was all the right things for MIBR Academy. They really take their time, set themselves up well for success, and still timeout based on Fasten. CK Zhao, deadly duo on the A bomb site. An early pick as well. Renan's in falls.
Side right now for Dolly Amigos, especially with that 4v5 already. Happy to play a little bit more passive comparatively in the start of this half. Not take as much control here. Ivy, especially, that information now called out is going to be so valuable. Okay, Kaysen runs in for a quick tag. He went inside the train. Not as much damage as you hope, trying to pack that one up for a later date. They've got good positions here. 25 seconds, so it means they have to spring into action. They also have to wait this smoke out.
I mean, there's also just a lot of players here. Back bomb. It's potentially deadly. So much that Tech 9 can do, but Showtime, so reliable all through this map for Dahlia Amigos, and he does it again. Ensures that no disaster will strike. Maybe need to fix that one. I hope they got a bug report. That's great nade actually, but tough that it goes in the train.
gotta do some structural damage, I think. Gotta keep that thing off the rails.
Be dangerous. IBR might have won this pissed around, but they hadn't been able to take advantage of it. Adali Amigos with their force buy victory and stave off the force buy of MIBR Academy's own. Means that things, you know, on paper should be a little easier, a little simpler on this round.
Playing to perfection there with the distance in that A1S. Looking crispy. Breeze here of a round until Stormson does have something to say. Enough is enough there. Quit picking on my teammates. Be able to offer up a little bit of resistance. They won't, yeah. They're gonna keep on pressing the advantage. They're only a single casualty, not too much sweat.
Oh, biggie. El Amigo is gonna grab another round. 2 in the lead as they approach the first true purchase of MIBR. And that first purchase is not going to involve an op on either direction. Last round in the anti-eco, they're playing 2 towards B, just trying to allow some space if that B play comes in. This time, it's all eyes locked and ready for the A attack. Good work, though, for MIBR. I mean, just very coordinated, and CK Zhao caught off guard.
Storm's taking every last name in this one here. MLH does maybe overstep a little bit. Not open up any avenues here. Fascine says yes. Showtime has been steady as can be, 19 and 9 at the moment, so especially with these low HP bars, man, this round just not done yet. Might be more required. Renansen Identify doesn't really get any reward off of that either. Showtime looks to bait a peek out from Renan. He's not budging. Showtime's still a little bit alone at the moment.
I mean,
oh, but he gets what he wants. He spots out Storms and he got a little pixel right there. Unknown, but now his teammate getting involved. Another win for Showtime. BRN low. Mollied out of position as well. He can't survive. He just has to let this round burn, but he steps forward. The Molly not fully covering. Time's low. Fazim without a kit. And the round gonna be converted there at the end.
A round won by BRN and lost by a CT Molly. That is tragic, to say the least. Great work for BRN and Stormson. Just taking all the onus onto his shoulders. Tip of the spear. I mean, this one's the one where you're just like, okay, can't stop him. Honestly, though, I think coming down to how long it takes Fasten to get into position in order to actually go for this. He gets that kill back in team main, and he just has to full walk Brown Hall in order to get back pop, in order to get back into position. That is so long. The bomb, I think, over halfway ticked by the time he makes the move. Made possible by Showtime. It's never just letting things happen. He was always taking initiative, gathering information, and, I mean, even baits Renanzen into a fight that, you know, loses MIBR, their only healthy member.
Big opening from MLH, and the positioning is severe. With the surprise, he hears the footsteps though from Fessy just when he needs to. Showtime, always good for the call. And He steps up once again, storms in too low. And MLH in the double opener nullified by Stormson completely.
I mean, he had like some supportive utility initially on A, but it's crazy to me that MLH is getting a double entry at A. He's got all of this space, and there's nobody looking to scale off the back of that. Instead, they're ready to go for the B hit. You'd think that MIBR would be super prepared to handle this, considering that's their move. And yeah, here we are, Stormson out and out. MLH wondering what happened to the rest of his team. That's such a devastating loss for MIBR.
You have so much going for you there, so much to ride on, that opener and the attention drawn out, and so much on the line as well. You're forced onto Glocks once again. Things just don't go up your way. Systematic in the shutdown here for the Academy squad. That's a flawless defensive round. Just when they need it the most here for Adelia Amigos to build some comfort here. 11 on the board. You're getting close to the finish line. Building some stability, building up that economy, and now having more tools at their disposal to get aggressive.
Reactions have been good for Adelia Amigos. I think, you know, that more than anything has been their strong suit on the CT side. Even though MIBR Academy, execution-wise, has gotten early duels very often. Showtime built into some confidence, but this time it bites him in the rear. Duels across the map, and they're all favoring the T site. Jason's op just got a 1v4. Not a timer on this just yet, so, you know, technically still plausible. But that really feels like a technicality in more ways than one. Elevated position above hell is so difficult, and Renanzen doesn't know exactly where Kaysen is located yet, but once he does, it's going to be near impossible. And it was indeed near impossible, made impossible by Renanzen, who collects the AWP.
G-side bouncing back quickly there. It doesn't stay down for long. G-side activating a bit. As I said, there was some stability built up there with the flawless round for Adelia Amigos, so they won't be limited on this purchase, but see if it forces them to rethink the move here. Stormson punishes CK Zal on his opening peak there. They've got aggression towards Ivy. How does this hold up here for the T's? Oh my god, what a wide swing there from Kaysen. Wanted it all. Long range here with the AWP, but Fasting can't connect. And now it might be our Academy. And a 2v4. Showtime has been a massive force here for them. This time Delboni called upon. He's able to answer it. And Showtime's still holding off towards this B side, so there is no open avenue just yet.
Yeah, but look at all the utility. It might be our Academy should be able to requisition Showtime off. There's just no world where he should be able to get a multi-kill off the back of this. Maybe now with the open location, that could be enough. They had all the utility and they don't utilize it nearly at all. Fortunately, I don't think they'll pay the price. That nade will ensure that fact. Gave them a lot of credit there. They almost got caught out, but before a massive advantage, just enough.
That's a big difference maker right there. Some big extensions with that AWP, but Renanza has been pretty sharp as well. And a timeout called from MIBR Academy. They're looking eager to capitalize and know that they have a chance here. A very similar position to what they found themselves in last time around. So close to closing out their opponent's map pick. Last time it was their own map pick, actually. Right on Ancient? If I'm not mistaken. And, you know, couldn't quite seize the day. So to open up the series, they can show a little bit of an improvement in that department. Be incredible. Great utility up against the pistols. Giving themselves ease of access right there. Well handled. Storm's and well understanding of these angles. Gonna tie things up at 11-all.
It was Swinger's map pick. I just double checked.
Correct.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, MIBR, they've had opportunities in this to honestly be ahead in this game. Key rounds lost is what I would chalk those up to. Not having that on the CT side, that is. On the T side, though, a little bit of a lack of vision at times, but that seems to be resolved, at least for now. That's an Indelboni. Just hoping for exit frags. Will they get too many opportunities, is the question. Well, maybe more opportunities than they would have liked, or not. Well, bit of damage done. I don't think MIBR, though, are too worried. They have a lot of money to work with.
Yeah, certainly. Plenty to go around. Looking to try and close things out. Get series or map point first. That's what they're gunning to do here. Double smoke early on. Fast A play once again. Been very keen on getting these maneuvers going. Storms and flies forward. Shut down though in a big way this time. A lot more prepared. Trades available. And identification of where Fasting is located. Double molly on his head right there, but he escapes with a kill while he's at it in MLH. And what an opportunity this is here to show up clutch. And a real chance to do it here. Unknown surprises Fasting for the first kill. And more opportunities available. Hearing Showtime make a small sound cue. It's out the peak from Kaysen. Isolates. MLH stepping up, but it's Showtime who's leveled up his map this game here. And make sure to capitalize for Adali Amigos.
His 26th kill to deny the 1v3. Great adjustments in yard. The setup was massive for Adali Amigos. They had so many players available to work against this take. MIBR Academy have been exposing them here all half long. And this time they're ready. MLH, though, gives it a damn good try. Did everything right. Showtime. Hard nut to crack on this one here today. Address the final tack and round 24, so you might as well. Feels like Yard has been the most consistent winning condition for MIBR Academy. So do you go back to it? Do you look back in that direction? Or do you draw something else up? You maybe haven't had the opportunity or taken the time to work into the game plan yet.
There's a bit of a devastating start there for BRN, who's leveled out there, but as you said, this control towards the outer yard, not as much of a target this time around. And this continued aggression. One surprised. Is the trade available? No. Showtime steps forward with a FAMAS and 27 kills. And they have disrupted the game plan here of MIBR Academy. When the moment matters the most. Storm's addicted to Molly as well. Trying to scale in towards the site. Utility tossed out. Card in a head-to-head versus Kaysen walking into the angle. Oh my god, but a tag, but not the frag. Card will punish Severe. What a big pickup here. Low on HP. Now for both these players remaining. And Storm's gonna fall. Another 1v3 asked. This time from Card. Different player. With the even more pressure. And now walking one shot, all that's required. CK Zhao gonna close it out. And Adulty Amigos deny MIBR Academy. Their resistance put up on Train was severe, but Showtime stepped up when called upon.
I mean, he was there the entire first half. He was the one creating so much space. And then on the CT side, I mean, how could you stop him? He was aggressive at B. He was a rock on A at times. It was everywhere that MIBR Academy wanted to go. He found a way to get impactful in those spots. And then to deny that 1v3, that probably is curtains for the map. Instead, it's Showtime to stand tall, to push them over the top, and 13-11, it's a tight victory, but hey, the win's all that matters at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how you got there. The Showtime's certainly going to be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, I mean, that just looks like he's, you know, rolling back the years a little bit there, and he's playing that comfortably on Train, looking that good. So, I mean, a lot of excitement there coming through for this team. As you said, it's a little bit of a labored effort, but you seal the deal, you get the job done. And obviously a huge relief being able to win in a couple of those big moments. But we do have Mirage. It's going to be MIBR Academy's map pick. They are so good at putting up this fight. We'll see if they can capitalize here on their own map pick, stepping up in a big way here. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, it's going to be Mirage. Hello everybody, welcome on back here. We're going to be hopping into Mirage shortly with the map advantage going right now to Adali Amigo after a pretty strong performance on Train. They got through what was a rocky road. MIBR Academy made them work for it here. They've got their own map pick to look forward to. Last time they were kind of in a similar position. It does make me worry here that, you know, sometimes this roster runs out of gas. Do you think the Academy squad still has a lot left in them here, Vincent?
Honestly, I do. I think the reason that I do is that, you know, they did seem like, even though they were down pretty often in that map, they were constantly in these rounds. You know, and it was Train where they had some good ideas, but very clear that they needed some iteration on those. That maybe have a plan B oftentimes. If the first step went wrong, then there might be some issues of brewing. But good news is they head into Mirage. I do think there is some risk here, though. Right, Mirage is a map that historically they've been good on, but they haven't had a ton of reps here recently. So when talking about, you know, reps, needing a few more reps on Train, that concern still rings true.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely going to be an interesting factor here. I think, you know, MIBR Academy, back when they had, you know, a couple of the old squads here, was super effective on Mirage. It was their home turf map. I mean, they played every chance they could get back in you know, early 2024, where they would constantly try and pick into this. It was maybe the only really map that I saw that they could consistently do damage on, and I was hoping to see, you know, that opportunity, you know, level up there for them here in this series. They've struggled a little bit so far, and you know, playing it as often, but they've got some big wins on this map here, and I think that can maybe get them set it in the right direction here versus Adali Amigo. I do think it's going to be another mental factor here after watching what they did versus Swingers and how close it was. That last map a little less grueling. I will say that much. It wasn't as many overtimes. It was a close game. You put up a great bit of resistance. Fortunately, you didn't kind of choke out any map points like they did just a couple days ago. And now you get to kind of be refreshed here heading into your map pick, knowing, okay, we don't really play train. Maybe we don't have all the protocols set in stone. T side still looked decent. We had some good game plans there. We almost had a couple big clutches that went our way. That could have been the difference between a win and a loss there. And then now we have Mirage, and I think as long as they can still stay on that same page, get in that mindset, they're going to be a-okay.
I'm right there with you, and I also think that it's a lot easier. You were referring to the overtimes and the swingers loss. Well, it's a lot easier to kind of push aside the fact that Showtime drops nearly 30 in regulation.
Yeah.
He's had a great overperformance there, and that's wonderful to see. I love to get to witness that, but MIBR Academy know that that's not going to be the norm. That's not what they should expect to see every single map moving forward. So it's their opponent's map pick. They played a good game, and then Showtime had a really incredible overperformance that, if the 1v1 goes differently, that near 1v3 clutch, I think we're talking about a potential win as well. So a tight game at the end of the day that I don't think they lost more. It was their opponents stepped up to win. So as we jump into Mirage, that's what I hope they're thinking about going into this one. Not thinking about, some of the mental hurdles that they've had in the more recent past. That maybe we aren't forgetting. I think as a player, you have to try.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially in these Swiss stages here, there's no break. You just get right back into the next game and try and reset the mindset. See if they can do that here fairly quickly on this map of Mirage to bounce back. We're looking to do here. So we set our sights towards the B side. It's going to be Showtime early with an opportunity. That HE does quite a bit of damage, avoiding the flashes and shots connecting initially, but with trades available, making sure that Showtime doesn't impact the server too crazy much just yet. Rotate's already on the scene though, diving through the market window smoke, yet to plant the bomb here for the T side. They look to take the kills, and Card does just that, providing that extra security.
Hey, but eventually get the bomb planted. That'll help boost economy and put a timer on TK Xiao in his attempt at this retake. His position, of course, known. His Card spotted him, but trying to break through a whole different story. Storms in, has the coverage. There's no real need for anyone to overswing until he gets that information, but Card will step forward anyway and confirm a 3K in this pistol round for MIBR Academy. Nicely done. I mean, solid execute. Showtime does his job there. It's into position, but Card is an absolute menace here on the site. This is where the retake could get started, but Card just says absolutely not.
Yeah, that's so much security there. I think oftentimes a lot of teams, especially if you're not as experienced, get in a big rush to plant the bomb there. And being able to find the kills on site first is always a big deal. Great flashbang. Stormson just holds mouse 1 though. Catches the vision a little bit before those flashes land. And there'll be a couple opening picks there on the MP9s.
Yeah, that'll do. Help out a big way, especially how dangerous these types of rounds can be. We saw him, Atali Amigos, win one of them. That was on the T side of train. But their force buy, even on the CT side, was a threat every time. Decent, big part of that on the scout. He'll just get the one tag, take some flak on the other side, and has to fade away in that engagement. Wherever MIBR Academy elect to go from here, they have the mid control to do it. Seems like the A split's likely. Renan's in position. Start heading in that direction. And the Showtime repositions. Oh my goodness. I thought he might have gotten caught, but that's going to allow Showtime to press the issue, step forward, and maybe you can rely on Showtime to do this again. Damage on the Card as Renanzen finds himself. He's got to do the work himself, and they line up for him in a couple of different moments there. And he'll be able to sweep the sweat off his brow and take a deep breath.
I mean, that's more of showtime and the fear factor he's been able to bring to the table. Pressing through the smoke like that. Putting the panic in. 3v2 then. Or Renanza steps up and provides a little bit of safety in this round. But for MIB Academy, it maybe feels like more of the same as Renanza in the Palace side of things. So, and efficient there, punishing the aggression. Not letting that play slide.
It's hard to find a way to recovery after the start of this round. Try to dial up a little bit of aggression. Nothing works out. In fact, it's the opposite. Jason on this FAMAS. Probably just going to want to hang on to it. That might change, though, if I was going to say the CT player goes down. MLH then just going to leave that alone. He's got no reason to overstep. That still dancing with a little bit of scary maneuvering there. He's good to go. And if they can keep this at just one loss, one weapon gone, MIB Academy should be incredibly happy.
Absolutely. Top of that, you know, CT side, being able to hold on to that FAMAS. Also pretty nice for them. So both sides happy to shake hands in this round. Move forward here. MIB Academy, though, continuing to show this T-side efficiency here. Renanza been sharp with the openers. And those round saving plays, so has the availability in a couple different assets at the moment. So they can do up against the rifles here. Full gun round in play, including a case in AWP.
Locked him up ahead of train. I think that was a big conversation that didn't actually come to fruition all that much. Just to see if that becomes a little bit more of one on Mirage. A quick look into A main. Fasten didn't see anything on the initial peak. It might be our Academy actually in a pretty good timing here. They're set up for the AXQ moment. There's fast rotations available, but as I see, Fasten is alone, and the fact that he's spotted immediately is so problematic. Now they kind of have to try and either break their way back in through these smokes or give it up, and I think give it up is the right call. CT scale is fast, and the Amigos, though, take that space back. Storms in with a crucial frag, then smokes him off. Says, no, this is our site. Get back to B or look to save.
In that full control. Might be our Academy coming out swift here. On that CT side. 2 quick punishes on at A-side play in the round. Already curtains. Decided quickly. And this is what the Academy squad was looking forward to getting into here, it seems like. They have established a foothold early on here. Already showing signs of promise at the moment.
Been sweep or be swept for MIB Academy in this CCT series thus far. And I think they're looking to change that here and now. Kind of have to at this point with elimination on the line.
Exactly right at this point. No other options but to win right now. Right here. Otherwise, your campaign is over, so leveling up your game, having that entry prowess, gonna be a huge factor. Start to answer the call. Showtime has been ready to shut things down, though. He has been a force to be reckoned with at the moment. There's another opening pick here. Storm's going to be put to the task, and Showtime wins it. There with a little help from CK Zhao. There's some setup right now. CT side dominating. Swing into the flames. Hearing the footsteps shake up there. Oh my god, almost another one. The avenue back there a little bit clear, but nullified eventually.
Sometimes it's really felt like Showtime is kind of the only guy, especially the first half of Train, that was able to have any of these really impactful moments. And he's got just one kill this round, but you know, he's taking initiative on Catwalk there, not allowing IBR Academy to scale for free. And then, you know, he doesn't get the second kill, but he is again making the aggressive move. He's the first in line. And I mean, it's the same thing here on the hunt. Renanton does have the bomb. I guess to be fair, you know, there's a conversation to be had for a bomb plant plus some, but the plus some is a lot less likely now. In fact, even that bomb plant out of the realm of reason or possibility when Showtime is so aggressive.
Not letting anything get too expensive right there. Except for the extra 500 on the Molotov, but money well spent to keep him off the bomb. First round on the board there, and as you said, it's Showtime in this defensive effort having the majority of this impact here. Cool little smoke there. They're blowing up with the smoke. Doesn't take any damage for it, but BRN unidentified getting himself into this position is crazy.
How to take advantage of it, though, now. Great diligence. Phenomenal diligence being shown by MLH in there. Now there's no question about how to correctly take advantage of that. Just pressure put here onto the B side. Showtime has to split his attention. But Kaysen, he's in position. Once again, great spot. That smoke actually might be perfect to hold him back. And the bomb's still over at A. It might be your Academy. There's a lot of good decisions here, but again, they're unsure of the final outcome.
Help answer some quick questions right there. Little shot. Bomb's still down. We'll see if they change any direction here. Going to clear out the site to stack on the B side, so with the bomb location, they can't mess this up.
Yeah. I guess that's a nice problem to have.
They have it. They'll be all good. A little bit scary, but contain there eventually. AWP going to be saved, and it's right back to winning ways for the Academy squad. They don't stay down for too long.
While they attempt to save. I think that MIBR Academy just bit by bit dismantling Italia Amigos' game plan in this round. They're really careful of Kaysen. Maybe even too careful, I would argue. But BRN knows how powerful his position is, and when MLH then makes sure to swing towards underpass, doesn't leave that unchecked, I think chances of the round win kind of fly away from them at that point. And the rest of it is really just circumstance. That's Kaysen actually in that round on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I didn't quite have it, and won't have it in this one, that's for sure. Paired, PRN just throws caution to the wind, opens up the round instantly. Oh boy. Nice up close and personal. Not a big relationship for my beer academy. Not too interested in getting aggressive here. I mean, already seen prime example of the patience they are willing to put on display.
Card's been hitting some nice shots, man. Feels like he's hitting all the hard ones. Not been given too many chances with the easy ones. MLH sent how many? Doesn't let Showtime walk all the way by. Confirmation on CK Zhao, and now the net closes around him. Here's him dropping down. Renanzen seen, spotted. Oh, CK Zhao, it's incredible. Multi-frag, and he's got it. Now they're both on scene. Card gonna have the 1v2 attempt, but it's not even close. CK Zhao saving the day. MLH in the perfect location, you'd think, to win the round, but CK Zhao ensures that that's not the case.
Showtime still managing to press the issue there, as you said. Card looking like absolute beast, but CK is out, the difference maker here with a quick spin like that. Brutal stuff. Not gonna let Card clutch either. Still Boney. Timeout called for IBR Academy. They are very quick to bring those out. Feeling like maybe they got a gap slipped on them right there. Want to make sure that they nailed down some of those communications.
MLH been really finding the gaps in the defense and helping to break those open. Unfortunately, it doesn't give them the round win. Feels like that one of all things should have been the most confirmed of rounds. This is a little dangerous. Card has a nasty angle. How is that not the kill? CK Zhao does just as much damage. The Card's up.
Call and response right there. They got a smoke. Vaccine just peeking out towards ramp there. With how effective Renanzen has been in this Palace position, it is surprising to see it. Eventually placed. There it is. They say execute will crawl out there. Any information spotted, not going to matter there. Fessine re-peeking into the angle. And only 12 HP taken there. The lurks dealt with. Delboni now fights on only one front towards Palace in A main. And struggling to find this kill. MLH is ready for the trade. The bomb gonna be planted here. Safe and sound.
Nonsense so crucial to this. If he goes down, they're in some big trouble. Hot water, though, avoided, as he should fall to the trade. But now, scale towards jungle. Again, just such a power position that Kaysen is just not prepared for. With Card confirming the CT player dead, it's MIBR Academy. Another very effective round, and even beyond that, just a very simple round. You know, trying to work the pick out mid, getting the mid control, lurk up in that position, but out beyond that, just contacted out A for the most part.
Yeah, especially after that timeout there, you know what they were, identifying as a bit of a weakness here for Dolly Amigos now speed up towards B. It's an X-play. It looks like they're stringing these rounds together. And BR with a fantastic entry. Those flashes look pristine. Showtime. A lot of pressure. Needed more than just one. Can't quite grab it with only an MP9 because this round getting overrun by MIBR Academy. Calling these rounds off the momentum. Look at that gap there spotted from Storms and Op taken out. Icing on the cake right there for this round.
That is a disgusting angle to work with. What do you even do if you're a Dolly Amigos? Fasten's going to try for the save. Round so competitive, you get to the... Everything looks like it's, you know, going to be very winnable from that point forward for Dolly Amigos last round, and then MIBR Academy hits you with a fast B play that BRN out ahead of with the SMG. Makes life miserable. As you said, some crucial flashbangs pointed in the right direction. Genuinely don't even know what he saw. Like, that gap is crazy.
Maybe just a little bit of motion right there. Yeah, usually that angle I've only ever seen like oppers post up on it, not riflers. But he's got 2020, it seems like. They're going to move even more favorably in the right direction here for the side of MIBR Academy. This T side is just running them down at the moment. Excellent damage to start it off there. Quick opening pick there. Holding nothing back. Just walk out here. Storms in this time. The aggressor out of Palace. But it's going to feel like you're up against Renanza just the same. Only with a couple of quick ones. They'll be handled. No further casualties there. Getting that one down with some pace.
Just appreciating Renanzin's effectiveness in that sort of position. That's honestly why I was so excited to see him get another opportunity after I thought he did a pretty good job on Isola Laser. I've said a couple times that, you know, I just think it ended up being a really good role fit. They found a perfect replacement. But, you know, it wasn't because he did a bad job. On the op, I mean, how many times are they just going to walk out A? No utility, no nothing, and get a kill? The trade's effective. Kaysen started this round at 17 health thanks to the Immolation fight at mid.
They can't believe the opportunities that are granted to him here with how many times they're able to walk out. Now, can they capitalize? Can they close? This Kaysen finds another one. Showtime. And the feed as well. Just Storms and left standing. Not for too long. So a quick recovery. Still a little concerning that gap is consistently maintained here. That there's opportunities just about every round to walk out A and open up proceedings, but at the very least, eventually capitalized on, certified there by the CT side. I would almost say that comes down to more of a misstep there from MIBR Academy than Dolly Amigo.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. You know, MIBR Academy, they had so much so fast. I feel like they didn't quite know how to get into position to take advantage of it quickly enough. Which is crazy to say for how effective, you know, they've been with those A walks. whatever the case, eight rounds on the T side of Mirages. It feels good no matter the way this ends. 4-3 for Adali Amigos. Storms it so quick. The scale is going to be caught. No, not at all. Showtime. He's being put on ice. And they don't stop. There's no wait, no pause, no nothing. MIBR Academy. Well, if speed and not being able to catch up to themselves was the problem last round, they are very dedicated to the speed, the pace of their B hit this one. It is the 9-3. MIBR Academy showing off on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it is unsurprising right there, right? They find themselves in a scary spot. Just one round to go. Punished for their aggression. And then bounce back right there. They don't lose that same flare. They put the pressure on this B side here. Confidence getting built at the moment. They dominate in this round. Incredibly put together now. Adali Amigos have themselves an important pistol to capitalize on. To be able to do so. Flash is tossed in, looking good at the moment. We'll see if they can fight back here. As Card getting scaled up on. Eventually they'll run down on position here of Card and still look to hold down the line for the remainder.
Problem is they don't have any of the sight. CT still own this area. They rotate effectively out of it. Renan's in though. Eventually gives a face over to the Amigos. There's not a lot of cover on Catwalk. Pony so wide and getting 1v1s, getting duels. Stormson goes down and MLH will have to be available for the clutch. He's got the first though. No armor here for Kaysen. And the headshot comes in. MLH close to a 1v3 on Train. Well, he's got the 1v2 to lock up the pistol round in half number 2.
No better time than now for MLH to have that impact, to show up. Just when they needed it most, to give them that extra edge, to make it more comfortable to close this map out. He finds a 1v2. Gonna breathe life into this MIBR Academy squad. Our map away from elimination here. They still have to close out up against the Force Buy though. That's not an easy task. They go. Damage being put down range. My god. Only shut down by the player inside a jungle there. Gets a little bit of vision on the head. But still able to open up the round here. Is Showtime. Back on this T side opening.
Oh, they evacuate. They move away. At least I thought so. That was the move that they were making. But instead, they're just going to pause. Wait to re-hit here in a moment. And, I mean, this is effective. Look at how MIBR Academy spread back out across the map. As I see nobody home. Great angle out of MLH. Storms in. He never gave them that duel. He just got spammed through the ticket booth. 1 for 1. And now a very winnable stance over on the A bomb site. BRN, though, he is so fast on this flank. Oh, and they're going B. It's all the Amigos. The mid-round in this has been incredible. Every time they have made a decision, it's been a good one.
The the right one there. Open access. Best post plates you can ask for. They've really set themselves up well. Can they seal the deal? Post plant, there's a flashbang. Perfect popper, both fully blinded. Vision regathered though. Card in the clutch, and not gonna be allowed. Not gonna be given the chance to save his team the worry. As the Dolly Amigos come up big time. As you said, decision making all the way through this round. The decision to slow things down. All panning out in their favor. And they capitalize. They punish with the purchasing power that they had available. And it wasn't a lot either.
Coming to that round with 2 AKs and a Galil, I think. Is what they were working with. Whatever the situation, though, it might be our Academy not wanting to give up this without a fight. Storms in. Extra CK Zhao, and he is entirely alone. So the gun recovered, and he escapes. A little bit of utility that is maintained, and the gun to be tossed over to a more healthy CT player. Card will take that. All the Amigos have to play respectfully of what this could look like as they re-clear out TV room and taking the bomb with them to ensure that MIBR have it held on to that control.
Standard execution boost is going to be hard to cover, and the AK used effectively. Card is traded. Do they check it? That's what you're hoping for. Storms in with just 1 extra kill. Above and beyond. Take on the bomb plant there, baiting out the peak. Renanzin looking to deny that. Not quite. Not just yet. Kaysen so careful. Maneuvering through that smoke. They're going to be punished. Last player identified. Bomb going to be stuck. And BRN lands the shot. But almost taking down Case and not going to cut it. So Dolly Amigos continue to fight back here.
Stormson done so much work in this round. How is it not enough? It feels like Card in a perfect position with the required gun, but for one, and ultimately, it might be our Academy given a lot of respect over. Don't want to take a too aggressive move when you're trying to make your way through in a man advantage, but instead of flooding the bomb site, they go one by one, unintentionally. So the start of a comeback at Dolly Amigos, at the very least, have that to work off of. Tech pause as well, so they're going to have to wait on it. This is where that conversation starts to get active, though, Colt. It might be our Academy, have a lead. Great first half. Pistol round. And then things start to go wrong. Is this team one that able to learn from some of those mistakes already had in the Swiss stage, or are they going to be doomed to meet the same fate?
That reality hitting in a big way. Trying to avoid those scary results they've already faced here on the Swiss stage at the moment. Struggles to close. Trying to face the music here. It's a great way to react, though. Huge step up. Have a little bit of efficiency there with the opening. shut down fairly quickly, but you see the vision right there. Card as well with that AK, still keeping it into the realms of possibility. Time's a little bit limited. Lower and lower, and that's so much damage done right there. Jason will keep it nice and safe there. AK crucially going to be saved here with the side of Card.
You know what those flashes are just to get him across? Just Card's taking that fight. Not like they were too deep to do that, but maybe. Oh, he doesn't get away. I mean, that's important. The Dolly Amigos, they pay up almost the maximum price to deny that AK save, but guess that worth it in their minds.
Maybe a little bit surprising though that they invest that much in taking that AK away. They don't have a lot of room for anything to go wrong for them, and then obviously
We missed
the other side of things, you don't have to worry about getting no rifles there.
we missed Card's op going for an opening duel in Palace. It's like maybe he got the tag off, but lost ultimately. Yeah, Exec comes through. That's so incredible for PRN. Just to grab one kill, confirm the damage, in fact, and then maintain a 4-on-4. In my BR, though, they're light years away from this. You're gonna have to walk. No way they could go double Palace. It's got to be a split. They will. Jason's somewhat aware of that, but he's not going to anticipate them be elevated by this point. Renanzin sidesteps him. And Renanzin doesn't see him either. Only when the steps are made does he get the indicator. But the time has expired. In my BR, they never actually had a chance in this. They were so slow.
And yeah, I think this is where you can start to bring up the conversation here of struggling in the mental battle. And obviously, we know that this team in the past has had a little bit of a tough time capitalizing on some of the advantages that they placed themselves in. But, you're in a position where you can play it carefully, play it slow, or try and speed things up. Play on the aggro and sure do get aggressive, but rewarded for it. On top of that, get another gun round at least, though.
Yeah, they did also, take a lot of guns away from Medallia Amigos. So, that combined with them hunting so aggressively in the eco round, lose 4. Along with the fact that they lost 4 and the op goes down. And they haven't invested a lot of utility at all, but still very limited what they have left.
3 rounds now to close the distance. Keep things nice and level. William Amigos taking this 1 round at a time. Just 1 round to go, able to punish Card and his aggression in Palace. This round they've got a fairly early lurk. The B-side stack is really being put on notice. And Fassine can't believe it. Can't believe it. Of course you're going to rotate on back here. They're going to hear all these footsteps and such, but they're moving comfortably into the A side of the map here. BRN close by in the smoke. How much impact can he find here?
That's bomb.
Be ultra cautious about this. Jason with the op strikes. Delboni falls, and there goes another. Jason doesn't react. Fassine yet to be seen. There's still a chance for him to activate on this lurk. He's gonna step through jungle. Surprise, surprise. He's been working so long for this. Called the A play over. And then closes off the round with 2 extra kills.
More confusing than anything else there is that I don't know what MIBR Academy are stacked on B so heavily for. You know, is that just the B stack out of spawn? It feels like, you know, they didn't have space elsewhere. You know, they lost some mid control, and I guess that's the reaction maybe I'm missing. But you know, when a top con smoke goes down, you just got to know that there was a gap there, and they never respected that fact. All the amigos taking full advantage of MIBR Academy struggles. Again, Econ in a dangerous spot for them as they take their final tactical timeout. It's been 5 rounds straight. MIBR Academy win the pistol, but they've got nothing else on the half.
Pops off there, Renan's going close. Misses the shot, but rifle coverage and then baiting that MLH peak. Straight on in. 1-2 punch deadly. Dropping the rifle, dropping a pistol as well. Got another pistol close by at least.
Can't grab that gun. I mean, you can, but then the jig is up. Low key, I don't know that anybody can actually see it.
What's up? Flank walking up. Oh, Del Boney. No way. Goes and clears it out right there. Great precaution. Got a double up at the moment. So this is the only way this round goes wrong here for Adali Amigos. If they just walk it out into the A side, but waiting for re-aggression, man, their patience is going to be rewarded. Fasim with an unreal timing card. Best of luck to you, my friend. A couple of kills isn't the worst, but Adali Amigos coasting throughout this T side with only a pistol round loss. 6 in a row.
It's not quite coasting. MIBR Academy have never made it easy. All of these rounds have been down to, you know, if not down to the wire, close in kills. And Card makes it stay that way. Like, look at the money. There's not a lot of it for Adali Amigos. So MIBR Academy, they do just need 1 gun round to get back into this map very quickly.
Throw some tricks into the mix. I think they initially had an idea to boost OHG in the top mid smoke. You have to identify that there's players top boxes. It doesn't seem like they're really aware of this prospect. Okay, now you see the MLH sharp as can be. And they spot out a second player as well. There's no support for this, and what a play from MLH. Needing someone to have some impact here. He offers up a multi. Is it gonna matter though? Card's down low. And they've taken BRN while they're at it. Now they're gonna scale up connector. And the resistance on A is a little light once again.
That's the bomb. CK Zhao had it.
Oh, and Card gets away there just in time. Played. Oh, but it can't get away from Delboni for long. They're still walking into a multi on B. Still gonna be a fight to overcome. Two players here ready to go and swinging it for the fences as MLH wants to take a fight. They'll never expect the second player on the site as well. If MLH can just do it himself. Stormson gonna step forward. And MIBR Academy finally get around here on the board.
Well, I mean, that will do. It took a huge overperformance on an individual to do it. MLH, he's the one I'm talking about. As you had mentioned, he had no support on that cap play. You BRN's there if they swing Valley, but he can be dueled without consequence throughout their time. And yeah, here's where the problems are for Adali Amigos. They win so much, 6 rounds in a row, and they don't even have enough to rebuy in full. Don't even have 1 round of backup remaining. Here's where Kaysen's op that's been truthfully absent can shine.
Oh, and fast out towards the safe side. Overwhelming presence. Overexposing Renanzin, trying to walk its way on in. You capitalize on the low HP bar, but what a motion there. Getting on top of the ladder, putting the pressure on jungle there. They didn't really have a lot of utility or smoke, so they had to fight for this control.
Gotta get Kaysen posted somewhere. He's currently just watching the flank. There's a smoke here for Card. And the op gives them so many options.
So far removed for one of those plays. It feels like they're hoping for a mistake here from Adali Amigos, but that's not coming through.
I mean, I'm so interested at MIBR's like perspective on trying to get these retakes. A couple of times they've positioned themselves. This is the 3rd round now in this half where they've positioned themselves such that they lose the round.
Yeah, never really positioned themselves where they can try and win the round. I mean, they're just so passive on these retakes. But still need some rounds here. Adali Amigos are just so hot on their tail. And with the amount of consistent gun round success we see from them, maybe our academy playing not to lose could be a very costly endeavor. This. Trying to put the pressure on MLH. He has been so effective. So finding him early and keeping Card scared. Petrified of the peak. He's gonna fall.
He's still scaled out. Okay, he gets back into relative safety. That's a good sign. Still, despite losing that duel, a ton of presence and a ton of control still for MIPR Academy in mid.
Kaysen remaining elusive here. Oh, and game of timing. Gonna be one out by him. Can he get anything extra? He's gonna wait for his teammate. Surely never to anticipate the follow-up here. But that's the information. 2 players spotted.
I'll just say
A's fully clear for the taking. A desperate play called out from Stormsin. As he tries to make the winning move.
It's just never a winning move, though. I mean, he got a nade into that smoke, but there's no flash. There's nothing to support him there. With the smokes up, I just don't think you're ever long-term winning that unless you get something incredible that you're very unlikely to. I think a hasty decision ends in an outcome they would have liked to avoid, all tied up. Card, his continued existence not even guaranteed. It's not. He can't even take the op out. Oh no.
That's brutal. What a time to rip everyone out of the server right there. No better time to have that amount of impact. Closing things down.
It was a 10-3 advantage.
Tied up at 11s at the moment. Oh boy. Give some good damage to open up this thing. They're hoping that that could be enough to get them through here. Play a lot more passive at the moment. Towards that mid side. They do have aggression towards A at least here. They have a lot of that information. So can afford more resistance towards B with that info gathered from BRN.
Crucially, though, the Dolly Amigos are not just going for, a straight-up B exec. They have mid-presence, they have mid-control, and they've got 2 players ready to scale up catwalk with them. It's becoming more and more required that BRN's flank gets big. Especially now. Cards Op could be a menace here on the back of the site, though. 2 dead already, but he just gives it up. Is it confidence to take this fight? That flank I was talking about, it's in, but it's in far too late.
Oh no. Out of the corner of his eye, CK Sao catches a moving target. Cards Op not held on to again. The Dolly Amigos are the team to claim series point first, despite that massive first half. This T side has taken over. They're just 1 round away from completing the mission here on their map pick. Going severely awry, and this one hurts a whole lot more than that last map, where they were competitive all the way through. They just didn't have a couple key rounds. Well, this time, they had a massive lead. They had everything going for them, winning their sails.
10-3.
They had the second half pistol.
How could it have gone better?
Pistol. Yeah, it's a dream till it's a nightmare.
Yeah, you think you're dreaming until it does become nightmarish. Crashing on A. I mean, there is that to talk about. I got 2 players through here. Nonzen, BRN, but oh my goodness. I feel like there's a call there. I don't know what was heard by whoever was on A there was Fasten. They had to have heard something. Eventually removed, but man advantage thanks to Showtime. Still eyes locked onto A.
And they just don't hesitate on this motion. That is going to provide them time to comfortably plant the bomb. You know there's this... You don't know there's this flank. You have an idea that this flank is available here. MLH gets a free TT spawn. Another one from the HE as well.
This plant position is wild, too. I don't know that CK Zhao can actually even see it. He only got the first. We're going overtime. Dolly Amigos, I don't understand what the vision of this post plant was meant to be. Where were the 2 players on site going? Where could they have been?
What were they looking at? I don't know. I mean, very confusing all the way through.
Respect to the flank. That's where they're looking. They know that, Fasten goes down to somebody there on A.
Yeah.
But just the plant position, it feels like questionable. Get CT control. I just don't know. MIBR Academy given a rare opportunity to right this ship. As truthfully, a Dolly Amigos, for the first time all half, make a mistake that cost them a round that they couldn't afford to lose.
What if they wanted to do it the easy way? It's going to have to be the hard way. Instead. Now, a whole lot more initiative out of Card right now with this AWP.
I like that. I feel like Card has been so uninspired on this map. I feel like he's never going for fights, and that's a different Card. Renanzen into the mix, handling business. MIBR Academy, it's like they're a different team when overtime starts.
I don't know what just kicked them into gear here. Maybe just a little bit of a confidence boost. But they are revived. Looking better than ever. Somehow they didn't quite get the audio cue that this jump in towards window was made. So Card is a dead man. There you go. Bye-bye. Bit of an oversight could be severe here. Renanzen spotted. And in dangerous territory. He's looking to hope for his teammates to get more involved, and that will happen eventually. MLH just in time. So now the Tech 9 is out for Kaysen, but chased down by Stormson instead. MIBR Academy started off well.
Just so much more proactivity from MIBR at the beginning of overtime. Renanzen feels like he's unleashed to actually fight for some of this control. They've been so passive on A, and when they have it, it's been, you know, on these eco rounds, these lesser buys, so they haven't actually been able to play with confidence. And Cards Up actually trying to duel in mid for the first time all CT side.
Storms to top now. Pressing the issue for an opening. That'll be provided some quick access here.
It's incredible considering Kaysen had the op.
What Storms it again, man. Oh, and again. Secondary op, but he's getting all of them. Can't complete the haste, but I tell you what, sure enough. Damage done. Make this one feel comfortable.
That round got to be settled at this point. Showtime's 1v4 attempt is notwithstanding. There you go. MIBR Academy, 2 rounds straight. I mean, where was this? Bang, Kaysen dead. I mean, been talking about how, honestly, he's been really missing all series. You know, and that's another crucial moment where I'm wondering where's the Kaysen that I'm more familiar with. Been missing some of the more easy shots, and if you're going for that with the op, I feel like that's the look you want. You're hoping for that.
You know, prepared for that even. Not going to be given opportunity to shut that one down. Step back to the drawing board here. All the amigos in recovery mode again. See if they can make this last round stick here in the half. And it's back to your CT side, in which you've experienced quite a bit of difficulties on. Trying to look up connector, but again, it's this great A aggression that we're seeing right now. Could be the difference maker.
Great info. A great shot. Fasten is removed, so now this is only a one-pronged approach. There's nothing to be done. Renanzen with a double B. Ran breaks the smoke, and Kaysen trades, but it's a last gasp of an effort in this round, and that is all shut down. 3 rounds in overtime. Half number 1, it's all MIBR Academy. They got 3 rounds total out of 12, only to pick up 3 in a row as soon as the OT starts.
Yeah, just taking that as a wake-up call. Being able to have so much more impact in OT. A lot more initiative, a lot more confidence. Whatever was said in that short break there brings them new life. Puts them in a position of power. 3 more chances to close. And they get to do it on the half in which they dominated on.
Yeah, dream, you would think. But that's what we said about the 10-3. Seems there's no guarantees with MIBR Academy at the moment. No matter what, they'll keep you on your toes. But right now, they've got it all the amigos on their knees, hoping to fight their way back up and out of this rut once more.
Execution on in. Defense holds a little bit steady at the moment. some counter flashes, some extra utility to come on through there. As Showtime brings 2 massive impact kills, and they still don't know about CK Zhao. He steps up. Nods in a 1v3 clutch. Can he make any magic happen here? Gonna need a massive opportunity. Getting boxed in though and bench. Not gonna be given the chance for anything extra. On the CT side here, Vidali Amigo's a little bit revived. So they hang in there.
Pretty impressed overall with Showtime's B-hold on Mirage. I think that there's been very few times that he's been caught with nothing, and many a times that he's gotten, you know, a double kill or more. PK's out. Set up for success based on Showtime's victories. Vidali Amigos yet to be defeated. He'll stand up. Push this thing for a little bit more. Oh my goodness, Renanzen. That was an incredibly ambitious move from him.
Has been experiencing a lot of success out of Palace there. And the regulation side of things, right?
Scene has just been heard. Sprinting out of the entirety of jungle. Now Stormson fills in the gaps. Delboni, you thought had that covered, but not a chance. Oh no. Card cannot go down. That's the bomb.
It's going to fall into pieces at the moment. Stormson keeps it alive. In the air. Here for now. Stormson continuing to fight forward here. Not ready to call it quits just yet on the round. Bringing a little bit of life into this one at the moment. 30 seconds left. Still a bomb recovery mission here.
And they know where it's at. They know who's defending it. Oh, but it's not enough to know. You have to execute. Jason steps forward, and I can't believe that's how it ends. MIBR Academy, they take the win, and they take it the maximum difficulty possible.
Yeah, I mean, that was the exact sort of game, the exact sort of position here of power that they lost out versus Swingers. But Vidali Amigos, and the most crucial moment in regulation, just falter in the post play, allow for the pullback, allow for the clawback coming through from MIBR Academy, and that was a moment in which it was enough there. You know, MLH, who has done a lot for this team, winning them that retake with the 3 kills that he had in the 3v4, it means so much to the rest of the squad. You can see that CT side just revitalized with confidence as they get so much more proactive. They weren't hitting a lot of those shots until, you know, there was that, you know, nice round from Stormson on the secondary. Yes. But, you know, Card was struggling with that AWP quite a bit. The fact that he was willing to, even despite with a lot of misses in that half, push up towards top mid, take a duel, take a couple fights here and there. Completely different story than what we saw in regulation, where he was hiding back there and playing passive, missing shots, not gathering any info. And that sort of difference, I think, just inspired by a big moment there, and MIBR Academy, they capitalize.
Yeah, they do. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. I'm also a little bit concerned that we're really seeing a very couple actually missing pieces here for the side of Vidali Amigos. Like, they are not, like, Kaysen is not having a good game. It's not a good series. He's been super missing, and he's, I mean, their best player on most days. And then Fasten's another really important piece to this that I feel like has just been very unreliable this series. The fact that they still made that comeback, though, honestly, you kind of have to say hats off to Vidali Amigos. I know they lost that map, but they still got to be feeling like this is a series that they can and probably should win, right?
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, you're heading into now this decider. Both teams, as I highlighted, you know, have their strengths on Nuke. But I don't know, man. The way that they just fell apart in that 3v4 almost felt like they, you know, were in their own heads there. A little bit of communication breakdown. It's just so surprising to see a team with the average age of 26, a team with so much experience, struggle in those big moments. For me, And that's pressure put on from MIBR Academy. They fought for their lives here. I want to see if they can hang in there for a decider. Obviously, as we said, it's going to be on Nuke. It's also going to be after this short break, guys. Stay with us here as we see who's going to be eliminated, who's going to be moving forward in the Swiss stage.
We talked about confidence a whole lot, and confidence is the name of the game going into map 3. Especially because I don't think, Cole, either of us feel confident after watching Mirage that either squad here are ready to close this out.
Yeah, and you know, the part that sucks here is it's not like this is necessarily like a playoff qualification matchup as well. So this is just surviving here for a little while longer on the Swiss stage so that you can move up 2-2. Otherwise, you're going to be facing elimination. And that's going to be a huge problem for either one of these rosters here. If you're a Dolly Amigo, you're an older squad whose expectations are that they can at least make playoffs. They can at least beat an academy squad here full of, you know, young players, right? They can capitalize on these opportunities. Otherwise, you know, you think for this team without an organization, what the real prospects are, what the real future is. If you can't get past this team here in particular and they eliminate you. MIBR Academy here, playing, I think, with a little less pressure in that department. And you can see, you know, finally being able to get over the hurdle, win in overtime. You know, that's a massive victory here for them.
Well, and pressure affecting them very significantly, as we've been talking about all throughout this series. As soon as overtime starts, it's as if they play with a different vigor. They seem like almost a different beast, almost. So, lead into this one. Dolly Amigos, though, if there is something to boost some confidence, it's the fact that they are comfy here. TK Zhao. Impressive breakaway to open up A. Those rotations here for MIBR Academy as the numbers get punched in.
Try and set up this retake off the flashbang. There's the utility. What a quick scale there for BRN flying by. Ronanzin as well with the dual Beretta offering up a lot of coverage. Tapping that bomb, but they're not faking out anything. No secrets here. Delboni sidelined quickly. I don't know if there's a kid on the ground there, but they chase down this last kill. Knives are out, and knife stabbed into Gayson. And again, it's going to come close now with this timer. Worth the shot no matter what the case is. Does Stormson have it now is the final question.
I think he has it.
Oh my god, he does. With the knife kill to boot. What a round. What a retake.
You ever got to go for the knife on the pistol round? You're out of ammunition, and then you still get the 10-seconder? I mean, come on. BRN with some incredible aggression there. I've been impressed with BRN in his willingness to sacrifice himself and his body to set up his teammates. That's another way where he's been sacrificial for this team, and genuinely impressed with how often he still, you know, will get at least one kill while still doing that.
Just such a massive start to that retake right there. Providing the most important coverage that you can to start it off, and that's just get that opening quickly and move forward throughout that retake. Just excellent work handled. Now we'll see how strong Adalia Amigos have on this execute power. They do have a lot of utility for this A-side play. Good counter utility from MLH. Not a big rush. Continue to wait things out, and it's actually going to be set in the direction of Ronanzin. But Moss in a committed angle. There's no escape here. Do you have burst mode on?
I don't think so, but it kind of looked like it.
Oh, he did!
He did! What? Oh, that's got to be an oops moment, surely.
Yeah, maybe his keyboard bumped it there. Either way, he's going to be saved as decent headshots guard, but it also cost him his teammate firing that deagle at anyone in front of him. Firing it effectively. Make sure you click that first button off. It's still on first.
He clicked it off. Wait, no, hold on.
No, it was still there.
I'm certain that he clicked it off.
See, that's burst. How?
No, here he had it, but
look.
Whoever picked it up clicked it off. I saw it.
Did you?
I'm so
Maybe
certain.
you just shot 3.
No, it was back on. It was back on.
What happened? It's a trap. He set up the trap in ramp room.
Oh my goodness.
Renanza's
no way.
thinking 200 IQ.
Oh my goodness.
That's so ridiculous. CK's out. With a headshot there, Card aggressing into lobby's quite nice for them. Just gonna give him a quick opening. Oh, Kaysen as well. Finds himself a little bit of success in the outer yard. With some serious damage.
We're just so laissez-faire about trying to swing out there. You know that there's so much presence for Adalia Amigos in yard. And Renanzen's like, yeah, I'll probably just wide swing. I don't know. Seems like a questionable decision.
Very questionable here, and it's getting punished in a big way. Just one man standing here as a resistance. It's Card still fighting. One more kill in him. CK Zhao closes this one out. A little reposition. CK Zhao soon going to read into this. He's going to clear Squeaky before Card getting into position. No kit, so
Card
time
goes
is
back,
of essence, but what a double back. Yeah, massive chance. Not going to happen, though. Shut down by CK Zhao. His quick motion, and the Adalia Amigos answer right back.
Sometimes MIBR can't get out of their own ways. Genuinely. This is just such a wild swing from Renanzen when you've lost all of yard. You know, obviously doesn't have an actual number to work with. He's not realized how significant Adalia Amigos' presence is, but still. It's down to the 1v1. CK Zhao without armor there. Still hitting it. Renanzen. Back with the burst, that's the question.
Don't mind it all that much here. You're up against a gun round. Not up against 5 moving pistols in your direction. Still on the ramp side feels like a little bit of a difficulty to hold off, but as you're out of yard, maybe more of a chance to isolate. Smoked off though for now, and there's so much map control already established at the moment here for Adalia Amigos. Hard forward instead of falling back. The molly lands, oh my god, inside of ladder. So it allows for Card to comfortably get that kill and then run away.
Gonna be a massive annoyance that's how it goes down. Bassin already pretty low. 3v4. Sight set on ramp. Intermission, I mean, I thought it wasn't the gun, but I was mistaken. 20 HP, not enough to dealt with there. Card is in the right place. Molly swings wide. Could deny the bomb plant, but could deny Kaysen first and foremost. He will. Plant goes down, but it's easy enough. It's showtime. Maneuvers out of the smoke. It'll be game over for Adalia Amigos. Crazy persistence there for the T side. When they had all of yard, they got all of yard for basically free. MIBR Academy still win. Imagine if he shoots literally anyone else with that auto shotgun.
A different story, and highlighted it there. Sometimes this roster feels like stuck in their head, stuck in their own pathway, but it's quick redemption at least. Crucially, moving back in favor. I'll crawl down in towards secret here. That's great positioning at the moment. Perfectly placed smoke though.
Adalia Amigos are currently 5 wins in a row on Nuke this year. Won 6 out of the 7 times they played it. So I'd say that MIBR really would be doing a good job if they can find a way to win here. Around stretch to start the half. Adjustment down to the B site. All of the T's filter through. The exception is Showtime.
That rotate here. Renan's crucially in time, especially before that utility. Another kill to BRN. Almost a lot of damage done for sure. They eventually scale their way into the site. Now it's another retake scenario here. The T side not necessarily in the most comfortable post-plant positions. Delboni just in time there, but he's eliminated. Ramp side covered. Molly gonna be good to force him out. And both players identified as they force him out into the open. Excellently handled right there.
Good work. I mean, I think Adalia Amigos were very obvious about that play, right? They didn't have a lot of tools to work with, not tons of utility, so that they could, you know, fake or double fake back towards yard. They just get everyone down and contact is made there. That's why there's so much resistance posted up onto this site, but even despite that fact, they do a phenomenal job of crunching them, making every space very difficult to be living in. What limited utility was left for MIBR Academy used to perfection here.
Building up a healthy lead here on this T side already. CT side, I should say. Trying to keep the pressure up as this T side with the amount of investment that they have here. Not the best tools at their disposal, but this time Renan's in. Got a FAMAS in play. It's an 8-4 there with a whole lot more bullets to fire down range if they rush him down towards ramp. Kills go in towards the outer yard. It's nothing out of it though. Just missing on the ramp side. That's going to open up at least a path here. Path into an AWP and rifle that they want. Would love to greet them with.
Hello. Is that what they say? When they're meeting them with an op and a rifle? Does it go a little bit differently? Is it just bullets that do the talking?
Just bullets, yeah. That usually does the trick right there.
I will say that is usually all you need, especially if you place them so correctly. 5-1. A bit of a cursed scoreline for me yesterday. We'll see if it might be our Academy or gonna feel the same way.
Pressure on the A side here with the quick crash and storms it does great to find a multi, and now the resistance has arrived. Extra support coming through just in time, and BRN slides past the smoke. The finishing blow. Not feeling too cursed right now. A lot of comfort, in fact, felt. Continue to make things look solid.
Super impressed with what Stormson's been working towards. I had a couple of questions with, you know, what he showed in his previous team. I just wasn't sure, but he's been very reliable for MIBR Academy already. Such an X factor in the rounds that, you know, start to fall away. He's often able to bring them back.
Step up here for Renan's, and in the ramp side he's had a bit of difficulty, so being able to gain some confidence from these pistols that he's struggled with in the past. It's a good sign. Nice little pick, and it scares him off from further aggression as well. Open up the door, cues up Stormzen, who's been, as you said, a big highlight piece of the puzzle. Limited to a single. Yarin still involved though, and oh wow, he isolates that fight perfectly. Doesn't overextend so that he's facing 3, just threads the quick kill in. IBR Academy just unfazed by the fact that they did lose a crucial round. After winning the pistol, call and response was there, and now they cleaned up their act very quickly.
No doubt. I mean, MIBR Academy, you know, the early stages of these games, this is where they shine. It's super helpful to be starting on the CT side of Nuke as well, but all the amigos are really struggling on a T side that, honestly, in their past matches, you know, with a lot of reps here on Nuke, has been pretty good. You know, they're doing a pretty good job on their T side more often than not, and they've already been limited to 5 rounds at best.
That's what they needed right there. Press on map. Been able to take quite a bit there. Showtime straight through that smoke though as well. Not gonna do any favors. And there's the actual low HP initial fight. MLH trying to save the round from a bit of the brink. Gonna be shut down in that department. Now Stormzen and BRN, the 2 players that have been steady as can be, they're put into a situation where they have to try and save this position.
Oh, that's some great timing on that aggression, though. BRN pushes just as they escape, sees nothing lobby. Stormzen down on the B-bomb site. And at the moment, that's where Adalia Amigos are going to head. BRN. He gets 1. Problem being that Stormzen now just has a straight-up 2v1 to win. It's not quite in his favor. Great spacing, and even though the instant dink comes through, Kaysen not only survives but helps his teammate out so that CK Zhao can do the same. That is the tragedy of this round, is MIBR Academy losing card through the smoke when he's just tossing a smoke in. He's just re-smoking door and dies because of it.
That doesn't do him any favors right there, trying to help out. Running in straight into his demise. MLH was eager to redeem that. Shut down well. Damage done. Lots of it. Oh, and that consistent persistence for these smoke spams from MLH is rewarded with a kill and some change. Cleared, but not able to win the duel there. It's a big victory for BRM with the FAMAS upgrading onto the AK.
Yeah, as per usual, it seems in this map, MIBR Academy, they might lose a round, but they are instantly right back into winning ways. BRN will eventually lose out there in yard, but it's still a big advantage. It's still Adalia Amigos working their way back from a 2-on-5, now turned 4. Shot from Card. It won't equal loss of life. It won't even equal really too many losses as he gets consistent information there. The dollar headed down towards B. Now stomping. As they pick that pace up. Stormzen. Not the burst this time. They will give it a couple of bursts in a row in order to confirm 2 more kills and another victory. How many rounds will they get? 10-2 is possible.
pretty one-sided half here. Last time they were in that position, it did take a lot more out of them than they probably initially thought. They're going to be eager to this chance shut it down with a little bit more cohesion, with a little bit more confidence. Put themselves in another very one-sided position here.
Could be card. Oh, it will be card. CK Zhao isn't aware of the fact that there's a little gap in that smoke. He'll come back for a little bit more. Almost a freebie, and it might be another one. There it is. Card. Absolutely incredible.
Had his fair share of struggles on that last map there, but again, that confidence that we talked about was a big difference maker. And now on Nuke, much more available for connections. Kills. LH sideline, that's not going to matter too much at all. Finishing blow offered up.
Once again, nothing going wrong here in MIBR. Where's that leave Adalia Amigos? They've tried a couple of different options, none of which have been very effective. Set things up, slowed things down. I mean, fast upper hit is kind of maybe the only thing that I haven't seen from them this half. They did that one round, but Stormzen made sure that wasn't effective. That audio cue just given away. I think that VRN should have been able to hear that from back of garage. When Doboni dropped off of the rail there. Not that that's going to matter anymore, as they scale towards Mini instead. Oh, the three-man lineup for BRN. CK Zhao, he's the last surviving member, as BRN floods the feed. It is 10-2. If 9-3 wasn't enough, 10-2, I mean, they'll do one better.
The CT side there as well. Being able to dominate here on Nuke. Looks like they just, as you said, ran out of ideas. Tried some faster plays. Those didn't quite work. And it was all the effectiveness of MIBR and their individuals. Everyone doing their job so effectively. For BR in that last round, you can see how great he was at getting those multi-kills, playing elusive. Sometimes it was Stormzen buying time, allowing for rotations to be revolved. I mean, I would say maybe the only weakness there was Renanzen, who started out with the FAMAS flub to start the half that didn't even really matter all that much.
Funky time to take attack, isn't it? And maybe not. You know, I say that looking at it on its face, but when you're in my BR Academy and these leads have been your biggest downfall, actually, maybe it's the perfect time to double, triple check, talk over precisely what you want to do and how you want to execute it on a pistol round that, you know, for you shouldn't be that meaningful, win or lose. A win, you know, very meaningful, but lose, not that big a deal. Movement. Get across. It's swift and quick that they get up in their face. Kason falls, and Showtime will get one on the fade. As Fasten returns on scene, it is the upper bomb site that they move into. MLH then Showtime. It should be dead here as the cutoff comes through for Card, but he goes down. Complex in this round. Adalia Amigos not out and now in the lead. It almost was Delboni for 2. Denied.
Is the bomb done in hell? That's what it appears.
Uh-oh.
Fascine should know without a sound cue. I guess he could have silently dropped, but Fascine walking forward thought he had the bomb. Now you have a really easy fight, but MLH wins it outright. MLH, a known target, known location, waits for Fascine to make the next move. I thought for sure the Dill Berettas would win that out, but MLH just too sharp on the shot.
And I'm going to be honest with you, once he gets the confirmation of that position, you almost want to see him just make MLH come to him. But wants to get into the duel, and I think that's also very understandable.
I wonder, how much he knew. He had to have known bomb was in hell, but he continues to walk all the way. Interesting.
Does he know bomb is in hell? You're right. The fact that he goes up there at all.
Right.
But he didn't go up ladder, so... yeah, he had to know.
Had to know. Either way, MLH, more of that individual impact that we know he can bring to the table. These rounds have been a little bit trialing for them, though. And that's exactly why shots like that from Delboni to open things up. It's great on location. Oh my goodness. Target strike. And they all strike in unison. 3 kills in the outer yard, 1 in return for the CT side. Cues up the lobby aggression, as you do. Just gonna put up to the task. Renan's in. Oh, he's actually playing on top. I thought he was in ramp room. He's actually on top of the roof right now. Ooh, and there's a freebie. And a second low HP, and almost a third. Oh boy, Fascine. Putting this one into the realms of possibility. Renan's in the only healthy HP bar, and CK's house picked up a rifle.
He's got the armor to work with it, too. 20 seconds. There's not time for this. Card's still
panic.
Playing a very dangerous game, trying to clear this out. A great decision on the plant, but it's the high health player who goes down first. Now Card left to clutch, 100 HP to 12. And even though he gets the jump, it is the HP difference that makes it for CK Zhao's 1v2.
It's 2v4. MIBR Academy fall into their old ways right there again from the last map, where we watched it pulled all the way back from a pistol victory in a position you could dream of. This one's even better. It's a 2v4. I feel like this team lacks a deep understanding here of the vulnerability here. And again, it's a roster full of young players. They're going to make these sort of mistakes. It's so much to grow from. But walking in with your knife out there trying to re-clear lobby, Renanson had no information on the top of T roof. So there's absolutely no clue what is happening in lobby at all. And they're turning the corner with the knife out. Oh, okay.
They'll get down. Then drop successful. Showtime gonna be arrived on scene. MLH's in the cutoff, but get the bomb drop. No, they'll get the numbers punched in. All the same. Showtime's cleared him out. It's just these two guys that are ramp side that are left. Card rotating back towards door. I mean, this round is done. Bomb getting defused. Old Saint second there since Bassin the only one without a kit. A little bit of a confusing one in the last round, but the goal clear of that round. At least get the bomb plant. Hope you can transition that into a win.
Not quite able to make that happen. Still finding themselves in hot water here as MIBR Academy. The unfortunate understanding for them is that this is going to have to be the hard way. close out this map. MLH trying to make moves here. In front of the smoke. Not gonna happen.
Left with a disadvantage. Another hefty lead. I mean, make a mental note of where this starts, right? 11 rounds to 2. That's what MIBR Academy had to work with. Still do. You know, speaking maybe past tense, unfair at this stage, but whatever it is, MIBR unlikely to push this one to 12 in this round. Nice find. Nanzen allowed no escape, no solace. Just gonna get Storms in to save this gun? There's 18 seconds left. Bomb's going down B, but time's still here. Can't afford not to die. Really can't afford not to die. Okay.
Okay. Buzzer. Make it a show. Closed out upon. Now, I mean, as you said, you know, scary position for MIBR Academy to be in because it's going to feel so familiar, but still got a firm lead. Still looks like they have MLH, who, with a gun out once again and a little more teammates involved around him, going to have more availability, but Carr just eats shots. Couldn't escape the flashbang right there. Perfect popper, but he didn't even move. He froze.
I think he might have been slightly blocked by a teammate.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, well, maybe a teammate or a wall that didn't like quite anticipate there.
Right.
But MLH can't close out towards the outer yard. Double opener here for the CT side. He's desperate for a move back in return. Stormson spotted.
And removed. I hate to approach this with such a defeat, but after the last week we've watched this MIBR Academy team, it just feels like these positions that should be the best of times for your team are the opposite. The most difficult, the worst of moments. I'm curious, right? On the CT side of Mirage, we really talked about the weakness being that MIBR Academy playing a lot not to lose rather than to win. But on the T side of a Nuke, you're really forced to make those active calls. You can't be passive. You know, if Adali Amigos still continue giving fights like they did this round, maybe you can, but I'll be curious to see where MIBR Academy lead is.
Yeah, trying to get set up here. You're putting all of your pieces up front right now. MLH, I mean, in this attempt, trying to open things up. Card with his ramp up presence, trying to open things up. And as things kind of get shut down, where's the confidence lean in? Where's the mindset at? Gonna be able to build some coordination on these opening attempts here, as opposed to trying to just trust MLH in the outer yard to open, or try and get a pick.
Yeah.
Things off, right? I mean,
I think the setup, the goal of that for MIBR was, you know, lean more on card and MLH chasing after that loss more than anything. And I'm right there with you.
Got one down the vents and one kill on A. Should be a little bit more comforting here. They collected on a couple opportunities. Renanzen jumps out of the corner. There's some chaos thrown in right now. They're trying to wait for MLH, who's in heaven. It's in heaven. They shouldn't anticipate this.
I mean, they got no clue.
What? Oh no. Oh no. Pulled a Nico.
Yeah.
He pulled a Nico right there, big time. Deagle flank is disaster. And now it's gonna live in your mind.
All I gotta say is a real good thing we don't have face cams and it's the Swiss stage. It's a real good thing we weren't on his POV.
And it's a great thing that yeah, we don't have face cams there. We don't. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's a great thing for Adali Amigos. MIBR Academy. That was the ticket right there. Catch it by surprise. Off foot for a second, but not able to complete the mission.
Well, the team, as you've highlighted, that is so experienced in Adali Amigos, when you show a little bit of that capability to start to falter, this is a team that will eat that up. It's a team that will take that and then understand that they can believe no matter what the score is, no matter what the numbers up top say, they know they are still in. Lost though early. With Del Boni going down. On the smoke, it's right into Kaysen's off. Now Showtime. How about a classic moment here from Train? It's not quite that. But it is the equalizer. 3-on-3. Arriving on scene is the CT form of Fasten. I like this move. They didn't clear this. They didn't clear this at all. And now as they try to fall back in, Card meets his demise, seen in the smoke, and out of the round is BRN. They'll just sit on this, defuse Renanzen on A. Cole. I want you to use that award-winning nose of yours. Do you smell it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I smelled it a couple rounds ago, I can't lie. When you lose in the same fashion, the same way that the comeback was pulled together and should have been accomplished by Adali Amigos just a half ago, you're in a similar position once again. This time I would say even easier for Adali Amigos to pull this one off on the CT side of Nuke. You're running up on pretty devastating like Deagle whiffs that I can kind of forgive because sometimes it's a hard angle. If Nico whiffs it, yeah, MLH can whiff it. But
well, that's a way harder angle than what Nico whiffed too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, small details that will haunt you though. And either way, a whiff is a whiff, so it's more so the mindset of MLH and what he's in. Maybe a hit of confidence. And lose again after winning the second half pistol with such a dominant lead. Like it's definitely sensing that this is wearing on the mental of the Academy squad.
Well, how about an A exec? Give it a go. Good flashbang, but the spacing is super far off. Renanzen is way ahead of his teammate. Good flashbangs, I think, for Adali Amigos is what lets that spacing get away. That being said, I don't know how that's been recovered. BRN, the huge talking point for it. He might go down here too. Oh, and he is. HP low for Card. Storms in now in the clutch.
We've already got that lower rotate. Fortunately for the Academy squad, it is the AWP. Down and towards the slower side. He's running through. Tucked in towards the slower site. How diligent are you on the clear? Low HP. Oh, he's got a Tech 9, man. He's got a Tech 9. Of course he does. Storms in. Barrel spotted. Not cleared. Tap away. I thought he saw Storms in. He does look like he realizes. He's shaky, though. But he steadies himself just in time. Storms in. Not going to be given the chance. Adali Amigos overcome the scary execute. as you said, very separated. As MLH runs through the molly, the rest of his team is left outside of it.
I mean, those are the breakdowns in communication that you've been talking about nonstop, right? It's just a unaligned vision for MIBR Academy. Not everybody understanding what they're meant to be doing, whether that's MLH making the mistake or the rest of his team not being able to follow up. Dali Amigos make it hard with good utility, good counter flashes as well. I think that's why they were so separated on the mini side of that play. But when you're talking about, you know, MLH and getting support through Hut, you know, where is that? Got to be a better execution for MIBR. And then, honestly, I go from massive move for Kaysen to worst possible position for the op into, oh, he's got the Tech 9, it's fine. A little roller coaster of emotions in my mind. MIBR set their sights on the lower side, don't even get a bomb plan out of it. And a tech pause. Who I do not know, but more time to stew in this whole mess that MIBR Academy are currently in. And all of that to say they still lead by 3.
I know for them it probably doesn't feel like it. It feels like their backs against the wall. They're just, it's so fresh in their mind. Not only because we had the, you know, I guess if you're MIBR Academy or a fan of them, we had the unfortunate situation there that happened on the match versus Swingers on Ancient. A couple of overtimes of 3 chances to win on Ancient throughout those 3 overtimes. Never quite capitalized on. And then it led to a 2-0. They get the tough map victory on Mirage despite it being an overtime affair. But there was just no easy way to close out for MIBR Academy, it feels like.
Nope.
Everything has to be done the hard way for this team. And even a second half pistol that, and then a 2v4 where things start to collapse. That's where it all comes crumbling down. This is the round right here. Shout out to production for this one. CK Zhao closing out that round. And that is where things just get drastic. Where things get desperate. And you can see it from the very first round where MLH tries to make these opening moves. Cards tries to get these opening moves.
And another
they're
advantage
still up
like
so heavily.
Got an unknown flank in heaven. Should be a guaranteed one. And even if you don't get that one, you just hope you can take contact, you know, Hut and door.
They were so ready to collapse in on them off the back of that flank.
Yeah. 100%. And as I was saying, I don't think it gets easier here for MIBR Academy. As Renan's handling some business here. He's got the tech issue. It's going to be a couple of minutes. So we're going to head off to a short break. And when we return, we get to see if MIBR Academy can find a way to close. It's been their hardest thing to find yet. We'll see when we return. Right back into the mix as MIBR Academy handling the tech difficulties that they were experiencing. There is other difficulties, and they're all inside the server, and that is all 5 Adalia Amigos players in their way. This game, 11-2, 7 rounds straight for the comeback story, and time doing a ton of damage there. Won't eventually get the kill, but he sticks around. Might be our Academy, though, not going to scale up the back of that in its entirety, at least not down towards the lower side. Bomb's still ramp bound, and MIBR. It's a crucial early position of strength. Get Adalia Amigos off of ramp control. Force them down onto the lower bomb site, and now they can set their sights elsewhere. Not the best of buys.
Not quite. Trying to reshuffle. Tossing things every which way. Staying elusive here, trying to be surprising to the CT side. They've got a pretty surprising amount of rotates down and towards this lower side, though.
That ramp control, man. So much effectiveness off the back of the... What? Holy hell! Jason. Now just gets caught. Should be just the one for passing, and well, they've got it. They've got 12. I mean, a big tactical difference in this round for MIBR. They absolutely work towards getting ramp control early, and then they move elsewhere. And that is the ticket. Makes it so much easier for them to have success anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, it comes after a massive tech pause as well. Just sucks all the life out of this comeback effort from Adalia Amigos and MIBR Academy. Win themselves another round. A lot of hard work in that comeback effort there.
As much as, you know, we've talked about MIBR struggles, what if it is a comeback only to be a loss twice for Adalia Amigos? Do we turn our attention to them?
Yeah, maybe a tough result there. That last map. This one I'd be a little more forgiving with the tech pause, but
Right.
yeah, it would be a bit of a frustrating way to get eliminated now. They don't ring the funeral bells just yet. They still have a little bit of fight in them. Find themselves a opening op kill and bring themselves into a nice 4v5 here. We're still casing AWP is going to be involved in the future.
You're gonna walk right into it. I mean, I was about to, provide some criticism for just the jiggle there, but it works out. He still gets another before going down, though.
Guard strikes as well. Still have a lurking player in the outer yard, but MLH turns on to Fascine. Not able to get into post plants just yet, and it's so far removed from Renanzen. Oh, and he's running.
Oh, and they know. Now they should be able to stick.
Absolutely. He goes for double doors, double swing. Staying alive there. And it finds a kill. What's it in? Oh, that HE gonna do it, but no way! Before it can explode! CK Zhao sidelined Renanzen with a second of breath. Gets the round victory and closes it out. MIBR Academy avoid disaster twice in these comeback efforts. And as soon as that tech pause comes out, Adali Amigo cannot continue their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, truly devastating, to be honest. Adali Amigos, they almost deserve to make that comeback. It is just a bit of an interruption there, unfortunate as it is. That, I mean, I think really helps MIBR Academy reset a bit of the mental, right? Like, you just get a few minutes to sit and wait. That can be helpful for you, no doubt about it. And exciting roster that we talked about with a lot of upside here, that is able to stay alive, stave off elimination.
Yeah, huge. I mean, this was just something that they couldn't quite do in regulation and the side of, or rather in the Swiss stage earlier. They were playing up against Swingers. They couldn't close out. They were struggling in that department. It almost happens twice, but big victory in getting it across the line here versus Adali Amigos. Didn't make their lives all that easy with these comeback efforts, but you can imagine that amount of time here, that amount of pause, it allows for the mentals to refresh. Makes it feel like you start from 0-0 after you back in and everyone gets involved, and they will put themselves one step closer and then also eliminate Adult Amigos. We'll say goodbye to this roster here, who fought valiantly all the way through here, but 3 close maps of Counter-Strike eventually capitalized on by the side of MIBR Academy.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest with you, Adali Amigos, probably not looking to make changes just based on this tournament, but I will say this tournament has been a bit of a struggle for them. Like, a lot of their biggest assets hadn't been showing up in some of these games, and as much as it's a big surprise to see them eliminated 1-3, that is something they're gonna have to work on a little bit, is to find a bit more consistency from their stars. Look towards Fasten. Talked about Kaysen, who actually had a phenomenal map 3 there, but really struggled in map number 1 and map number 2, but Fasten as well, sometimes been a missing piece, and I don't think they can afford to do that. With that being said, MIBR Academy, as you said, move along. So we're gonna get quickly over into our next best of 3. So a break ahead of that before we get into Dusty Roots and Bounty Hunters coming up after the break.
Hello everybody and welcome on back here. We just finished out a absolute barn burner of a last series and now we carry things forward into our next. It's going to be Dusty Roots. It's going to be Bounty Hunters battling it up against each other here. We got Dusty Roots again, which is a team I haven't seen in quite some time, but obviously a team that's been, still able to do a decent bit of damage here versus a Bounty Hunters roster that we've been able to see recently. A roster that is, a lot of different opportunities at redemption here, a big shot. We'll take a look and zoom in at Dusty Roots and what they've been able to do. I feel like last year it was a pretty impressive run that these rosters were made. Still a very, young team here for some of the individuals that are definitely looking the most exciting. You got a very talented max score here who can do a lot of damage, and you want to see this roster continue to keep up the pace.
Yeah, you definitely do. I feel like this is a team that had some good upsets last year, and had a core that stuck together, right? 3 to 5, max score definitely the highlight, but Tommy Jed and 1962, the more experienced pieces of this team. I mean, Tommy is a guy that I feel like I've seen him in just about every notable, maybe second best Argentinian team, but two new faces in Fraguti and Toto as well to this team. Toto I've seen quite a bit, but Fraguti I haven't had the privilege of getting to watch. This is the first time at this level for him. So as we talk about their opposition, I think the Dusty Roots come into this probably as the underdogs, and it's important to keep that in mind as we look at their Bounty Hunters opposition, man. And it feels like this team hasn't met a challenge that they aren't willing to really force forward and give it a go.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a roster with a lot of damage. Can do so much here. Has built up a lot of potential. And I feel like has been able to target some talent that is super effective here in terms of their capability, their output versus, where they were in the scene. That they really look to revive a couple of these guys' careers and get them back into the high-level South American Counter-Strike that we know that they can bring to the table here. That's what Bounty Hunters has been doing all the way through. That being said, should be hopping into the Vetos here really quickly to see how things are going to shape up in terms of the map pool here and see what these two teams are going to be rolling out of the gates. For me, I think we're definitely going to be seeing a little bit of D2 in the action here, whether that's a decider or a pick. But Nuke out of the gates for Dusty Roots, which makes me think this team is very early on looking to put the pressure on a punish pick here for Bounty Hunters, a map that they really haven't been able to master all that much versus tough competition. They've struggled quite a bit, taking on a lot of good Nuke teams, to be fair to them, but the most recent result is a victory.
Yeah, I have thoughts and opinions about that. I don't think it's near the punish pick that Dusty Roots might be hoping it is. But I don't have an issue with Dusty Roots trying to find a bit of a punish. I think, as I was alluding to, it's an uphill battle to begin with for Dusty Roots. The fact that they're sitting at 2-1 is honestly a testament to them being able to punch up and find some of these wins. But Dust 2, man, it's just such a home map for Bounty Hunters. They break off wins against some of the best competition, seriously. It's one where they actually arrived onto the scene in the middle of last year, finding wins on Dust 2, and it's never stopped, even though it's a very different roster than it was then. And honestly, on paper, a lot less hard firepower. That's not meant to be a disrespectful thing. That's meant to be where they had at the time, it was Puria, who's been picked up by Fluxo. They had some of these heavy hitters here. They've had to go a little bit deeper, I think, and they found heavy hitters out of nowhere. In my mind, with somebody like Bernino, who I didn't have crazy expectations of, but he showed up in their run to the semifinal in the last series in South America. So lots to love about what Bounty Hunters have to bring. That Ancient as a decider, though, it definitely gives me faith for Bounty Hunters, because I feel like, even if Nuke goes wrong, they're still in a position to win this series. And that is a nice thing to have when you've lost all but one of your Nuke games coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I think, like you said, there's still a lot of opportunity for them to show up on Nuke. Obviously, when you consistently get beat by the greats, the best of the region, and there's a lot of good Nuke teams in South America, it means, if you're consistently battling up against those rosters, you're going to have some struggles. You're going to have a tough win rate. But as I highlighted, most recently it was a victory that they were able to spin in the right direction. And all of this started off rolling through from the side, initially from the side of a victory in that last run that they made in CCT, where they made it into third and fourth place there into the semifinals. And that was a big deal for Bounty Hunters. That was kind of what I would imagine is a momentum building run that they can now look to take charge in another CCT, but they still have to make it into playoffs. And Dusty Roots is a team that's always willing to gatekeep rosters from locking in a playoff position. So, a best of 3 for both these teams away from getting to that department, but both these rosters so capable of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Dusty Roots have already started to do that. It's a tight win, 3 maps over Swingers. I think Swingers are a team that I would have considered the advantage team going into a series against Dusty Roots personally. I think Yuwara, that's one where, that's more of an even footing. But even that, right? Like Dusty Roots playing a little bit of a spoiler in a long series. The only time they've been beaten handedly is against Team Solid, who have already qualified for playoffs. So I'm right there with you. Dusty Roots play a very respectable game. It's one that they've been able to get behind, and not to mention the fact that it's a classic team setup, right? Thomas Jett is just 22, but he's been playing since 2019. So even at that still relatively young age, he's got a ton of experience. In 1962, I mean, he's attended various like tier 1 events as well back in the day. 2018, 2019 type of time. So with a guy like MaxScore on this roster, there's always going to be a threat, I think, for Dusty Roots to step up. And well, they've done that a couple of times over. The question mark for me is always, as kind of has shown, how will Bounty Hunters play out?
Yeah. I mean, that's the big deal here. Can they show up with the run that they consistently upset teams in playoffs, or is it going to be maybe back more to reality here, where this team struggles versus some competition in the mix? I think Dusty Roots certainly capable of coming up with a game plan that's going to force them to struggle. I think that's going to be one of their biggest assets. And as you said, there wasn't some massive shakeup in the offseason here for this team, so they still have a pretty good identity, a pretty good core that they can lean on here, especially with MaxScore. Speaking of it, with what he can do for this roster, if he has one of those takeover games, I think that they can be all the more elevated for success. But I feel like this is a team that can again make a deep run, and then you're kind of in the conversation here for Bounty Hunters of whether or not they even have to play in these Swiss stages. If they can consistently make a semifinal, if they can maybe elevate it to a finals victory as well, or something along those lines. Like, do they even need at that point these Swiss stages, or are they going to be more of a team frequenting the invite stage?
Yeah, I mean, they got the ability to have an invite or two, I think, towards the end of last season. As we look towards the game, they had those, but I'm going to be real, just very honest. Those were more of a fact that there was a lot of teams out and about. The top teams in the region weren't available, and so they got the shout instead. I think there's still a little bit of a step behind that, but I think you're right. Another semifinal changed that entirely. For me, the biggest question though is are we going to see the consistent step up from guys like, I mentioned Bernino, but I think you also have to mention Kaiser and Zoc. Both of all 3 of those guys, I think, generally not the stars of this team, and yet they were stars last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to step up once again here. We got a great crossfire on the pistol rounds. Turtle on the flank, looking to wrap this thing up. Gonna be closed out by Myron. He will be able to comfortably lock in a victory. Yeah, interesting prospect here for the side of Bounty Hunters. It was a big elevation from the playoffs. It's one of those situations where you see a team in playoffs operating at everyone in peak performance, I feel like. And maybe that is what this roster has at their availability. Obviously, on teams in the past, these guys weren't necessarily like massive stars. The Turtle in that boat there, back in the day, has had a little bit of a slide, as I've talked about pretty often. He can revive himself with a big impact here, but Turtle knocked out in this round. Not going to be able to get much going here. They're going to scale quickly. This is so much map control right now for the T side. They're already down lower.
Yeah, Marin though, it's nice that he's cleared out Tommy at the very least. Get max score to get the plant though. Bounty Hunter's in a good position. This is not unwinnable for them. Not a ton of utility to break this open though, and that's the biggest problem, the most difficult thing to find solutions for, and it's max score. We talked about him, and there he goes. 2 frags down low, Bernino. Round is done as he will slide out for a save. Dusty Roots just find an opening pick in main and dumpster their way down onto the B-bomb site.
I completely wash. It all starts off with the opening pick coming through from, you know, onto Turtle right there. She falls and gets caught surprised, and then also they scale instead of running in towards, you know, running in towards Secret with the whole squad. They have one player distracting the ramp player to go and cover off Hell, and so they meet no resistance. And anytime you get into that lower bomb site, you got a post plant. It just feels that T side is so favorable, so much advantage. We definitely got that example.
Especially when there's no utility for Bounty Hunters to get back in. They had 1 flash for that retake total. Love that, though, from Mayern. And this is what we expect. Honestly, Mayern, I think the real star of this roster that we didn't actually get to see last CCT. But a massive double, 2-piece. And now Kaiser presses on the other side of that extremity. Upgrade AK. Bounty Hunters not done with the back and forth of these 4 spies yet. They got one of their own.
Turtle gets his revenge as well. Big pickup. And Myron closes it off with a 3K with his rifle with those A1Ss, so it gets right back in their hands. In fact, they even upgrade onto AKs for their troubles.
You know, it's not really better, but it almost feels like that's better than the easy anti-4 spy win into the gun round now. Can't plan for that. That's not ever the plan, but you look at these results and how can you argue?
Certainly take the victory right there. Still got firepower, still got a Galil in play here for side, so the 4 spy wars will continue, of course. Not gonna make it that easy. Side of Bounty Hunters. Only to concede it just yet. Some utility tossed in towards Mini to make sure to shroud the vision. I think he's been spotted on that ramp side, so yeah, forced to fall out. Zoc can't even put up the resistance. He's got to give that space over fairly quickly.
I do like that boost, though. You know, Kaiser's got to rotate, and he wants Benigno to be available to rotate quickly as well to provide support should it be necessary, but, you know, still maintain a threat up on the upper side without having to be committed. That's what that elevated position means, and can provide the support as well if the wrap comes in, and that's what it is. Dusty Roots gonna wrap themselves into the A-bomb site. Turtle handling business. Mayern now drops. Still got that support from Bernino, and he doesn't quite need it. Well done from Bounty Hunters. Such a clean round, and not from a, you know, from a actually great setup from Dusty Roots. Like, they put themselves in a good position, but Bounty Hunters never flustered about those gaps. They just provide, you know, they have the next steps mapped out in their heads to provide coverage for them. So as the gaps open, they fill them in.
That sort of availability and quick reaction is a lesson that you can learn there from the CT side after getting your third round force buy rewarded. Zuck this time, not gonna fall off. He's gonna hold his ground. And he's got that recovery, that extra health coming through just in time.
Yeah. And he got it.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't matter that nobody gets the kill. That plan is worth its weight in gold. True revelation, though, for bounty hunters, I think, for me, Cole. And this is a team that we got the privilege to watch a lot in, us getting to cast a lot of the playoffs last time around. I think that the biggest revelation is Kaiser as the leader. Showtime was on this team previously, and I didn't think Showtime was doing a bad job. I think I mentioned that, in the Amigos game, right at the beginning. But it certainly didn't look like it was amazing either. So they cut him, and I wondered where they would go, and I was really surprised to see Kaiser take up the mantle when, I already think that he respectfully had enough to worry about with regard to, consistently being the op player that he wants to be. But I've been so impressed with how Kaiser has looked good in this role.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that I've been following for a little bit, and he definitely impresses. Like, he's got a lot of potential. From now, like, a leadership perspective, it adds an extra interesting element to his game.
Honestly, I like his opping better now than I did previously.
Gives him a whole new element here. He can call for himself. Kaiser go kill.
I mean, it does, oversimplified, obviously, but it does seem like that. He does position himself very, in some important positions and key moments, and wow. Oh, a little 180. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that avenue continues to build for both him and this team.
Only 18 seconds left. You have to fight for this ground all through the round. At 1962, not going to really make any further efforts. But yeah, I mean, he's not been really in like a pretty high level of. I wouldn't say he's really been in a high level of CS for all that long either. Like he's been in La Ruginetto, where he initially made a lot of moves and made some big splashes in the scene, for me at least. And that's where I got introduced to him, and then he switches into an IGL role with this roster.
Well, not even initially in that role for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I had to, like, by necessity, kind of transition into that position, and that adds a whole extra element to his game there. That it was, necessary, and he's been good with it.
He's the only piece from the original version of this team, I believe. The original core that really made moves in 2024. So the transition back to talking about this game specifically, Dusty Roots. I'm a little concerned at how much they struggled to even fight back in that last round. Constant pressure being applied by Marin, and it's another double kill for Nino. Will go down after just the single. And the Glock, not the weapon that you want to be holding. Bounty Hunters demanding respect right now, like they are the favorites that we discussed.
especially doing it on Nuke here. So this could be the opportunity for Dusty Roots to put the pressure on, but it does mean you have to start off on that T side. When they got that second round, I was fully convinced they were gonna show us what they had prepared. So far, quite available at the moment. Not just yet, at least. Man. The smoke, no, rather top ropes. So shots coming down from above.
I like this pace though from Dusty Roots. They get somebody into secret at a minute 30 in the round. They aren't gonna, move off the back of that. In fact, they don't even commit the secret, fall back into red. But that possibility has caused both, not just one, but two rotates for bounty hunters. Both Zoc and Bernino now respecting the lower hit from secret.
Them some space here to work through ramp. Very diligent, some with the utility to back it up as well. See what they're rewarded with here. Again, time is going to be of essence, and the decision to go down and towards that lower side still doesn't look like they're fully sure of where the end goal is. 20 seconds left. There's still two players ready to offer up resistance down and towards that lower side, so hey, this much. Good luck getting past the duo, as the lineup is perfect. Zoc will knock down two. The roster gets where they need to be in time. As assistance available from Turtle. He will fall, but the round is already done. And in fact, Veto going to be in a position where he could die after time. He's not careful. He might be safe here. No, it's going to be a chase down here. Kaiser will close it off, and you get no money for this round. 650 to his name. And a round lost.
Yeah, that's devastating. Dusty Roots, from a round that they set up so nicely, they had everything they wanted. Two rotates down onto B. Bounty Hunters full give on the ramp, and because of that, it's a lot more tentative A hold, but Bernino returns to A very quickly. By the time Dusty Roots make their move, there is so much available down on B. Force buy back in around this. They didn't have the... Ironically enough, they really didn't have the ability to save this round all that effectively. With the full loss bonus and one guy's money absolutely screwed, you'll take that.
News is here for Dusty Roots is at least they have themselves a 4v5. It's been rare to see these advantages or the CT aggression get punished without response from bounty hunters. Still not any re-aggression queued up here for...
Crucially, bounty hunters have not actually lost any important map control. Only now, the smoke's going to complicate things. Toto, he's got no armor there, unfortunately. Max Court, escape made only to get the other end of Zoc's M4. I think that 4v5 was a little bit of a trap, actually, for Dusty Roots. Because bounty hunters, they still had every important piece of map control. Still had yard, knew nobody was secret, nobody's ramp. And at, 30 seconds, Dusty Roots start timing themselves out again.
Exactly right there. Themselves out in a big way. Lacking that control of the map. And again, that lack of armor there is going to hurt a lot. Ooh, smoke spam kills from Bernino going to be even worse, sir. Whatever you had set up for this round, not gonna happen.
My concerns are back. Because I don't think Dusty Roots, outside of, you know, that one round they won, I don't think they've ever even gotten the chance to execute their game plan yet. Bounty Hunters have tossed a lot of different looks at him, but overall a very aggressive Bounty Hunters has made it difficult for Dusty Roots to even start this conversation.
I mean, they're definitely right there. I mean, it has been just complete and utter dominance when it comes down to Bounty Hunters and denying any room to breathe. It's going to be a problem that they have to solve ASAP here. On the side of Dusty Roots, maybe not going to be really given the time to solve it here on this map if they can't start with a couple of T rounds. Have some stability in your defense. This doesn't quite seem like the opportunity they thought it was when they picked into it initially. MaxCore, though, able to offer up a little bit of resistance with an opening duel like that.
Finally get your best player on the server in the mix with the IWP. But this looks so favorable for Zoc, to be honest. 2 kills, 3 actually for Zoc, and meets Bernino as well. This is what I mean when Bounty Hunters can lean on so many more pieces than I thought was possible when I first saw this lineup. Zoc with an incredible 3K spray.
Just no life left. I mean, yeah, it's just more of the same here for this roster. As you see what they can do, you see what they're capable of. They just make it look so severe.
Nobody's died more than 4 times, and it's round 11.
Everyone holds up in these positions and these difficult to deal with spots to play out, and it's so efficient coming through from the side of Zoc right there. But when we talked about their playoff run, it was everyone involved, everyone having big moments like that. Still the Swiss stage, but you're seeing a glimmer of that versus a very tough team, what should be a playoff team here, and Dusty Roots rather, but the aggression doesn't stop there. It continues over and over again.
As we got a lot of targets, not a lot of confirmations of where those targets are located right now. Guys are getting pressured by Tommy. Actually going to drop a defensive smoke. That's complicate matters. He drops down into the site with big win for Mayor. And now Tommy, he gets the 2. He's alone though, 1v3. But he's cut it down to a very winnable 1v1. Bomb dropped, but that smoke provides coverage so that he can grab it untouched. The fact that he's just sitting here at A is a big surprise. It gives Bernino the space to make a play. And now, where you knew Bernino's position before, he could be anywhere.
Not seeing that element of surprise here, Bernino. Here's a tap. Gonna catch him sidelined. Oh, can't capitalize. Goes for the repeat. He's, again, low on HP, so had to be quick on that. Otherwise, this one comes a missed opportunity. HEN takes even more damage, and eventually it will be finished. As Tommy's able to close it out. Scary fashion, requiring a big miss there coming through from Bernino, but that's only for your second round loss.
Yeah. I mean, Bruninho, that's not one that he'll want to remember here long term. Had all the time to line it up, but still missed the shot. But it does make it a lot more palatable when bounty hunters already have double digits in the first half. One gun round victory for Dusty Roots to start off Nuke. Their map pick is gonna have to be a dream CT side.
You have to do it up against what we'd highlighted here is everyone stepping up. It's not going to be an easy task. Against this pistol already, feeling the pressure, feeling the heat. Good positioning though from Tommy. He starts it off what he finished in that last half. Still being elusive, still remaining a problem in the outer yard. Not allowing for that mini split to come through. Sock still fighting forward. Kaiser steps in. Another 1v1. Wants to dive in towards that lower site. Maybe provide at least a bomb plant here, but now stuck in a long range duel. He'll win it with the Glock. Of course he will, and bounty hunters get the pistol to solidify things in the second half as well.
That might be the biggest IGL buff that I think Kaiser's actually grabbed. Feel like he's so reliable in the clutch right now. Put him in a 1v1, and I back him so often. Just a lot of good work playing off of one another, and then maximum confidence. When you're up 11-2, that'll happen. Fortunately, Dusty Roots' decision somewhat made for them. There's not room for a for save here. Oh my goodness, that was almost a Deagle Collat.
Just so fished there from Bruninho. Scary Deagles with the rest put aside. This one will be converted, capitalize with ease there. Force buy going to be punished, and it's going to be another force buy to try and bounce back to try and be revived here. More challenges faced on the side of Dusty Roots. Success story going to continue on the other side of things.
Looking for that chance to lock in the playoffs once again. And that is another thing about this Bounty Hunters team. They are hungry. So many of these pieces, it's about not being defined by, a failure in a previous team. Talking about Marin cut for Zoc on Bestia, and then they team up for what's been a really good-looking Bounty Hunters. Not that much later. Turtle trying to tell a different story than the way Audic ended.
Trying to show that they have a lot more to offer here. And it seems like the answer is clear. They do. Bounty Hunters setting their target. Another playoff run. And a map closer to getting into there. With a huge victory, a dominant victory on their opponent's map pick, man. They shut down Dusty Roots in every avenue.
I do feel like Dusty Roots were maybe a little bit too ambitious trying to pick into Nuke. The win rate doesn't look good. But as you mentioned, as soon as you saw Nuke come up, they have been playing some of the best teams on Nuke in this entire scene. Right? Like, Imperial are a good Nuke team. They've played Bestia 3 times. And they played Audic, who, that's not their best map, but it's certainly a middle ground for them. Like, all of that happening this year as well. That's not from back, before these roster changes. That is all recent results. And I think the Bounty Hunters, it is a matter of having the floor to fall back on, that you've had so many reps, but then everybody getting a triple kill every time they're tested, that is a recipe for utter success, and we saw that there.
Yeah, that certainly doesn't hurt. If you're a man down and your teammate steps up and finds a triple kill and then turns that advantage heavily in your favor, you're like, okay, maybe I do continue these aggressive moves. Maybe I go for another opening duel. And it just led to a very suffocating defense right there all the way through. So fantastic finish coming through from Bounty Hunters. They're a map up. They're a map closer to playoffs. But they still have to complete the mission there. They're heading into their map pick. We're going to get there after this short break. Stay tuned.
It just doesn't get easier here for Dusty Roots. A loss on their map pick leads into Dust 2. And Cole, there's one thing on my mind, and that is that, you know, if Nuke was what Dusty Roots prepped for, I just can't imagine what they're looking towards on Dust 2 after that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, as we've highlighted, Bounty Hunters have been able to use this map as a big factor in last time's playoff run here. And Dust 2, another one of those situations here where you're talking about a region in which there's a lot of very good Dust 2 teams in the mix. So it's not going to be an easy finish here by any means if you want to try and pull this reverse sweep up here. If you're on the side of Dusty Roots, you got to make it happen on a tricky map, and I think that's where we're going to see them really pull through some dominance. The good news is last time, and this was, you know, in the last series, they were able to take it close, and so we'll see if they can muster up some of that magic from last series and try and put the pressure on Bounty Hunters here for Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, last time Bounty Hunters played Dust 2 just yesterday, it was a quadruple overtime affair. It was 28-26. Do the math.
That's 6.
I'm not able to. Yeah.
You should know
so,
that at this point, but
yeah, I was hearing the after effects of that from our friend Tony. He was privileged to get to call that game.
But he loved that one.
He did, yeah, the entire time. In fact, I think he said, "I love Dust 2 so much that I want more." Afterward,
you know, I feel like Dust 2 is getting a bad rap here. It's been fun to watch. People are stuck in their old ways with their vision of this map. I think if you still think it's like Go Long Simulator, you know, I think it's evolved in the modern day here quite a bit. I think it's actually been a lot more fun to watch in that sense. It's
so funny actually talking to Mark yesterday. We were casting a Dust 2, and he brought up the same point, and I actually fully agree. I was a hater. You know, it's still not my favorite map. I don't like playing it, but watching it, you're absolutely right. You know, Valve also gets a bad rap with regard to the way they adjust maps, but the introduction of the cat box, unironically, such a massively good change.
It's so good for rotations. It makes things a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Shout out
so-
to Valve for that one. Not shout out to them for ruining my sweet Vertigo, but, you know,
yeah.
I'll
But
let
you
it
gotta
slide.
take the wins with the
Good bet,
losses.
though. Yeah, exactly. See you,
Great dodge. That flash maneuvered around by Mayern so beautifully.
Oh man, this is a scary start on the pistol already. Oh boy, everything they could ask for to open up this round. They just feast. Opening after opening at 1962, able to provide a little bit of coverage, but that is about it. That is a gut punch of a start there.
As a guy who struggled as well to kind of get into the mix on Nuke, that's at least a little bit more, but the rest of his team falls without too much resistance. In fact, no resistance whatsoever. Until he gets in the mix there. Dusty Roots are unfortunately saddled with the same type of losses early that they worked with on Nuke. A little bit of pace here into lower tons, though. They chew him up and spit him out. The force spite. Looking unlikely as the final 3 Dusty Roots members look to pressurize the cat control, but I mean, they fall back after the start to this round. It almost feels like, what's the point? It's just such a strong, devastating start to the round.
Similar end to the last round ended. One little cheeky exit kill there from 1962 and quick dismissal from the remainder of Bounty Hunters. They quickly shut that play down. Move on up to nice 2-0 start. Comfortable and cozy at the moment. I like that constant flicking of the knife right there. I still think it's a little bit weird that spectators can hear noise that... Oh my goodness. Spectators can hear noise that players can't hear.
I agree with you. I think that's actually a massive L for, like, the game. Oh, this might be a massive L of a round, actually. Dusty Roots don't have to do anything special. Bounty Hunters, you know, that first kill, fair enough, right? It's a nade into just a great headshot from Ferguti, but I mean, they just don't give any respect. I feel like they assumed there was some sort of miscommunication, that there was a lot of presence at long or something, but that was not the case. And they barely even check on the B site.
Yeah, a little lackadaisical there. Still forced to try and close it out there. And Sokka's recovering it quickly. One more shot. Score. Now a flank that misses out. Kaiser gonna go for the whole thing. Wants the finishing blow. Oh, and the swing for the win right there. Swing or be swung, says Kaiser, and he's not going to fall on the worst end of that.
Especially true when Max Core doesn't have any armor. And you got a Mac 10. Yeah, I mean, they literally didn't even check car. I don't know. That's a breakdown in communication for sure. But yeah, works out in the end. Bounty Hunter's not going to be too much worse off for it. And I tell you what's been a really important part of Bounty Hunter's success here: 7 wins straight on Dust 2. It's Kaiser and his ability to constantly pressure the mid fight. Like head to head versus other operas, I'd say he's like 50-50, but getting kills through the door or tagging players through the door, whether it's a scout or an op, he's got a crazy success rate.
Just getting that for free is so big, but that nice little freebie of an opening. Seeing that op in position, they're still very careful for Guti. Thinking he's safe there. Maybe he has the element of surprise with that op taking initial contact, but that's not the case there. He's not going to give up on the spam. That'll be rewarded with the pick back in return. Aaron caught off guard as well. Trying to cover off his bases towards middle. don't expect Sock to be peeking mid with the op. The thought process there for the CT side is probably that they're heading in towards long.
Oh my. Honestly, Zoc is just on the money, though, with some of these reads. He was prepared for Toto to go through that smoke. Still, valiant effort. Toto, situation on lock. 16 seconds for Bernino. He is saving. Real question is if he could get away. He should be. Dusty Roots, they don't have an economy to speak of, so 2 AKs and the op will be just enough. But a little bit of a lack of respect being shown in that first gun round. Back on the anti-eco as well for bounty hunters, and this is what I'm talking about. Just dry swing. Happens to be that max score is on the other side.
It's easy to fall into that trap, the lure that everything is going to be a little bit easy like it was in map 1. You'll have to bring in the diligence here. Crucially here for map 2. Pretty healthy lead though at the moment. Not going to be too concerned that round gets slipped by.
Well, concerned enough to call the tack on that one.
Yeah, and I think that's probably largely right off the back of what you were saying there, making sure that you show this team the respect they deserve. See another tag right there. Take half your HP, a little bit more than that. 3/4.
I genuinely think, that might sound like just a nothing point, but I genuinely think making Dusty Roots and just about every other team as well eventually just commit some piece of utility to getting themselves across to B is such an effective strategy that nobody's talking about for obvious reasons. There's very few offers that are doing that consistently, especially at this level.
Being able to do it with consistency is a big deal. Whether it's even like in the late round, having to respect B with, more pieces, more players involved, it usually can, get your rotates a little jumpy trying to help that low HP bar, or whether you or not you call for help early. So a lot of details that you have to work against when you land that opening tag, but when Turtle does fall towards middle, still got a man advantage that you can work off of and operate with. Who's out on the spam? See if they caught visual right there. I think they did. They entry on in, initially find the opening pick, or smoked as well, and a great shot from Bernino. Phenomenal work on inbound there. Myron trades it out from a 4v5 opening, punishing that B side, forcing a save.
When it's just what you talked about, right? 1962, he's low. It's so much more difficult, especially as the B anchor, to fight through, a flashbang. You're partially blinded, Molotov or nade, whatever it is. In this case, just an onslaught of bodies with good flashbangs to support. It's so much more difficult when you have half health. And he does a great job, does a lot of damage in this round. Sided 131, but doesn't save the round for Dusty Roots.
Terrorists win.
Next score to carry over an AWP for Guti with an M4.
This without that anchoring, you can see how easy that entry is, but also 1962 spamming his whole magazine straight to that smoke. 0 damage done, and very shortly after that move, they all just jump through, and he gets caught in transition in a big way. Very wise, quick, explosive maneuvering from side of bounty hunters, and that's what they remain doing, trying to walk through that smoke. What a trade from Dirtle. Just spamming straight down range and at least equalizes. Double aggression fire. He's been playing perfectly. I thought his position was maybe a little overexposed towards upper, but he's got some coverage and he's got a kill because of it.
Gotta be careful. Bernino's dueling with Toto on the B site. He has the bomb currently. Oh.
On me.
I guess just clearing the...
Yeah, he thought they were in the walls there. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, must have been clearing the close left there, or the far left, rather.
Like Platt, but...
Had to have.
Brutal. When it walk right there and couldn't ask for a free opportunity there for follow-up. Got a shot to pop off here. At least the op is around the corner. Max core, he elects. He lands a couple of shots, just a tag, and then the frag. But trade is instant. Bounty hunters continue to apply the pressure.
I mean, it is a trade game at the end of the day, and just phenomenal trading from bounty hunters across the board. Even in that difficult scenario, as you said, Zoc somehow gets that kill. You know, when Turtle goes down.
There's a up or something.
I guess so.
There's Max core and yeah, that's deep. I think they had a little battle there. No connections landed in between those two hoppers.
Such a strong position for Zoc.
Yeah, they sneak out towards middle. Tried this once with Turtle. He got punished by the AWP. Well, a little bit of shoulder spotted. Goes down to 2. The headshots landed, but the kill's not converted. 62 remaining elusive here on the B side, though. Could create a bit of panic that is overrun. Try to dance in between those smokes, and Zocus handling the aggression perfectly. Max Core's hero's op is almost certainly going to be hunted at this point.
I mean, and no armor makes that even more impossible when you get shot in the side and have to reposition the crosshair. Bounty hunters don't miss a single beat in that round. We're talking flawless shaping up on the T half.
Tag this time here from Kaiser. A lot of emphasis there, targeting this B side heavy. Oh my god, they're just putting so much pressure on this side of that. Perfect flashes from Myron. 1962 with his back against the wall, holds steady. But they are traded, and it's a B side. We know how these post plants can be so challenging, especially with Zoc once again elusive inside the smoke. Almost 2. But 1. And for Goody barely hanging on.
Oh, what a spam lineup, though. I mean, he doesn't get a lot of damage done or anything, but sure was close to the target. A massive amount of utility the bounty hunters had to work with. Bomb already halfway ticked, and that nade will do him in. No, Goody gets up ahead of it, but it's the spray from Bernino. It's so perfect. Phenomenal trades to get out there. Zoc honestly probably could have gotten 2, but 1 and most of the other is just good enough.
Just far too strong here on the B side execs, and you can see the flashes that they're tossing in initially are just unbelievably deadly. They've got the follow-up, they've got the ability to entry this bomb site. They've got such effective trades at the moment. And, you know, they've clearly set the game plan. Emphasis on pressuring this B side. That is evident from what we've seen so far, and the game plan is going according to plan.
Yeah, I mean, at Bounty Hunters, we've seen a lot from them. You know, they actually really favor the cat play. They like to set the tone with long presence first split. You know, it is more about the cat plays for them and more late mid to B moves. Very rarely are you going to see them execute like that more than a couple of times and a half towards B. have I seen this before?
He's gonna get his. It's rules. It's the law. He gets his one before trading. They broke the law.
Somebody get him. Somebody. Oh, can you arrest the bounty hunters? You know, the bounty hunters, they're hunting bounties.
It's true. Can't arrest the law. Someone helping the law, I guess. The law's on their side.
Yeah.
That's the big deal right there. And they're laying down the law. Here up against Dusty Roots. This is pretty impressive here because, again, I kind of consider out of the teams in this group stage so far, I usually consider Dusty Roots a roster that is capable of being a playoff team. Not only capable, but, you know, the team that can show up with some playoff damage. They oftentimes are able to offer up some upsets, but they can't fight the resistance right now the Bounty Hunters are providing.
I just think Bounty Hunters proven that they are the playoff teams. It's not that they can make the playoffs. It's that they are one of the playoff teams. You know, and honestly, that's probably a good distinction to make.
Oh my goodness, start all.
Oh, say oops.
That's ridiculous. Things just can't go wrong for him at the moment. Nothing but clean, crisp headshots. I'm yet to go down here. They're looking for an explosive move. They're looking for a big play. And Myron knows that. He's so experienced, so prepared. He's not going to let any of those explosive plays slide. He's not going to give him any hope back into that round. All the while you have a play on the other side of the map, thinking that they're going to save there. Hoping that they walk into his crosshair, but no, Myron will just feast both kills, keeping his teammate safe and in coverage.
What's so incredible on this map, I mean, Myron, very much the conversation point on Nuke, but Zoc has been lurking super effectively, multi-kills on pretty much every round where he's lurking. And then he's also getting like a triple kill to open up the A side as well at times. Like, I feel like his role in this team is a little bit wild, to be honest, and I'm here for it.
You're on catwalk already. They lose out in the long duel, but it's just such a quick reaction. Kaiser with the yacht, following it up with Bruninho. So wow, they're stuck behind the CT smoke. On top of the site for kills before they even plant the bomb. Zoc had the bomb. He just wants to frag. So does Kaiser running through the smoke there. A little bit of an overheat. Gotta be careful. Make sure that you shield around there, but they do just that. Even with the overextensions, they're just having fun at this point because, you know, what is there to be worried about right now? Nothing's going wrong. I mean, we said they had to respect them, but at this point you don't. At this point, yeah. You're just hitting, firing all cylinders, peeking them as soon as possible.
When Dusty Roots were commanding a little bit of respect, that's when you need to, you know, apply that respect.
When they got their one round.
Yeah,
and then the timeout was called. They respected them.
Yeah,
they did. In a little bit. They said, let's go for a couple B-side targets.
I told you, it's so constant. Kaiser is a menace.
Yeah, that he is. And now, the extra damage that was done. Let's go and hit 1962 again. Let's let Zoc walk out mid and get his 3. This time shut down.
Oh. Only shut down by the space bar, to be honest. Verguti is just spamming that thing.
Yeah.
He's like, toes. You can only get my toes.
Unfortunately for him, he's got 10 of those things, so a couple taken away, but it's gonna take a whole lot more than that to make him fall here.
Movement from Tommy. That'll help him out big time. Missed shot as well for Marin, who swapped over to the op. We'll see the Kaiser 1v4 attempt. And it's a little too much to ask. Dusty Roots will once again at least get 2. But that is not a lot and not enough, I'm going to go out on a limb and say.
Wasn't quite enough on the last map, we quickly learned. With you, I don't think it'll be enough this time around either. Serious damage done. Looking like bounty hunters eager to lock in a playoff position here for themselves. One step away.
Yeah. Test around should seal that. Dusty Roots though in defense. Smoke for bottom mid. They're gonna more methodically try and clear out lower tons. Ooh, don't want to go back for another one, surely. Kind of wants it though. Whether that is wise or not, we shall see. That play's coming. I mean, Ferguti has done a wonderful job of playing distraction. And it's a distraction that will lead to site held. The bomb plant here momentarily as Turtle and Kaiser go down.
Into a retake. Nino and Turtle, though, two excellent powerhouses trying to tear through 2v4. Gonna tap away there. There's a headshot. Turtle's instant. Still want to take some aggression here. Might be both of these players with armor. Might be a safe call, actually. Famosas have been a bit of a common move, and that's what they're gonna go for here instead.
That'll be just fine.
Terrorists win.
Are you okay with that? It's a round win, though. That's oh so necessary. All right.
A little bit longer there. Nicely done from 1962. He's eager for a little bit of second half resurgence from him for himself. Had some decent chances in that first half. Lots of targets on his bomb site, but wanted to put the damage down range here in the second half.
I mean, he did as good a job as anyone at all on the first half. You know, multi-kill a couple of times that he was able to pick up. Can't really look to him when you're given 1v4s, 1v5s very often as well. Good play incoming. Slow crawl. Well, poised to a little bit stiff resistance. Oh, that's nasty. Zoc will get his. Players left, and there's a lot of targets. Trying to work their way out, but Max Core and Tommy hit them both. Marinal still go back in for that, but blindsided.
Interesting. I'm not finished just yet. Still some more fight to do here. Dusty Roots get past the force by crucially. And dealing with the just around a second round conversion. Another story there. Get both of those. At least enable themselves to get closer to claw and back that deficit. Still a lot of work left to be done, but definitely a team that can hang in there in these tough clawbacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Nuke there was no real question because nobody was actually performing. Max Core was struggling, Tommy was struggling. But those are the two guys that you really have to look towards for Dusty Roots to You'll have some success. Now 1962 joining them in that as well. So very important individuals firing up.
Terrorists win.
And keeping it clean as well. 5 surviving after the anti-eco. Here's where the real test begins.
As soon as they get these guns out, that's going to be where the challenges start. Tags in reverse, though.
There you go.
Zoc given the treatment. X-Core able to connect on it. That's quite nice. A little bit of early damage there, a bonus on. Start off well. Now, I mean, you're in a pretty similar situation here. Aggressive out middle. Could be a bit surprising for the CT side. Are you ready for this amount of speed?
Oh!
Wow.
Targets towards B, that's a commonality. Seeing that turtle, he'd be up ahead of the smoke. Can he work his way back through it? Yes, absolutely. Get some supportive flashbangs as well before Max score trades. Marin, though, the good news is he's really only got to worry about the B-sided play, and only having to worry about one angle is just what he needed.
Max score didn't register it, but still gets a collection. Big pickup. Offering up some relief. 2v2. Still looking to join forces here. Max score spots out another. Iron's still going to be on an island here as both players kind of locations identified. They're waiting to strike there. 25 seconds left. Bring his attention, splitting it 2 ways. Every second that claws as more paranoia is setting in. Max core catches a back turn. And they survive in this round here, which is so monumental. Timeout instantly called here, as they had every tool at their disposal to get the job done. Considering the situation in which that round starts, Myron holds the line so effectively. Not quite enough.
I mean, he's done everything that you can ask of a B anchor in this moment, right? Your job is to, in so many ways, buy time, create the opportunity to get the rotate, but Max score is holding that forever. Smoke recycled, and so time eventually favoring Dusty Roots. An HP difference. Nino almost couldn't have an impact with where he was stuck. Another step forward. That was the first big test for Dusty Roots, and they passed with flying colors. Another big multi there for Max Corp. Flashbang, ineffective. Ineffective was Max Corp on that one. That flashbang a little bit more so. Renino duels, gets his one on the D, but more going to be a little bit more difficult. He really took his time with that one, but it pays off in a big way with an extra frag.
Absolutely. Take that one any day of the week. Get extra damage done. Once more, though. Silenced eventually. Dusty Roots on to 7th round. Continuing to count up some success at the moment. Dusty Roots not out of this series by any means just yet, with only 3 rounds now to close out on. Another big test with the gun rounds, but Max Court available 19 and 10 at the moment, so he's really bringing forward a lot of the impact. Does feel like Bounty Hunter's maybe a little bit more nervous to make aggressive duels, but Myron waits patiently for aggression, and he is so steady with his aim.
Bounty Hunters know how big a deal Dusty Roots getting early mid control was in the last gun round. They understand that that was a win condition for them. Max core, obviously so available. And so Mayern never gives it up like he did previously. Helps that Zoc not on the low HP, a point that we've been talking about. When you get some tags through, maybe need some more support onto the B side. Mayern doesn't have to provide that coverage. Instead, he's got his own job to do it mid. $35 is not a lot of time for this to go through, with Long needing to activate as well.
Like this utility is. Turtle out in the open, burning the whole way down. 100 to 0 in the flames. They need this long lurk to activate next. Max core, oh boy, he's able to step up. A little bit of impact here. That long lurk does find a frag. Can you get the bomb plant, or can you find the kill in time? In a quick turnaround, Myron falls. Desperate measures here for the side of Bounty Hunters cost them everything. Dusty Roots finding a way to win in the 2v5. Well, 2v4. Because Turtle burned to the ground.
I mean, they carpet bombed the entire Goose A-site combo. Like, that is insanity. Nino never gets to find that impact because for Goody, I mean, in all fairness, waits so long that I don't think Bernino is prepared for that. Served up another tag. So the outset of this round, already a difficult one with Bernino low as well. Spam through the long smoke.
Work some angles straight now desperately. Cat lurk though is going to be very nice here. Tommy's going to bring the attention his way. Allow for safe passage into the site. That's what they'll capitalize on. And 2-10 scoreline now, 10-9. Some massive moments here from Bounty Hunters as well, not quite capitalized, and from a half in which I felt like they didn't need to respect their opponents. They're starting to panic now, so what a great recovery. So quickly turned around from Dusty Roots.
They're doing more than panicking. They're not looking like themselves. This is a tag pause, actually, ironically enough. Bounty Hunters, their final tag pause. Dusty Roots haven't touched them. It's, that is the team that was down 10-2 who hasn't touched them. They are right about to tie this game up. Reason I'm saying, though, that Bounty Hunters don't even look like themselves is that, you know, they love to play aggressive off cat. They love to get up mid early. That is usually the game plan, especially if they're not full taking long. But you know, they've kind of given up on that without ever really forcing the issue. They only really did that in some more of those pistol rounds. So I feel like they are looking a little labored.
Really see much variation here between any mid control, any cat control. None of that. And that is not how I've ever seen a CT side really win Dust 2. And it's gonna remain pretty similar in that department. At least you do have this boost up, a little bit of an elevated angle. I have through the smoke can cause that distraction. Make sure that you don't think that Turtle is clear, but a lot of damage done and a kill. Zoc in the open, eliminated. It's round. Unless Kaiser can say anything about it with his op flank here. Up against Maxcore. What a quick scope. I still don't know if that's going to encourage them to try this one.
No, I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, for a team that knows how to win Dust 2 so consistently, they're playing like a team that doesn't have a clue on CT side. What's crazier?
I've never seen a single like aggressive motion up catwalk at all.
That's what I'm saying.
No lower pushes.
And that's Bounty Hunter's bread and butter.
Yeah, if this is, you know, at all typical, I think it is more of a mental aspect. They are playing with fear in every last one of these rounds here on the CT side.
This is a team with almost a 70% CT win rate on this map.
And they're not winning those rounds like this. I'll tell you that much.
No, never.
You know how much work, how much utility every team has to place in towards, you know, putting work in on mid control, and Dusty Roots are just walking out. And unless they're met by Myron, who I'll give him some credit on an individual front, this guy needs some help. Needs someone else to provide a little assistance. Because he has been available at every last call.
Okay, at the very least, Bounty Hunter's making a change. They're taking long control this time. I think they've got Bernino elevated on blue bin. Very quick to rotate a third man. Over leaning B with mid control held by Kaiser's op. Available for support. This might be the perfect line to take for Bounty Hunters because Dusty Roots are ready. And Zoc in such a perfect spot to handle this. Contact made by Marin and double kill for Zoc.
Oh, wow. He gets out. Gets around the corner there safely. I thought that smoke from Myron would have been a little bit rushed and again, panicky, but allows for use of distraction while retreat is made. Beautiful shot from Kaiser. This might be a bit of resistance shown out from the setup alone. Oh. Not like this again! Not like this again! Oh my god. A collapse once more here. Turtle, this time doesn't have to worry about the whole host of utility, but two players locked in on his location. A rare miss from Max Core, as he didn't anticipate there to be one more. And Bounty Hunters get to breathe a sigh of relief. But that is all that they get to do in these 2v5s and 2v4s that crumble.
If you're a fan of Bounty Hunters, you'll know that they don't do things easy on Dust 2. It is always a scrappy game, usually just on the T side. But have not won a Dust 2, despite winning all but one of them this year. They haven't won a single one without giving up at least 9 rounds.
Nice, close and fair. They're getting that right here, that's for sure. Scrappy as can be. These teams.
Kaiser is really testing long right now. He's got an op in just a very uncomfortable position if he wants to try and step any further forward. And he's not going to be available for the help if this cat take comes through.
Shaken. And he falls. Not only is he not going to be any help here, he's going to get leveled out. It draws out extra attention, in fact, as he falls. Everyone now shifting, everyone Not a panic to recover this round, but another one for Guti on the lurk. Nuke, massive kills. 2v5. The play comes to them. 20 seconds or so left. Not going to be enough. That's about saving the secondary.
I'm not sure if they're aware that this is an op. Don't know that this actually fired off or was made known.
Oh, where Guti was, I just wonder if he heard the scope, right?
Felt like he might have heard something based on how he approached that fight.
I mean, either way, as that extremity player towards long, it always feels like you have to be locked in. It always feels like you have to be playing on maximum focus, like he was right there. But hunt is on, plenty of money to hunt with. It is going to be curtains on Myron. So we go the distance. 24 rounds here, and it's into 2 scoreline initially.
And
it's
it might
still
be
not really getting shifted up here. They're still not fighting for this cat control, fighting for mid at all.
We are not the only ones having trouble finding a way to close. I'm just really uncomfortable with Kaiser being so far forward, like, period. It's just not a spot you ever want to be with an op. And it's not the first time I've actually seen him play that. I've seen him do that once or twice before. I think I thought that the same every time. Especially when there's so many strong angles with the op everywhere at long.
Yeah.
Just sitting on the corner is so powerful.
The biggest factor, you want to be available to, bring your op over to hold off and help Cat if you're ever playing on A. And obviously that'll never happen if you're inside deep of long doors. So at the best of scenarios, he gets that kill, they execute up Cat, it's still a problem. It ended up being a worst case scenario, and as he falls, it means an extra rotate has to rotate towards long. Myron, I think, putting a lot of weight on his shoulders. A little bit of setup there. Zoc and Myron actually backed up in that play. So an opening advantage once again. He's been the real silver lining on the CT side.
No doubt about it. Whenever bounty hunters have actually been in some of these CT rounds, it's been Marin to create those opportunities, those chances. 5-on-4 for bounty hunters should be a huge relief, but for some reason I just don't feel that.
The late long play here is going to be really interesting. 25 seconds left in this position from Bernino. It's getting a little shifty. He's getting caught in transition. Here's the footsteps now on high alert. And gets at least one with the team kill technical. Kaiser puts up and drops the bomb. It's 10 seconds, so I just don't know if there's enough time. It might be curtains here, unless they can find the kills, but at this point, no need to peek any further. They've got the round one.
Counter-terrorists win.
And again, it's Myron who offers up enough resistance there initially. Finds the opening pick, puts it into the 4v5. Finds the cat player as well, crucially. To make sure it doesn't get complicated. Make sure that, Kaiser's not in a bad position. Because if that cat player scales, he's likely going to be dead. And maybe there's still time. Didn't know there with 10 seconds if that was the case, but Kaiser as well offering up the resistance to drop the bomb. It means a lot. Pushing up middle. Max Core punishes. Finally trying to end it off. And look who reads into it on the other end of the server there.
26 frag strong. Max score been a rock for Dusty Roots. Bounty hunters need to reach deep. Come rock solid after that one. Great refrags though.
Oh,
The walk back through long, and indeed bomb dropped for Nino. A massive triple.
Bit of that confidence just re-inspired right there. That is definitely the team that was able to pull it back there. Those 3Ks, but oh my goodness. Molly never... So now it's Myron who's left shaken. Can MaxCore actually make this happen?
1962 is on a flank as well.
Another stop and a sandwich. But MaxCore again reading into it so effectively. I mean, you're in 1962 saying, hey, guess what? I just didn't see anyone, so they're either going to anticipate him to come through long or come up cat.
I like this
Now
decision.
Zock's on the move. Molly's on location there. He's going to fly up catwalk. It's good, though. Burn, it's a CT Molly. It's not going to burn, of course. Zock left into the open. 1962 takes a fight, and it's a massive fumble there. Coming through from Bounty Hunters. MaxCore punishes on every avenue, every step of that play. And all capped off by 1962. Bounty Hunters can't close the massive lead. But even in this last round, a big mistake. They find these kills. Bernino does so much to pull it into their favor. What happens here?
And honestly, just a fight that isn't required, in my opinion. You want to be aggressive? Okay, fine. Set up a crossfire.
Did they not hear that the Molly was extinguished by the smoke?
I mean, that's probably a factor, I would imagine.
That's the
Well, they
only way
pick
you're
the
playing
pace.
like that.
What?
Yeah, now it's a big speed change there. 1962 now putting the pressure on this B side instead. The B side just completely folds over.
They want to go back into this. Now they can't. Surely. Smokes in their faces every which way. It's not going to be the flank coming. It's also not all three T's that are ready to defend. Finally back into position, though, as Tommy. Smoke off car. So terrified of a position that nobody is actually in. Nobody located there. Nino sticking around. I mean, honestly, playing for stats more than anything there.
That's about all you can do. Not gonna get a chance to win it here. This is the way that things open up there. Zock trying his best. Not able to provide that crucial multi-kill, and then it would have needed much more. B-site just falls way too fast there. It's a good pace change coming through from Dusty Roots. They're gonna do it again. They're gonna do it again here. 2 B rushes in a row. You don't expect it twice. This time Zock does deliver the multi. That's a huge difference maker right there, but the entry eventually found, and it's still a strong position for these post plants to activate.
Key difference there is that, you know, he's got Kaiser. Lawman flashes over to support him a little bit. Like you said, it's just uncomfortable, and with Turtle gone, now all three, 2 ops included, have to come from the same precise location. Now it's just the ops.
Good luck. Good luck with that. Can't get anything rolling through those windows or doors. There's just not much of a chance here unless you do forward free like that. Oh my goodness! They give them the chance that they desperately needed. One more shot needed here from Kaiser, but it can't connect for Guti. Steps up in the 1v2. His teammates get a little over aggressive, but he remains very patient, and the multi-kill here offered up from Zock with a great flashbang from Kaiser. We know how those B-side post plants can go, man. They can be very difficult to crack through, and we see it right there.
I mean, Dusty Roots unleashed with the ability to, you know, finally play with some confidence, because they're no longer up against a, you know, brick wall where 1 mistake, 2 mistakes is the end of the line in the series, and in this tournament as well. You know, overtime unleashes them, and Dusty Roots showing off that threat. What was it, 7 wins straight? Bounty Hunters might just find a loss on Dust 2.
Especially with that CT side. I mean, they really played it the best way to lose a CT side of Dust 2 here without the map control. I still have yet to see them push into lower. Try pushing up top mid on ecos. They tried in that last round to push up top mid, but There's no catwalk setups ever. How are they winning maps of Dust 2 without any catwalk setups? It's actually insane.
The answer is that they normally are so aggressive on cat. They always like to play these positions, and I don't understand why they're not.
You know, not once have I seen Kaiser boost it up. Trying to peek in through lower tons. Double HE, at least a little bit of a idea there. But yeah, I mean, it's insane to see the difference that this team is playing right now with the 10-2 lead of all things, where you think, oh, let's just get aggressive. Let's throw it in their face. What do we have to lose? So far ahead. But I think they played a little too carefully with their lead, and now they're playing scared because they're losing. They've lost their lead. That mental factor playing a big role right now. And this collapse of bounty hunters who were so close to playoffs, they could taste it.
There's a little something. The turtle drops down. He's got some support from the form of Nino. Now it's 2 players in defense of the B bomb site. 30 seconds, and all 3 Dusty Roots remaining members are stuck behind that temporarily. They reroute, but can they reroute at this point? Can't be walking, surely. When you're rerouting at 20 seconds, now 15, and counting. Round is done. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, likely 1v4 here at the best of scenarios. He doesn't have enough time to plant there at the worst of scenarios. And 4 seconds.
He had it.
He does collect, but no chance to get into post plants. Timer, a couple of... The only times, really, that I would say really cost Dusty Roots any rounds has been to the clock more so than to the play of bounty hunters, and I think you're okay with that here. You are happy with the position.
You are finally seeing a little bit of these moves, right? It's not the early setup, but Turtle actually, you know, responding to pressure at mid and a cut of pretty much all noise across the map for 20 or so seconds. You know, he finally looks to investigate, has Bernino with him as help. A lot of times, bounty hunters would only push long in response to that. And so when the B plays came in, I mean, that just wasn't good enough. Or they would hit A, and you know, catwalk would fall, late lurk long would be successful. So maybe a little bit of an adjustment.
Get back to that T-side success. No, not from Iron. Burnt out to a crisp. An opening pick. Manages to be manufactured from that CT side. Again, they just didn't have a lot of those when it was regulation. Discovering them in OT with all the confidence that they could ever ask for now.
Yeah. Unsure of even how to remove them from that confidence now that they've been able to build that up. And I mean, that's all, you know, this comeback plus, all with Toto going, you know, 4-22 right now.
That's wild right there. I mean, so much has been done for Max Core. 1962. A lot more steady on that B side. Or than he was on the B side there. He finds himself a nice multi. This round's curtains. Eno watching it fade away. Map 3 looming ahead of us here. Only 2 chances left for bounty hunters to redeem it. Well, I don't know if there's anything stopping Dusty Roots right now.
Barely even 2. Renino, I mean, he's cooked. Knock that one up. Map point now for Dusty Roots. Believe it or not. Actually mind-blowing.
I don't believe it. Again, I'm so shocked to see this out of bounty hunters here. A real mental battle that they have to face right now.
That is the story of today, isn't it?
It is all mindset right now. 100%. You know, I haven't seen a lot of that out of South America in the recent times. I feel like, you know, they've kind of got over that hump there over all of the online officials that these players have played over the last couple of years. But, I mean, back to it here in a big way today. It's a battle versus yourself. Closing out always the most difficult thing to do when playoffs looms ahead of you. And these matchups in playoffs means all the more here. Tommy's gonna look to seal it, take us to the distance, take us to Ancient. Gonna be required in only a matter of time as they're getting suffocated, hunted. Wouldn't believe the looks here on the side of Bounty Hunters as Dusty Roots rip it back in their favor. 10-2 half and down a map already. They pull it all the way back to a 16-13 victory.
And they cut the streak of Bounty Hunters as well on Dust 2. Making it very clear that, you know, Dust 2, though it absolutely is a huge win con for Bounty Hunters in these series and playoffs, they still are able to lose it. They still bleed. I mean, I am stunned, IRL, Loki, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, and I would like to give a lot of credit for Dusty Roots. Their mindset here is taking it round by round. They do just that to pull off the comeback. But again, on the other side of things, Bounty Hunters, this isn't a team that wins Dust 2. It can't be the team that won Dust 2, you know, 7 times in a row. You just don't win the map like that, where how they played so incredibly passive. And that leaves them with a tough loss, a frustrating loss there. When the round was in their control, the series was in their control, and playoffs was in their grasp. But missing out on that just yet. Ancient going to be required here in between these two teams. We're going to be sending it to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll be checking out Ancient.
A stunning victory is what is taken away for Dusty Roots on Dust 2, and in a turn of events that I don't think anybody saw, we are going to get a chance to peek into Ancient, Cole. I'm excited to see Ancient, but I don't think that I'm excited about how we got there. It felt like Bounty Hunters just actually forgot what they're the best at on Dust 2, and unfortunately that cost them the map.
I believe. Yeah, it definitely did cost them for getting out on Dust 2. As they fight forward, I felt like the mindset there for the side of Bounty Hunters just collapsed so quickly. But they got, a good 15-minute break there in the mix. We'll see if they can get back to winning ways here, try and lock in a playoff position. No matter what the case is, this team was looking scary when they were 10-2 up on Dust 2. Now we're looking at a chance for Dusty Roots to be the playoff team instead.
I mean, man, it's almost like Nuke is an entire world away at this point, but that's a team that destroyed Nuke. It wasn't even a real game. Like, guys are gonna already make life very difficult for a guy that didn't have the fantastic Dust 2 that everybody else did in Toto. Guti, no, one of the other new faces, able to break through. And it's a breakthrough, not just for B, but through to the A bomb site. Full wrap. Not something you see every day.
Holding off the re-aggression, here's Max Core. More punish from him. He makes their lives incredibly difficult, hunting it down eventually, but that is so much bot right there. Not only in chances to get into these good post plants, but time off the clock as well. Just burnt right there from Max Core in his positioning. Trying to bait out some plays, some peeks there, but the flank ends up closing it out comfortably. Dusty Roots move forward there, one step closer.
Talking of Ancient and where Dusty Roots are at, it's not been a pretty picture here in the last 2 months for them. But the vast majority of their times playing into Ancient have been against very strong Ancient opposition. A Team Solid 3 times is not easy. So, I don't know how much to take away from that. What I do know is that when in a pistol round, pick up right where you left off, that will continue to boost that confidence.
Now, just the way that they carry that confidence into the next. Well handled. Taking a lot of initiative straight on into that bomb site. Punching in the digits without much worry.
The Bounty Hunters will give this one up. Try again next round with the same additional firepower. Bunch of MP9s. Marin, unfortunately, is the one to pay the price for this round victory in Dusty Roots' favor. Seems like not everybody gonna survive. Max score with a very nice trade.
Terrorists win.
It's only gonna be one additional loss.
That's definitely something that you can take right there on the T side. Punishing the force buy. But holding on to a little bit of weaponry. It's going to be quite nice for bounty hunters. Having a chance to kind of get a little bit of two for the price of one there for a couple of these players.
This time they stack up the right bomb site. Dusty Roots trying to run it back. Nine spots one. Gonna be up off of the tree boost. Honestly, a defensive smoke that I'm a little surprised. I feel like Bounty Hunters really wanted Dusty Roots to go in there. But that smoke's enough to fend it off. And so instead of walking into the stack, Dusty Roots handle mid with ease, and now they're gonna slide back over to A. Where Marin's USP is the only thing in the defense. He's gone almost instantly. That's best case scenario for Dusty Roots.
Bomb has been planted.
Situation where they've already felt like nothing can go wrong after this turn of the second half of Dust. The best case scenario continues. And, you know, again, there wasn't a massive amount of time in between these two maps, but they had a little second to breathe. So as we get these gun runs back out, can we see a team revived here for Bounty Hunters? We see the team for the first three halves of this series. It was a crazy dominant first three halves. It felt like they didn't even have to try to win these rounds. That, again, like you said, is going to feel like a lifetime ago. Because right now in the present, it's more of the same. And that's this complete revival coming through from Dusty Roots. They try and get aggressive. They try and take map control. They are shut down.
To be honest, this is why I will never get tired of watching Counter-Strike. It's because, you know, this could happen. Dusty Roots, as you said, they were barely an inconvenience for bounty hunters in the first 3 halves of this series, and now they are untouchable almost. Tommy served up his first death after getting a kill. This round, Kaiser will... I mean, he's here, he's on the scene, but I don't think he has a case. Well, they hand him a case number, and then he gets thrown in the trash.
Bomb has been planted.
About 1,000 orders away from his call being brought in. Almost smoke spam right there to rip it up right in his face. You're gonna get pressed. Visual on the target now. Yeah, you definitely deserve a chance to rub it in. Veto wasn't even much of a factor in that last map.
Hey man, I'm not trying to be that guy, but bro
Listen,
had 5 kills. Last smell it.
Teammates mean a lot there, and got you to this point.
They do. Let them rub it in.
Yeah.
Let them.
I mean,
do
it's
it.
even better. That's the job of the bottom frag, right? It's that you get to rub it in.
That's only true in my matchmaking games.
No. People think that's a rumor. It's true in real life too. In professional play.
I need the next interview at Cluj to be. That needs to be a question. I need some input for some current tier 1 professionals.
Also, the answer will be the same.
That's
A
why
lot
we
of
gotta
people
ask.
are interested in, like, oh, Lee's just talking about, the seed game. You gotta make sure that you're doing good on when you're having a bad day, when the communication's not flowing. No, you just have to be able to talk some smack whenever you're dead and you're losing your bottom fragging. That's the key.
It's true. I have seen that live and in person be effective.
See?
I was about to put somebody on serious blast, and I decided not to.
Well, right now, maybe that awoke a little bit of the rage here on bounty hunters, because they answer back in a big way. From the body spam. Bit of a revival here. Just T side. TC side, I should say. Ready to fight back a little bit, all of a sudden. Maybe they just needed some encouragement.
I mean, that does feel like a little bit of that.
In which case, maybe your teammates are going to be a little upset.
Maybe a little bit. Probably not, but good round of the Zoc. I mean, he deserved the credit on that one. Gave him the extracurriculars as well. To get bounty hunters up on a first round basis with this map. MaxCore, he didn't get the timing, but he heard Zoc and chose Glock mode. Surely Kaiser doesn't want to test him after that. And he will not.
Deep positioning in the cave. Oh, but MaxCore. Element of surprise. Fighting in the fire right there. Putting up a serious amount of resistance, but will be taken down eventually. I'm planted over towards that A side though, while the distraction was being sold. It still leaves him in a great position here.
Now, when MaxCore's getting 2 on the distraction play, you're very fine with that. Bounty Hunter's got to start moving soon. Kaiser's spreading the one flashbang. Oh, and it doesn't blind Toto. In fact, it blinds Turtle, who is a step too far forward. Toto gets 2. And there's a little bit of a resurgence. There's what we were looking for from a young player that didn't have a lick to say on Dust 2.
That's what his teammates were for there. He's just there to rub it in. And had a
That's
little
right.
bit of impact here. Not coming through on opportunity onto this deciding map that I never really thought we'd be at. I don't even know if Dusty Roots, when they were down 10-2, fully believed, but they started to when they picked it up quickly.
Try to test Kaiser. Kaiser very comfortable in this position. Likes to play with the op from Donut. Can be a little bit of a hit or miss angle oftentimes. For Guti holding the bomb, that's swatted by Turtle, but it's a heavy price to pay. He pays with his life. For Nino, though, this is a cutoff, and this is an angle that even if you give some respect to it, I mean, it's just so hard to clear. But he does it.
Wow. Does sure clear that. Big surprise right there. There's now a chance here to make this round happen. Could be an easy task here by any means, but something to lean on.
Concern is 25 seconds. Dusty Roots still separated, so the bomb has to scale towards B alone into Kaiser's AWP. And I mean, Raguti's got a flashbang, but him giving up his position's not worth trying to invest that here. But that's a massive find. MaxCore can now get the trade, and oh, there's just enough time. How's it happen? No way.
Like these that we saw in the last map. It was at MaxCore being a big part of that now for Guti, who had a couple of clutches in OT as well, being able to step up to the plate. And it's those scenarios here for bounty hunters where no matter the advantage, they can find a way to lose it. And MaxCore can find a way to win it here with some of the impact. For Guti with some great clears to back it up, but MaxCore so careful on these post plants, and they pull that one back again, and it feels so familiar seeing that here. I know it feels familiar for bounty hunters as they call the timeout afterwards, but
that's their second timeout.
That I mean, the biggest opportunity you had to really get, I think, the advantages out of these timeouts to get out of the mental funk was to step into the second map here and start off strong. But if that happens consistently and you're seeing some of the same problems flare up, it's going to feel very frustrating. And I don't know if timeouts are necessarily going to help you.
On paper, they should. You know, look back to Dust 2. I think it was all about mentality and you know, the way they're approaching the game.
Yeah, but if you know, 13 or 15 per minutes or so in between these maps doesn't save you.
What will?
What's 30 seconds going to do here? What can you say in 30 seconds to try and get you back on track? I don't have an answer to that. Good Kaiser does, though. He finds 3 kills there with a rifle. Get him on the A1S.
I mean, he found a multi-frag last round with the op, and it wasn't enough. Remember, it was a 2-on-4.
Capitalizing on this might be a huge relief. And I don't know if MaxCore has a 1v5 in him. It's not. He's not going to let loose some of that frustration he's feeling.
To be fair, you know, there's definitely some history here. Dusty Roots, Argentinian squad, Kaiser Mayer, and you know, they've kicked around a lot of these Argentinian squads as well. And Doc maybe from Uruguay, but you know, played in that last Bestia lineup. Has been in the same circles. I feel a little bit personal. It certainly gonna look that way when Kaiser... I mean, he's the only one having success on these multi-frags. He's the one who puts it all on his back and fights forward into the op.
Yeah, we've seen moments like that with Myron, where whenever you feel the need, whenever you feel the pressure arriving, that you're putting the weight on your shoulders like that to try and be the hero. In this case, trying to do just that, but sidelined early. Not given the chance to make anything happen. Multi-kills have meant a lot for round number 2 here, but at least Turtle able to offer up some resistance.
It's a good mid-round. Great space taking for Bounty Hunters, and Bernino arrives on scene, not just with a single kill, but it's his first and then second.
It's on HE though, max score. I'll put into the 1v3. Turtle did a lot to gain that information and get those quick rotates towards the B side, but can they seal it? I think he's been spotted on a jiggle. Not going to make any overextensions. 15 seconds left. Wants to save the B. Small visual. That entices him for a split second. They dip in, but that'll be all she wrote right there.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think it's important to focus in on some of the positives here for Bounty Hunters, because we talked about their failures and missing steps. You know, playing in a losing strategy almost on Dust 2. Well, that's a winning strategy that they just employed. Re-clear of mid as soon as the smokes start to fade and they don't hear any audio cues. They're taking that space back, and Turtle, who looks very silly in one of those previous rounds, pushing through a smoke at bottom mid. You know, he's at the forefront once again. Another round and another duel, this time an opener.
So facilitated by Turtle in a very similar fashion right there on the opening pick. Stepping up and finding success early. Exactly what you need at the moment. Control of the map. And Turtle gonna maintain that control here. This max score sidelined. Doesn't lose out on that confidence right now. That could be the key. Last alive there, doesn't last too much longer. Bounty Hunters bouncing back.
All right. All the Bounty Hunters fans, take a deep breath and let it out. Sigh of relief. The Bounty Hunters at least back. I mean, they looked so out of it there. 6-1. With a certain recovery already set. More to be had. Not a phenomenal level of investment here. Dusty Roots have a lot of rifles, but Maxicor takes just a tech, and when he's been your most efficient individual, that is painful to make concessions on his behalf.
This read here, this call into an open bomb site. But again, it's never hard to get into A. It's sometimes the most difficult to plant on A. Smoke fades away, and Bernino's still diligent as ever when it comes to punishing. Doesn't fall to the lullaby that is cutting of noise Dusty Roots are trying to get away with right now.
They're in confidence as ever. Maybe a little bit too much so. That's 1962 getting a free avenue into the bomb site, but he's so alone and he has the bomb. Raguti with another fantastic clear. the takeaway for him on this first half. Diligent shown. But, I mean, they're sprinting in here. Bounty hunters are already on the scene.
Ready to go. Nino had to be instant on that dismissal. Nasty headshot. Extra coverage as well. Bomb planted still. 1962. What does he have in store? Full headshot there. Bernino keeps it in safe hands. Almost falls. A little scary there, but still closing out the round. Putting him up to 5 here. And slowly but surely, Bounty Hunters getting their headspace right here back for this comeback effort.
Good to see Bernino getting involved. A slower start from him on map 3. It's just a very confident fight from 1962 to have the bomb on his back, to be honest. I think very fortunate that it doesn't lose them the round right then and there. Little shot though to take Geyser out, that's for sure.
Looking to end this half fast. Another opening pick here is a 3 in a row, and now transition it to even more. Turtle on a tear right now. Late to start, but looking to finish strong. Wait a second. Speaking of finishing strong here, Toto, who again was a little bit quiet there on Dust 2, was getting loud with some of the body spam. He wants to clutch things up a little bit. Your reward for winning this round won't be body spam, but it will be a big damage to the mental here, the mindset. Bounty Hunters, if they can rip this one away, despite Turtle's early efforts. He's got the bomb planted on the A side safely. Now what else can he do with this here? Is he's looking to get active in this pose plant. He goes and clears out lane, but already scaling up cave.
Kaiser's caught the timing, but it might just be a bit of a false flag. That actually not planted for him? Oh no.
Going back
Toto.
up the ramp here, he can still get visual.
He's not looking the right way, but oh, Zoc! What a turnaround! Just one missed shot from Toto is enough to give Zoc a little line that he can visualize. What an incredibly confident couple of duels from Turtle.
Especially when you need someone to bring through that impact. Scoring through a big play. Turtles had it in so many of these rounds here to get them back on track here once again for Bounty Hunters when things have all gone wrong.
Even on Dust 2, he was doing that.
Yeah, that amount of consistency in terms of the opening success here. Carry over into the T side now. Runs in caves, never something you want to run into. Double dually set. Bernino able to use his Glock instead. Max Core, though, still standing in a bit of resistance as the rest of the team falls around him. Max Core still kicking, as well as Tutu behind the smoke. Eventually, Zoc makes the move. Eventually presses forward. Now bomb drops still. They're waiting to claw into this one.
Another clutch attempt, another 1v2. Toto. Both on screen. Confirmation. Now you can start the timer going. Toto will take the opportunity to close the distance. Get Sun to close range. Bounty Hunters, though, doing a really good job of not giving him any 1v1. Always swinging together. He can chop him up here. But he won't be able to. Geyser and Zoc, as we saw in the last round of first half, a safe couple pair of hands.
certainly capable of the close. Don't make any mistakes in that post plant. Disadvantages start to look a little bit more comfortable for bounty hunters. Now they've got themselves a lead here on the T side. Full eco for the side of Dusty Roots. So keeping up with the force, but not looking to apply the pressure early. Want to get the rifles out instead.
Ooh, nice shot. I mean, Turtle's on for some incredible individual form, that's for sure. Be able to get away with the additional Galil. Look at that. They are so swift to hunt them down. They don't get away with anything.
Aggressive on the hunt right there. Close it out. Bounty hunters just want to put those kills on in. Move forward here with the first gun round, though, for Dusty Roots is what they're looking towards. And they will have that again early because of the decision for the eco in the last.
It's again Turtle being the tip of this spear, sending him forward. He'll go down, but should have been enough space created. Mover onto the site, bomb about to go down, and they're through game ender. This retake's still very difficult.
Strong, they hold together this post plant right now. Iron just taking quick and isolated duels, being able to chop up some fights, and bounty hunters got themselves off a 9th. This T side looking back like they're on top. Turtle has been so efficient. I mean, he's had so many opening picks, both on CT side and now bringing it in on the D side here with, you know, max confidence right now.
Hard to stop a guy in his form, taking the types of duels he's taking. Guys are wanting to work his way up mid, but he doesn't get into position to do that. No. That's how you can shut down Turtle a little bit. Oh, and Bernino, he's already tagged up. Max Score fights through the flashes in order to get the USP kill. Gotta hope that that's enough. Smoke will go in, but it's a little too late. Zot just seen one, but he turns for the other, and now they duo up. Tommy might have an AK, but he's got a whole lot to do up in front of him, and he's gonna run into this smoke, and honestly, it might be the perfect read. They're both turned, and they not a chance for them to turn around. Dusty Roots and Tommy steal one away.
I mean, definitely needed a moment like that right there for the CT side to lift off. 1v2, both players just staring down, thinking at that smoke, just covering them. And Tommy catches them completely surprised. Eco victory. And again, that frustration gonna compound here for bounty hunters. Take this space, smoke fades away. They're laser focused, but exposed. And they don't know until it's too late.
how Dusty Roots wins their first CT round. 1v2 on an eco. Max score somehow lines that up. Tommy's dead. Bernino holding back for a moment. And I think that will help create some chaos in the ranks for Dusty Roots. They filter back, but it's the right call. More towards A than towards B. Despite Tommy getting no visual on who's killed him.
Quick little 4v4 to play out. Now regression in towards the middle. Opens up a gap here towards A, but now as you see that information gathering from Toto, that means they know exactly where this play is going to be heading. B is clear. So no secret about it. They're going to start to get themselves in positions to deal with this aggression.
And Zoc's so separated. You know, talked about the effectiveness of his lurks, but it's difficult to be effective when there's no pressure on another bomb site. Crept up A, or rather B, and removed. Grueling is that duel for Mayern, but he's successful in it. 1v1 maybe. Gucci has time on his side. Nade doesn't connect, and it's the 1v2 again. Dusty Roots with back-to-back clutches in 1v2 fashion.
That's as close as could be. Frustration has to be felt. These rounds slip from their grasp. Quick kills coming through from Myron, but again missing out on these opportunities in the 2v1. Never get a post plant there, a little bit more reasonable. Not getting that bomb plant is well going to mean that they call their last timeout remaining. Again, this has been a mentally straining game here for Bounty Hunters. Final timeout that they have at their disposal is going to be used right there.
I want to say that Dusty Roots haven't called a single one of their timeouts. I'm going to go see if I can fact check that.
They don't even need them. I don't know if they did it in those earlier maps.
I don't think they did on Nuke.
There you go, good setup for the opening. That's what you're gearing up for. And those quick opening duels. Max score then set up on the A side. Site trying to find a kill. They cannot quite succeed in that department. Extra assistance coming through on the scene. I'll close this one out with some confidence. Gain some economy here if you're Dusty Roots and tie things up.
They did not on Dust 2, but they did on Nuke. Searching. Yeah, tied game soon. As if it wasn't hard enough to cross into this site, now the smoke in your face.
An extra player now watching. Maybe you can sneak by there. Not gonna happen. All tied up at 9s.
Incredible impact from Toto, who, we've talked about a lot. Having some struggles, but a 1v2 in the last round and into a victory here in this round to have a lead. Excuse me, to tie it up. Lead fight is this round upcoming. 1962 already taking space over at A. Bounty Hunters, though, fight has been here for B control.
the back of the timeout, doing what he has done best in this map. Let's crack some beautiful openers up. 1962 will press on the extremity as a reaction to lost space. That's a good reaction right there. There's still a duo to stand on B, but Guti can't afford a miss, and connect there. Still have one more on Toto. Can he find one extra? Runs out of ammo. Sidearm whipped out. Surely to be traded. Flashbang comes through from both sides, and he survives. He doesn't even take much damage for his troubles. Bomb going to be planted, yes. But 2v2 now. Things evened up. Bounty Hunters pressing on Turtle's advantage. He wants even more, but fighting off more than he can chew right there. Is punished by 1962. Looking for a full house in between this duo. It's just Zoc to fight up against it. And it falls to pieces. After clutch after clutch. This time, a double opener nullified from Turtle. He gets 2 kills, puts it into a 5v3. They've had multiple 1v2s, and it's all falling flat, and they've got no more timeouts to slow things down.
No, I mean, this is a tilter for Turtle, too. How's this not enough? They get the opening onto B. It's just a trade required, and can't find it. Can't get there. Escape made, and Toto with another high-impact round. 3 times straight now that he's found a double kill. One of those, the 1v2 clutch. Bounty Hunters might have just lost control, and they certainly are losing in this round. Lost a man already. Try to find a way to get Tommy down, but not before he gets another one as Ferguti arrives on the scene. Good flashbangs. Those are irrelevant when bodies are dropped on the scene.
It just feels more and more likely that they are getting walled off. Dusty Roots have overcome so much to get to this point. Now they're reaching even deeper into their bag. I can't believe they've got more left. That's what I can't believe, that they still have fight left available here in them. After going through so much in that first map, and then having to do it in the first half of the second map. They've held it together all the way through.
Particularly when that first map is their pick. Bounty Hunters at a last stand. Right now, they don't really have a strong point of map control. They're in A main, but you know, denying that from the CTs is not the same as owning middle or having lane. Right now, Bounty Hunters look like they're playing to deny aggression, to deny score positions by Dusty Roots, and it might work out for Nino. It's his one. That trade, though, doesn't come through. 1962 escapes. And that made great by the fact that they get a lot of information, a lot of confirmation of Bounty Hunter's positions. 30 seconds remain, Cole. There's just not a ton of time.
Not a ton of time here. They're getting very loud. Very loud. They do at least get crossed in towards middle safely. But with this re-aggression leaning in towards Donut, 3 players going to be on the site proper. Flashbang actually does catch for Guti, and he gets overrun. Going to turn back to the flank here. Bounty Hunters appearing like they've got even more life left in them.
That'll do. Punchy execute when Dusty Roots know it's coming. And Sock with a crucial double entry kill as well. On target. Phenomenal flashbangs. And as you say, keep Ferguti out of the fight until he's no longer a threat. Max scores up. Nice to see this be what's saved. Only one exit frag. Step Moving forward here. Okay. I was going to say, might get him caught, but fortunately for him, Zoc too far away. Very passive first minute for bounty hunters, as they barely even touch their keyboards. Just wait. Look what Dusty Roots want to do. Find out that is, in this round, very little on the aggressive stance. And finally make a decision with late mid and lane.
Take off there. The trade from Kaiser. Turn. 4v4 to start off this round. A lot of emphasis here from the CT side towards middle, actually. But they're a little late to move up.
Oh no. Turtle tosses a smoke over to his teammate, and that's right when 1962 swung.
Brutal timing right there. They're gonna read into this B-side play once again. Once again, a trio on this B-side as well, so even more at their disposal.
There's no flash this time either. Bounty hunters have to walk into the den of Dusty Roots. Oh, they try to get the bomb down, but it's denied. Found for Kuti, another tap into the bomb. Still Toto here, available for the frag. Way to deny that plant. In fact, it's not even the plant confirmed. Toto with an incredible resurgence.
Yeah, no, he definitely deserves it. Especially if he's going to be the reason they close out this map with impact like that. Toto essentially in a 1v2 here on this B-bomb set with his teammate close by, but not really being able to have impact. And there we see timeout called from Dusty Roots. So you know the implications of finally getting to this position.
Yeah, first one since Nuke. They've actually called that one. 2 rounds to try and close this one off. Bounty hunters looking like they are absolutely beaten. Chances to close.
I don't think they'd ever find this position, to be honest with you, after that first half of Dust.
Even after the second half of Dust, it felt a long shot.
Been consistent though, going all the way through, pushing the smoke, all with utility out of his Tommy, and nothing out of his position, instantly taken down, not even damage provided right there. B side under fire, and now under the domain of the T side. 4v2. Having to ask so many different clutch situations here, but this one surely a task too tall. Oh, that might encourage them. That might encourage him to stick around here for a little while longer.
They're out in the open. Very committed position for Zoc as well. Caught, no way for max score. All of them could be his, but a missed shot. 1v2, and it's Turtle this time, who will not let anyone else have a say. He is alive for the close of that round. All 24, says Turtle, and bounty hunters stay in it.
Look at this, man, and you just know, I felt it in my bones that Max Core was gonna land that shot. And it doesn't land. The one kill they needed. Turtle has been a thorn in their side all the way through, but now It could be OT required. Nothing made easy here for the side of Dusty Roots. Fighting here with the lesser weaponry with a quick spin from Turtles, trying to keep him alive. 2v2 now. Quick headshot in a 1v1. Oh my god. It's an absolute bloodbath. 1962 is reading into this one perfectly. Oh, he's gonna hear the footstep. Molly in towards CT. No secret about it, Myron. Gonna try and punch in the digits. Can he get into position in time? Can he expect this quick move? 1962. Myron's back's turned, but he's safe right now. Is he ever gonna turn in time? Oh, around the corner again. 1962 trying to follow in the footsteps, but Myron realizes it in time. He spots him out. Element of surprise. And Myron closes out a 1v2 to take us into OT. What is this game?
This game is 5 1v2 clutches across both teams in the second half. That's what this game is, man. It's unreal. Absurd. Dusty Roots making the comeback. Even in this half, you know, a little comeback story of their own. After Bounty Hunters come out swinging. I think they got 4 rounds straight. It's a 1v2 clutch to send them in and find the victory. It was Tommy to make that victory happen. Oh, but Bounty Hunters rely on Mayern as they run it back fast up onto B. Tested and removed.
Take a charge onto this site, yeah, the B site. Early aggression. 3 rounds in a row. Being 2 victories in a row. Starting off OT would be nice as well. Those plants have not been easy here for Bounty Hunters, though, by any means. Turtle looking to make a move. Before it hits the jump. Spots out this late play here from Turtle. He doesn't go down too low, though. They're trying to inch their way out of the smoke.
Oh.
Quick burst of the Turtle. He's looking unstoppable. Close it out.
I mean, if they even think about swinging Turtle, they are dead. Honestly, it feels like Turtle gets a buff if he's surprised a little bit. He's had some flicks all over the place. This one. Just dominant entries. I mean, Bounty Hunters, it's funny, right? Because this half, their T side has gotten scrappier as it goes on. You know, you would think reaching deeper into the playbook, maybe they would pull out something a little bit more complex. No, it's about keeping it simple. Bounty Hunters seem to have this idea that, you know, they are the better team if they just muscle their way in. And in fairness, they made the comeback. They're now in overtime, and it is the 3-round stretch that you talked about. Maybe make it a 4th.
Oh, and Zox just looking to end this one early. He's taking everybody down with him. Forguthi survives, but not for long. And 14 moves up on quickly. They not only take the lead, they continue it. They're conditioning towards B so often. And then bam, a quick A play to throw into the mix right there. Dusty Roots right now feel like they're put through the spin cycle at the moment. Dazed and confused here with the constant speed.
When you're spinning, you just don't know what way is up, what way is down. Roots, though, one thing that they have absolutely consistently been leaning on here is the mid control, and you know,
they're out
for,
A again.
For that reason, Bounty Hunter's been so effective at, you know, pushing aggressively on A or on B.
He's in Temple,
and the bomb isn't there.
It's a fake. Gonna be the bomb dropped instantly, and okay, he wins the duel. Bernino falls on the other side of the map. What on earth is the next move? Bomb just dropped towards B. Everyone rotates, understandably so. Side of Dusty Roots. And again, just keep juking out the CT side. Deep
Zoc-
smoking, but they have no idea where Zoc is.
Yeah, he's got the winning position. He's the one to win this round for the team.
There's his
Berguti,
shadow.
surely gonna go down. There it is.
Gonna not respect the smoke right there.
Uh-oh.
Running right
Speaking
past it.
There's no smokes for the T's.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, thanks. Or maybe it's a trap. They've
Yeah.
activated it.
You want to plant right there? That's where I would love for you to plant that. Max core, though. Eliminated in Donut. Unconfirmed. But again, they use their smoke right there and just spam it down range. Fake on the bomb plant. If Zoc goes down, he's going to lose the round. There's nobody to play here. Kaiser not quite covering the bomb plant, but steps out just when he needs to for the trade. Win by elimination for Bounty Hunters. They've been struggling oftentimes to comfortably close the post. So why not ever get there? Just win by taking all 5 kills.
I mean, they've comfortably done that a couple of times. It's not so comfortable this time around. I gotta respect, though, that Bounty Hunters don't just accelerate to B, assume everybody's rotated, even though that would be an understandable assumption, I think. Based on how deep they were on the A-bomb site, where Bruninho was located, where Zoc was. But Zoc plays a real patient game, and he is key part of the victory. Kaiser the other key. Late lurk, with an op, by the way. Lurk up mid. Kills the donut. Guy, that is actually crazy. Zoc is a madman. He doesn't actually commit. So, Bruninho can. Maybe give that a look. Just a spam, though. Nothing of it connects.
Trying through a little bit of a bait and switch here from Bruninho and Zoc and the cage side of things. How good this utility is. He's inbound, double clear coming through. Beautiful. The team kill. So it doesn't matter all that much. They continue to spiral this advantage into their favor. Bomb outside of B. Kaiser with the weight on his shoulders at the moment. Looking to drop said bomb. This is not an easy place to play with that AWP. Trying to continue his aggression. As he falls. Open access here for Dusty Roots to fight forward.
Yeah, Turtle. That was a 1v3. Seen a bunch of 1v2s. He's a little more rare on the wrong bomb site. I guess if we were to start the conversation, there is the kit, but
Bomb has been planted.
should be set. Should be impossible. Especially with how slow he's being. Isn't really worthwhile to, nothing important to save here. Though I think he will. Maybe allows for, if things go horrifically wrong, a third straight up for the CT side, I guess.
Be the move.
Terrorists
Make
win.
sure that they a little bit extra cash here on that likelihood of winning. I mean, despite how instant he has been an absolute beast. Not gonna make the clutch happen. Not gonna go for it here. Timeout called in OT. You get a couple more of those. Well, one more, I should say. A couple more timeouts for both teams there to use in OT. More room to breathe here. Bounty Hunters feeling the pressure.
Don't know the bounty hunters need to change too much up though from that last round. Things go pretty horrifically wrong, but Dusty Roots, they get some crucial victories. That's ooh, perfect spam. 20 bullets down range, and it's the last 3 that do the key damage.
Yeah, brutal. Dismiss. An opening pick there. Already see how impactful Turtle has been here in map 3, trying to will them into playoffs. Kaiser, aggression, catches one. Max Core, op reaction. Not going to be in time. All the while this is happening, as he continues to press the issue, Turtle's still tucked.
He's not moving.
I mean, Kaiser really clapping his hands, drawing the attention, bringing forward the idea that no one else is here, but Turtle might just step forward. Does, but I think the op didn't quite catch it, and Meyer instantly shuts down Tommy. Stepping into the fight, there's Max Core. This one might fall to pieces as hard as Dusty Roots might have fighted. Maybe it had to be in regulation. Maybe it doesn't, though. 1962. 2 massive kills. Does he escape up shelf? No, he does not. And Bounty Hunters, they finish what they started on Nuke and what they missed out on Dust 2. Here on map number 3 in overtime. A series that goes a distance in a wild fashion. But a 16-13 getting the revenge from the choke that happened there, closing it out for Bounty Hunters.
The turnaround here, it is mind-boggling. But Bounty Hunters, I mean, a victory that does send them into playoffs. As we've seen, they have the upside. They show what they can do. But some struggles in there as well. Dusty Roots, though, deserve a lot of credit. To stay mentally strong enough to bounce back from 13-2 loss on your map pick, then down so devastating 10-2 on Dust. I just don't know how they did it. Bring that back and then able to get not only to map and series point first, but then weather the storm into overtime. I'm impressed, but Bounty Hunters should feel very relieved that they can take this one over the line.
Absolutely. I mean, what a phenomenal effort there coming through from the side of Dusty Roots. I got to give them a lot of credit there, hanging in, taking it round by round, and eventually being able to, complete the mission after a little delay. It's a fantastic effort there, at least on Dust 2. I think it had to be, the closeout in regulation, those multiple chances that they had series point first, and obviously, they fall into some of their own problems there as well. Surprised to see it, to be honest with you, but a tough position to find yourself in. Bounty Hunters obviously going to be a playoff team. It wasn't a pretty way to get there, I'll be honest. If it was the close on Dust 2, I would be a lot more fearful of this team heading into playoffs. Now knowing that they can fall into these little these struggles, I'm a little concerned for them. But again, they were able to overcome that last time around, make it into the semifinals. They lock in another playoff berth here with this victory, and we'll see what they can do now to try and pull it even further.
Kind of feels like maybe they're playing up to the level of their competition a little bit at times, and sometimes that means, in Dusty Roots' case, at least right here, playing down somewhat on the Dust too. I think that's fair to say. But yeah, consistency to help to finally close that one out on Ancient. We are indeed probably quite behind, so I think we're gonna kick this one out a little bit earlier on. We got another series to close out the day, but a couple of other familiar faces. Gonna take you through Crew and Game Hunters after the break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final match here today for the South America Series number 7. Just for today, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we do have a lot of action-packed Counter-Strike that we will be playing later on within the series. But for today, we are going to close it out with two of the teams actually, that have a lot of weight on their name. But will they crumble under the pressure? It is going to be Crew against Game Hunters, and it is Ideal along with my good friend Roy. How you doing, Roy?
Doing great. Ready for some late night, perhaps CS, depending how this goes. But for Peru, the Argentinian squad, they're going to be a reverse of Ataraxia, Veto, Rigi, and Checking, formerly known as Laser, in case you hadn't caught that. So I'm definitely looking towards Rigi and Laser, well, Checking in this case, to be players of high impact alongside, of course, Ataraxia, with those up shots that we're going to be getting from the Argentinian crew. These guys, they have got two defeats already versus Bounty Hunters and Uno Mili, only managing to defeat Atrix so far, but they're looking to make that same case for Game Hunters, which of course are going to be the roster up next.
Yep, that is going to be the next one coming up. Game Hunters being one of the teams that, has a very distinctive name, and not only that, but a very distinctive history within is Nulks, PRT, ABR/ZZ, and Melo, or Mayo, however you want to say it. They've been here within the CCT South America Series for the last 3, if I recall correctly, and they have been taking names and really just going all out within this. So, speaking of where they've actually been taking names, we're going to look straight into that, because the map vetoes are upon us. We're going to Inferno with the ban from Crew, then Train come from Game Hunters. Not really unexpected, if I do say so myself, but the picks here on Nuke and Anubis, two very different maps colliding here within the pristine playstyles that both Crew and Game Hunters have, along with the ban on Dust 2 and Mirage, only leave Ancient. So it's Nuke, Anubis, and Ancient, the 3 maps that are going to be played with the bans from relatively larger and more well-known maps, Roy, with the exception of Nuke, right? That's the only one that we're going to be seeing played today that isn't, more so that is one of the more classical maps. So, I mean, yeah. Pretty new type of maps that require a lot of synergy, if I do say so myself.
I mean, yeah, for Anubis and Ancient, a lot of those most side corners are going to be emphasized, and a little bit of verticality even on Anubis, especially, of course, that is going to be a Nuke, but that's perhaps a bit of a different ballpark, perhaps a bit more of a parallel can be made between Anubis and Ancient, which is interesting to see. But let's, without further ado, jump straight into the game, because these guys are they're ready. We'll get tons of time to talk about it later on. Right now, they are just raring to go.
Right, and Crew? Yeah, I actually want to talk a little bit about Crew, Roy, but you go first.
I was just about to say, one of the few teams entirely comprised of Argentinian members. We do have a couple of those during this participation. Also, a couple of mixed teams that we've seen previously, but this time is going to be a regional clash altogether. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and I was about to mention, coming in from Crew, this first pistol round is going to be super important. Melo already claiming up a couple of heroes right here, while Reversive immediately refracts both of his teammates. Crew actually had a very heated battle within yesterday, right? It seems like they had nothing to do right here for Valentine's Day, but it seems like love is in the air, as Nulks has already been able to claim 2 kills. ABR as a drop down, last player left alive. Coming in from Crew's side. These guys are built to last, and it's very noticeable, to say the least, right here, simply because Crew were the ones to duke out a 26-28 score, man, within yesterday's game against Bounty Hunters, one of the teams that we actually saw earlier on within the day, the previous match, to say the least. Yep. And they actually were on the receiving end of that 26-28 over here on Dust 2. And yep. I mean, with the history that we've seen from Nuke, which the last time that they won on it was a little bit over a week ago against Fake Dubiru, right? And here within the CCT, they haven't, at least within this series, they have not been able to do much on this map. So I mean, it's obvious why Crew wants this. I mean, they have the experience coming in on this map, because I mean, it is one of the maps that they've played the most on, with a total of 35 times played. So I mean, experience is there, but sometimes that new blood action, those new strategies that are constantly being innovated, especially right here within Counter-Strike 2. A little bit over a year. It's a little bit less than a year than it's been released. No, over a year, yeah, that it was released. So, I mean, a lot of changes have happened, man, and it seems like we're going to see a lot of blood being spilled within this round, as everybody right here from Game Hunters is on the outside, and we're seeing so many kills right here. Reversive, Rigi, Deco, everybody getting at least a little bit of piece of themselves. Reversive
Nice.
and Deco both getting a double slice right here from this cake called round 2.
Man, a lot of things change. Some things definitely don't, which is getting that bit of a bonus for themselves. Crew, they get the right start and they continue to capitalize onto it. But Game Hunters, they waste no time now. They are going to be sporting those M4s. So let's see exactly where they decide to cover. Those last 2 efforts were not exactly the best for them, but nonetheless, still they're going to have plenty of chances to bounce back. Immediately we see the smokes try and make things a bit hazier towards the outside. Melo in a very far forward push the position right there. For a second I was running out of words, but don't worry, we'll get plenty of chances to lose our words and our voices if these guys do allow us. The refresh comes immediately. That is gonna allow the T's to make it toward the ramp, so the invasion may be in spades. Rigi ends up losing that encounter. That is a bit unfortunate for them, but I mean, at the end of the day, it was only a sacrifice in order to get that bomb planted as fast as possible. The remaining players are gonna now looking to be set up. And Melo, ABR, and Slashes, I mean, at the very least, they're gonna try to approach, but if they end up losing Melo here, they might just have to hit S real quick. Just retreat and don't look back. Very effective on the aggressiveness, I have to say so far.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good whenever they're on the attacking side, and I mean with good enough positioning, you can even say that they're making it look like a T-sided map, right? I mean, obviously it is early on within what we've been seeing. Goodness gracious, Reversive barely able to scrape alive with that. And I mean, regarding stats, Roy, because you know I love my numbers. For what we've seen here on Nuke, we've actually seen that Crew is better off playing on the CT side with a good amount of rounds, or higher percentage of rounds won on CT rather than on T. So I can imagine that these 3 rounds that they're able to gain on the attacking side is definitely going to give them a little bit of a boost of confidence going on within the CT side. I mean, obviously the play completely different, right? Since whenever you're on CT, you don't really use that much utility here. More so just the nook and crannies of Nuke really give you that offensive edge. Well, defensive edge rather than anything. But I mean, Crew is looking really, really good here on the attack because they are using their utility effectively. As we're seeing here, you know, those couple of smokes to allow them to make their way through onto outside, while you already have a lot of players already made their way through secrets. So they're on a bit of a trail, seeing if they could possibly catch somebody off guard right here within the B site. So let's see if that just some information that they could use right here. No, I don't think they're going to be able to use much of it because they still haven't been able to infiltrate their way towards the perimeter, right? The outside perimeter of the site. So I mean, just playing a little bit of outside outer vents, just slowing things down to see if there's anybody from Game Hunters that tries to overextend. I mean, they do have plenty of time right within this, but with the little information that Game Hunters has, they've already secured quite a good amount of the area right here, but Rigi is going to be the one to make the first play. Wow. It goes down. The thing is, BRT very ready, and they're trying to wall bang him right there, well, rather floor bang him, as we do see Rigi still alive. Yep, he's able to get the kill on PRT, and that is the site free for them to be able to play from it. And not only that, but the little utility that they have that can secure and make them play defensively has been employed right here, but I don't think they're going to need it at all. As Game Hunters, look at where they all are.
Oh man, the timing playing a crucial part of how this round came to be, really, as Melo gets caught with his pants down as he was trying to set up, you know, try to lurk about and be a nuisance towards the side of Crew. However, they get caught immediately, and a couple of frags later, yes, I mean, they do end up losing Ataraxia, but not the worst position for themselves. All it's going to be 4 in a row. We are starting to see exactly why boost such a I mean, they are able to boost their stats over here. They already have a good record on Nuke overall. I mean, looking more positive than anything with 60% the last 3 months that they've played it. So, I mean, these guys, no slouches whatsoever. Interestingly enough, they also have a decent record on Ancient, but not so much on Anubis, which could be a little worrying. I mean, after all, Game Hunters do have a lot more experience on Anubis. And since, like I was talking about earlier, since some similarities may be drawn between both of those maps, they seem to heighten the same type of advantages, or the same type of strengths, I should say, for these squads. It's kind of interesting that Crew do well in one, but not so much the other. We'll see if they get to correct that after all. But as for their Nuke, I have no comment whatsoever just yet. I mean, look at that. I mean, simply perfect precision that we've seen out of them, and seems to gonna be continuing on the same path. Mello, unfortunately, has been getting the short end of the stick, but really is getting a chance to get himself back on track with a little bit distance created. But look at the way that Crew immediately decides to reposition. This is exactly, I think, why they feel so comfortable here. But oh man, you walk straight into ABR, and that is gonna be very, very costly for you.
Oh yeah, definitely. And look at what is going on right here. The defense is on point as ABR is able to claim the lives of 3 players right here, and Nulk's claiming the 4th only leaves Riggy, who has been really good with those opening frags. But I mean, whenever your teammates are the ones that have been opening frag, yikes, that's when it becomes a little bit of an issue right here. And let's see if he's able to claim at least one of the lives of these players right here. From up top, goes in, gets the crisp headshot, but not before taking a good amount of damage himself. That smoke, oh, that's smart, because, you know, it's going to provide him for at least a little bit of cover, or for bait in case somebody is to come up and see it like that. So if anybody is to come up from the outside and see that smoke, they're maybe going to try to go over there and see if there's somebody. But no, at least at this point, with a little bit less than 5 seconds left on the clock, this is a round right here for Game Hunters, breaking that dry streak that they had for a moment, and trying to deteriorate a little bit within the economical side, right? I mean, we did see a couple, just an AK-47 claimed right here from Game Hunters, but Crew overall has been dominating very well, and it's because the fact that ABR had very, very good trigger discipline right there, and not only that, but he was able to survive the AWP shot right there from Ataraxia.
Yeah, I mean, narrowly surviving the wall bang right there. That is going to be so deadly. I mean, Crew, they could have ended up losing only one of their players, but no, instead it's 3 that go down immediately because of ABR, and that all doesn't go too well for them, though. After all, they were at the lead by quite a while. Oh, Mello, look at him. Almost running and gunning with an AWP in hand. Not exactly how I'm used to seeing that weapon be used, but they're going to have plenty of chances to set up further down the line. As checking does end up being a bit of a sacrifice. ABR decides to shoot through, finds a couple of bullets, and not only that, but a full kill onto Reiki once again. Seems like finally Game Hunters are going to be picking up pace into this match, and like we pointed out, as of recently, Crew really have not got it. A good semblance of a way to get themselves on track on Anubis. So if this map doesn't go their way, this may end up being a 2-0 in the favor of their opponents. So not only that, but the thing is that perhaps a bit more pressure is going to be felt, because we didn't quite talk about it in the previous match. We hinted at it, but with the record that both of these guys have, whoever loses gets eliminated. And yes, it is a best of 3, but this is your last legs. Pretty much, you have to fight to stay alive.
Yeah, basically, and not only that, but they've lost to very solid teams too. You got Shinden, you got Solid. No pun intended. I didn't even know that they lost against Solid. But they I mean, coming from Game Hunters, that is, from this standpoint right there. Ooh, what a shot coming in from Mello, and that's Ataraxia with the last player left alive. Almost got him right there, yeah. But I mean, the wallbang doesn't quite hit its mark, and even though Ataraxia did get the kill on Nulks, it's been Mello and ABR, the ones who have been defending the site fervently, almost religiously, if I do say so myself. And I mean, Ataraxia knows that his AWP right now is worth $1 million, so he's gonna stay back with little to no time to even try to invade the site once more. With how heavily guarded it was, is a very, very strong point that Game Hunters are making, that hey, like, you guys thought for a second that just because you started off strong doesn't mean we can't come back, right? And Crew was actually playing that 5th round, I wouldn't say like willy-nilly, but completely reasonable to say, in a very like understandable way. Like, they were playing it recklessly, right? So they have to keep up with what they're placing right here. And I just love the fact that so many details right here that can give you at least a little bit of leadway within like peaking opposition and things like that, right? So with that being said, Crew playing recklessly is what gave Game Hunters these last 2 rounds, and they're still continuing with the force buy. And not only is it a force buy, but it's a force buy that if it doesn't go their way is going to leave them essentially dry within the money side. So Game Hunters has a very important round to win this within this one, because if they win this one, they're essentially forcing Crew to go into a bit of a semi-buy or an eco round, and that's essentially going to give them 2 rounds in a row that they have very, very high possibilities of winning. But speaking of the devil right here, look at this, Mellow with the AWP. Oh my god, look at that. What a very, very ballsy approach right here, coming in from the player that was able to make his way towards the vents. Not only that, but we still have them right here. PRT going to get the kill on Deco before he's flashed off and forced down. We do have the AWP. Yep, that's Ataraxia finally being able to get that kill, man, on Mellow, who has been looking to simply put all of them down in a bit of a moment's notice. Nulks with the immediate kill right there on Laser. Now PRT with one on Reversive. Once again, not looking good for Crew. They got a little bit too cocky within their approach right here within the 5th round, and it's coming up to haunt them up until the 7th one.
Yeah, that's I mean, you can tell that Game Hunters definitely have had a bit of a chance of pace. Good patience out of Rigi, though. I feel like Game Hunters started to meet that aggressiveness with even more aggression, such as that play that we saw towards Hut from Mellow, even with the AWP, immediately trying to get some terrain, get the upper hand on Crew right off the rip. And now Crew are slowing things down. As of right now, it's, it started to look good, but unfortunately, they do find themselves still numbers down, at the very least 1 player. Of course, PRT already very tagged up, but at the very least, also for their favor, Crew are working together in tandem, not being forced to be separated or anything like that, and so they can or at least get something going for themselves. Sound definitely going to be hard on the other side, so you better try to survive right here. Flash comes through. ABR just checking his bases, even though probably he's going to know that both of them are a little bit closer to side. At that point, why wouldn't they? Comes the flash once again. Ataraxia, though, answering back. ABR doesn't even feel forced to turn around, as it was the RT on the other end who was also clinging alive from through, and that turns into a situation in which you already talked about it, Dio. Things are already starting to not look so well economically for Crew, so the Argentinians are gonna have to, well, make a decision, and if not, well, Game Hunters are gonna make it for them. Almost catching up, and they are ready to tie things up completely. I mean, look at that. And what a way to take control back, and, well, it is only Tech 9, but at the very least, it's better than...
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? If Game Hunters were to win these this last round that they won, I mean, it's essentially going to give them a bit of a lead right here. How is Long's not getting burnt to the ground, bro? Oh my god, he got set up dirty right there. Yep, they saw one player just rear his head through the vent right there. That is going to cost them at least one of them, but the thing is, they can't really rush them down, especially since Mellow is going to be able to get that kill on Riggy. Does he see the head? He does, but he says, you know what? Don't have the reflexes in order to be able to hit the flick right here. I'd rather just simply head back. Ataraxia getting the bomb plant, and right now, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a retake game. The thing is, they have to make sure that they play this very cautiously, because with the weapons that they have within their hands, of course, Crew is going to play a little bit more on the offensive side, like we're seeing right here. One of them goes down. Gonna see that HE. Not only is it going to give them at least a little bit of more of a leadway, but look at Laser, man, getting 2 right there. And before we actually see Mellow take down Deco, He does have a kid, so he has to take him down right here. But no, man, yeah, it was too much of a Cinderella story. The kid is going to allow him to get the defusal, and Game Hunters are going to tie things up. But remember that I said that it was going to be a bit more of a simpler round coming in right here from Game Hunters. This is one of the most like close quarters one that we've had overall, and that was because Crew had really good offensive options, and Game Hunters, you know, their defense wasn't looking that good. Fortunately for them, they had the firepower to be able to rely on that, and not only that, but a couple of cheeky little early on kills. But I mean, other than that, Crew was playing that execution with the eco perfectly. They had the aggression that they needed, and not only that, but the skill to back it up.
Oh yeah, I mean, this little sequence right there was what made it all come to fruition. But Mello does not get intimidated whatsoever, walks forward, finds the shot with the op, and then picks up the M4, knowing that he had a bit better of a chance to try and close things out. Perhaps he not being as precise, but precision was still on deck for him. The Game Hunters managed to catch up, and absolutely a heated battle that we got to see in that last round like you were talking about. But, I mean, Crew back on the AKs here. With them, as we've seen both ends actually a bit of a reposition. Oh, not like that though. Reggie, who do you think you're challenging, my man? Says Mello. Ever so confident he's gonna continue to deliver. Tough situation there for ABR as he was completely trapped. He was between a fireplace and an even hotter place, I guess, because the other analogy doesn't quite work right there, and he ends up getting burnt to a crisp.
Well
Evened
done.
out pretty much in numbers. Okay, Mr. Checking here. Let's see if he can find something else. He's gonna be looking to head the charge right in. Towards A, finds the first one. Oh my lord, he shoots first, but Slashes burns out. And he was even more prepared, and Slash is gonna find his first frag in such a fashion. However, these mollies are working out wonders for them. No, turn it around. Worst possible moment. Perhaps I thought it a little bit of safety was ensured thanks to that molly, but it doesn't end up being the case. I mean, walking straight to the fire and instead finding the frag is, you have to give it up to Game Hunters in how they're able to make that risk management in the blink of an eye, you know? Just it takes them a couple of seconds. Yes, I might lose my life, but if I get the trade here, their round is done and guaranteed for my squad. So it's, why wouldn't I take that risk? But it's that type of decision which you might hesitate to try and make, but not them, man. Right now, we are seeing an extremely confident Game Hunters, and so it is boding well for them to hurt the economy once again. So not gonna be in the best of spots weapons-wise. So let's see what they can make out of it.
I definitely agree right here towards the fact that Game Hunters is playing well. I do want to bring attention to the fact also that Crew is struggling, bro. Like, they are struggling right here. We saw them within the start of the year, right? Last time they were playing on Nuke, they were just giving out so many instances of them just going all out within how they want to play. But right now, it's actually Game Hunters the ones who are placing them on edge. So going in right here with the eco round once more. Not only that, but PRT with a very good positioning, simply staying right there behind Headshot. Mello and PRT essentially taking care of everybody, along with ABR gets one kill on Riggy. Ataraxia, though, claiming the 8-4-A1S, that firepower that they need, and with those shots, now they know exactly where they have to go because of where he is at this point. Do we see him come up the vents? No, we do not. I thought that maybe he was going to try to make his way towards the... Oh, no, never mind. He's not going to make his way towards the A side because look at where the bomb is, Roy. It's all the way towards ramp. Yikes. This is a difficult situation right here for Ataraxia. I see a very slim possibility of him even making it out of this round alive, let alone... Yeah, no. They saw him. They definitely saw him.
Yeah,
the door is closing. He's out of there. How did Mello lose half of 8 HP? He fell.
You're dumb, brother.
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us and to the worst of us, and by the worst I mean me. But aside of that, exactly. No, to your point, I mean, this round has been chalked for quite a while here for Ataraxia. Interestingly enough, for the rest of Crew, let's see what they can make. I mean, an M4 can make all difference. Just a single piece of rapid fire, but that is not going to be the only one that they're going to be counting on this time around, but a little bit of a saving for themselves, as it does allow them 3 further AKs. But for sure, Game Hunters have been stepping it up. Thing is, though, as it usually is the case, teams should be feeling more comfortable on CT in a map such as Nuke. So, I still have not lost my hopes in 4 rounds out of your 3 rounds. Not the worst possible spot, and definitely not something that they cannot bounce off from. But if they manage to, squeeze a little bit more, then things could still get very complicated for Game Hunters, because now it is going to be their time to dictate the pace of how this goes. Yes, there's still a couple of rounds to rely on their defensive prowess, which has been stellar, don't get it twisted. But perhaps a bit more is going to be required. Yet another slow start here for the side of Crew, just taking their sweet time. Flash is about to come into contact. Oh, how do you manage to live that? The answer is you really don't. Reverse it ends up meeting his end right there. Veto, gonna be retreating, falls towards his teammates, and he's gonna challenge once again, ends up dropping to the floor. And Nuke, oh, that is massive. Narrowly getting the refrag right there. They stop covering for Heaven just for a second. Ataraxia, you needed the coordination, and here comes the Maul. He almost gets burned to a crisp again. Oh, that is so big. Melo, the last one left standing. He's at it up, but with the Tech 9, he does it. He finds the way to clutch through. And with just, plenty of time for him to not even feel worried about the bomb going off, Melo has definitely been the standout here for the side of Game Hunters. I mean, kinda stealing the spotlight, but it is a team effort after all, so I have to come back to it. What are Game Hunters going to be offering us when it's time for them to go on the aggression?
Yeah. I mean, at that point, not only did Melo give the headshots that everybody was apparently wanting there, right, with the kill on Deco, but they're going to claim an advantage within this last round. The side switch that may come from it. So, let's see how well they're going to fare within the last, from Game Hunters' last round on defense, because we've seen it and we've said it. How many times, I don't know, but Nuke is definitely a CT-sided map. Game Hunters, of course, took advantage of that properly. And the fact that Crew was able to inform him like that is good, but I mean, it's not as good as you would like it to be. You're going to see that smoke in order to stop them from the approach right here towards a ramp, stopping anybody right there within the trophy room. And with those a couple of shots, so like, yeah, if you want to come by here, I mean, at least it's going to be contested. And once again, we're going to see that classical gaming conditioning, man. You know how that works, right? I mean, you go through that smoke, you really don't want to go through there. If you've been killed a couple of times, of course, you're going to see that adaptation come forth. But will this adaptation come in the correct time as Crew? Since they won those 4 rounds, they have not been able to do much off of it. Last round within this half, less than 45 seconds left on the clock. And I mean, this isn't looking too good for Crew. Is the execution going to come? Yes, it's going to be a 35-second execute, but not only that, but Nuke very ready to be able to take all of them down. Goes and gets one, gets a second one right there within main hut. No, look at this. And then Nuke's whipping out the pistol right here. Last player left alive is going to be at Ataraxia, and look at him. He is definitely hunting for the player right there on top of the hut. Will he be able to get him? Yes, he does. We were just playing a little bit of game and stalling for time. Seems like that stall for time is going to allow the rest of his teammates to make their way through. But with the AUG in his hands and the AK-47 in the other, it's definitely going to be curtains right here for Ataraxia.
Oh, that was a tough look right there. The rest of Crew, they just fall like flies. One after the other. They did not cover for position correctly, and that ends up costing them quite a bit. I mean, not only was it Mr. Nuke right here, he was not alone. Slash is right there with him. Yes, even if they find a little something to their cause, I mean, at the end, the Taraxi is left alone. And that's curtains right there. And it's not only about how things have been going, is the fashion which Game Hunters managed to get those rounds, right? Because you mentioned Crew, get those 4 right off the rip, and then, well, guess what? Game Hunters just got double of that. And so much momentum, I think we were at the point at which we needed Crew to get a bit of a reset for themselves, and this is exactly that, as now they're going to be going on CT. Let's see if they can make something about it, because their offensive efforts, they were not looking as crisp as they were at the beginning. Those dualies are going to be tough to overcome, especially in Deco's hands. We've seen this man definitely hit his shots and makes it through, calling out the last remaining players. And the last one now only being Mello, who, well, he just gets to sit back. He was late to the party. Everybody else already left, unfortunately. And this is just the type of start that, yeah. I mean, Crew definitely needed this round. It's not like they just wanted it to be this way. They kind of needed it, because if not, well, a comeback would have for sure got way too tough, I believe, as double digits would have been pretty much guaranteed at that point for Game Hunters. And so, close to as good of a round as you could ask for on the pistol. They only end up losing a single one of their players, but Deco didn't go out without first making, at the very least, 3 keys with him. So that is plenty of work being put by just one man, and of course those dualies allow you to cover for such an instance in which the players are trying to flow through. So finally the streak is interrupted, and Crew are back on top, but let's see if they can keep this position to maybe try and catch up with what's already been done in this quarter.
I want to bring attention to the fact that Crew has already done much better here within this round specifically of Nuke, or rather this map specifically, since they were able to, oh my goodness gracious, I was just about to talk a little bit about stats and then just everybody died. We saw Laser get that quadra kill and make bank off of it, and Crew is already doing a lot more than what they were able to do against Bounty Hunters, bro, because when they played against Bounty Hunters Nuke, we saw them go 5-13. Those 5 rounds were won on the CT side, and they were not able to even bring themselves to take a round home on CT. So I mean, the fact that they're already doing it very, very well early on against the Game Hunters is definitely going to help them out within the long run, if they're able to win this, of course, because reminder, this is Crew's pick. So I mean, it's expected for them. So bet on the CT side that they're going to be playing a little bit more comfortably now that there's nothing more heading for them, right? So what generally your point of your more so your flow of thought is that, yeah, now that I'm on the CT side, I mean, there's nothing that could go wrong, right? If something goes down wrong, I have to win 1 round of T, or at least at max minimum 1 round of T before or after the side switch happens, right? If you go to OT or something like that. So I mean, very, very optimal type of play. And right here coming from Crew, I'm actually surprised to see that their offense, while looking good, isn't as stacked. You already have all that utility being used very early on, and the fact that they're actually just going like this, just making sure that they try to retake the areas that are generally closed off. I mean, Riggy able to escape with his life, and Nolks did take a good amount of damage right there. So the fact that that Game Hunters are the ones that are just waiting off right there and just like, okay, yeah, I mean, we have to do like this, or we have to wait for somebody to try going for the refrag. We're gonna see that flash go off right there. Ooh. Everybody just heading towards a garage. What a great play coming in from there. Mello nice. Get the kill on that Ataraxian. I mean, they were just playing however they wanted to. That smoke is going to stop them a little bit early on. What will happen is the question right here. You got 10 seconds on the clock. Do you commit to it? You have to. There's nothing much left for you to do. Nolk's able to get the kill and reverse it, but he was able to get 2. And not only that, will they make the bomb plan in time? I don't think they have enough time. No, they're not going to have enough time. Unfortunate right there for Game Hunters. They were on the brink of making that happen, but just 1 second too late, man. Literally 1 second too late. They took way too much time with their execution.
Man, the sad part about it is that hard part about it for Crew is that perhaps it would have been a lot less complicated had Ataraxia got that frag on towards the garage right there. I mean, he did get flanked, but you can definitely tell that he had an idea that he had to be looking at both ends after the call out that came from the smoke in the under tunnels. He's like, yeah, they're not approaching. Origi gives him the information, so Ataraxia has to know that they are all cruising around his position. Team Hunters, they don't get to plant, and so they don't save the round for themselves. Instead, is almost time here for Crew to at least try to catch up. Actually, he does not like that quite so much, but ABR gets shut down. Rigi, ever the loyal companion right there, not gonna let any further damage come to the side of this boss. Good positioning out of checking. Look at that, this man. I guess I get exactly why he was called Laser, you know? I mean, those were laser beams coming out of an MP9. And just the beautiful position. That was left alone, and yes, oh, I thought for a second that deagle was gonna come into play for a bit of a jump scare for at least one of the players on the CT side, but nope. The boys in blue get to run away unscathed pretty much. And so, it was perfect round for Peru to catch up, and Game Hunters have been struggling at the beginning of their T round. So let's see how they do further to bring this one perhaps back to their side, but maybe even more presently so. I mean, if they're able to get this first W, then they could be well on track to make it a 2-0 ordeal, just judging by the numbers. But first, they're gonna have to overcome this new beast that has become of Peru, because, I mean, looking like a different squad. The offensive was looking kind of coordinated. You know, the plays were really not flowing like they are supposed to. But the defensive effort feels a lot simpler for them, and that definitely is paying off dividends, as, I mean, that 4-round deficit is already gone.
Yeah, and I mean, you definitely want to take things slow if you're Game Hunters, but I mean, right now, Crew is definitely looking like the slower that you play, the more we can simply get you with that offense, right? And speaking of said offense, it is going to be contested right here through the smokes that are being played off. Towards your right side, you have your companion, Nokes, getting that double kill. ABR gets Rigi. Laser able to get that kill on Nokes, though, before, I mean, something goes haywire, but I mean, they're already made their way towards the site. Does Slash see the two players approaching from heaven? That is the question. Will somebody go for it? Yep, with that two utility, I mean, it tells them, yeah, both of them are up there, right? You have to know that both of them are up there at that point. It seems like simply dropping down at this point and going towards their spawn. They do not want anything to do with it. It's the first time within the side switch, man, that we actually see Game Hunters able to push back the defense that Crew has, penetrate there, and not only that, but make them retreat. You, of course, want to save your weapons up right here, because two teammates don't really have the best economical status at this point, but I mean, Game Hunters finally looking alive right here, waking up from that, what was it, 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 4 rounds of yeah, I don't know how to count, man. I studied communication sciences. I don't know what you guys expect from me. Like, I know how to talk, I don't know how to count, but definitely seems right here like Game Hunters are counting on this momentum to carry them forward right here into at least the double-digit range.
Well, I for one do not know how to talk, so there's that.
Oh yeah, said one of the best FGC commentators in Mexico. Yeah, shut your. I cannot say what I want to say live, but shut up. You do not get to say that, bro.
I do because I just you know, I want to. That's it. I've got no explanation. I've got no explanations further. It's just back to it though. Making it across just narrowly, Nolks finds a way through. Interestingly enough, and gets tagged up in the process. He was not the only one to find himself pretty much full of lead. And Slash is going to join that club as well. Unfortunately, a bit too much for his liking. That I end up losing his life. Crew did not take too kindly to losing that previous round in the fashion in which they did. Luckily for them, of course, they still had plenty of money in their pockets to make this a situation in which they can answer back immediately. And so far, it's looking like it, as, like I said, a couple of players already tagged up. And the thing is, yeah, those kills may be flowing a bit easier now for those M4s who's come to shove. But Game Hunters, though, making strides on both ends of the map. Seems like Nokes may find himself in a bit of a cheeky spot for himself, though. he's not alone, but checking definitely in prime position to put him to sleep, and so he does.
Okay, ooh, okay. Open up the door, get immediately headshot as we actually
Nice.
see laser go down right there. Mello able to get the plant right there. Oh, but look at this. Even though they were able to get the bomb plant right there, they were able to buy a good amount of time in order for the bomb to go down. The remaining players right here. Ataraxia, does he get the shot right there on Mello? Of course he does. Oh, actually, I thought for a moment that he was, but no, scope. Okay, I see you. I see you. Very good stuff right here from Ataraxia, looking extremely sharp with those 14 kills, almost or just ranging on that 2.0 KD. I mean, at this point, it's looking really, really good, if you ask me. 1.75 is definitely nothing to scoff at. And tying things up as well, only giving one round right here for the Game Hunters. The fact that we actually saw Laser try to go all in and then just immediately gets taken out right there. Unfortunate as it may be, we do have the tactical pause from Game Hunter, so I mean they know that something's going wrong within the way that they're approaching, and I definitely think it's because of Crew's playstyle, that really defensive playstyle in which they give little to no information regarding where they are with like audio clues or just simply throwing things. The one time that they did, give out a lot of information within audio clues, you know, the angles of where the utility came from and things like that. They lost that round. That was the one round that Game Hunter was able to win here on the T site. So Crew definitely knows that they have to take things very slowly and give their opponent the least amount of information that they can, because I mean, you know what they say in the art of war is that the opportunity to defeat the enemy will be provided by the enemy itself, and I think that Counter-Strike is like the literal definition of that.
I mean, yeah, you can extrapolate that into many contexts, and CS is definitely one of them. You play to your opponent's mistakes, and perhaps even a little bit better if you are forcing him out. So right now, Crew perhaps feel a bit better now that they can play as passively as they want. Because we did see Game Hunters be a little bit more aggressive at the beginning. You know, they were calling out some of those approaches out of Crew. Now it is a very different story. I thought actually that is a good start for himself. Checks the silo, nobody's there. Just to make sure. Bit of a double check right there. We're gonna get flushed out, but still you shall not pass. From this point forward, there's just an absolute blockade in the form of that AWP. And I thought actually waking up is not good news whatsoever for the side of Game Hunters. Nobody has been trailing too much, or too far behind, I should say. As for right now. Yeah, and look at that, even adding a lot more to the tally right there. Crew, one fell swoop, it's all it takes for them to make double digits. And so their efforts pay off. And Game Hunters, they are starting perhaps to feel the pressure right about now.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen a lot of questionable things coming in right here from Game Hunters, right? We saw in one point that they actually pushed a completely different, they pushed A when, I mean, bomb was already planted within B, and that gave a very big leeway for Crew to be able to tie things up whenever they had that advantage. And so a lot of questionable decisions to say at least right here coming in from the Game Hunters. And it seems like right now they are going to go in with a bit of a semi-buy, yes, because I mean you see them with rifles and everything, but little to no utility, right? So
Yeah.
they're essentially at the whim of whatever pace Crew places on the table right here. And speaking of that pace, look at this. We see at least two. No, Riggy actually only good for one. We've seen him time and time again within the earlier rounds be very good with those triple kills. But right now, he hasn't been able to place that same energy on the board right now, man. So I mean, losing a very important player right here for Crew, but Game Hunters did lose Nulks, one of the players that has been playing super well, able to get those kills. So let's just see, with a little bit less than a minute left on the clock, what Game Hunters go in regarding the execution. Will they go B is the question. I mean, you do have Ataraxia right here guarding with the AWP. He gets the shot right there. That's Mello out once again. Man, this is a rough bout right here. Like they're
Yeah.
constantly facing themselves against the iron wall that is at AWP and Ataraxia, man. I mean, there's a reason why this guy's a top fragger.
I mean, he's going bananas for his squad. Mello not too far behind, and we've seen what that man can do. And such is the problem of not being able to play with that much utility, right? ABR does get a chance to go for the money right there, but I don't know if he's gonna get to survive for much longer. The person having it's a little too late, and straight on the side, it's gonna be a reversive instead. It ends up finding the final frag. To put through at 2 rounds of striking distance right now. I don't know how wise was it for the side of Game Hunters to just make that attempt like so, but could have been worse for sure. I mean, getting that money plant is definitely gonna give them a bit of a breath of fresh air, allowing them to go with those AKs and utilities back on deck. Mello, perhaps more importantly, his preferred weapon now in his hands. With it, to make out of this, the early smokes and the reverse of trying to shoot through that bit of a wall. Doesn't quite catch anybody yet. Baby R is gonna get tagged up in the process. Slow approach. Game Hunter's not even trying to take any sort of advantage towards the outside. Perhaps falling out the movement from Crew. They're gonna make it all the way back. I mean, still plenty of time, more than a minute left. Let's see how Hunters start approaching this situation. The flash comes in, but Slashes has been a bit on the slower end as far as kills go. Starts picking things up on the, well, at the tail end of the map is perhaps a lot more important than what went by previously. 4-4 right now, but almost 40 seconds left, and these are gonna have to start getting worried about it.
Yep, not only with the execution right here coming in from Game Hunters here within the 30-second mark, but I mean, they already took down one of the players that was within the defense here within the site. And yes, you got a player right there within heaven, but what can he do when everybody is within very, very good guard right here? So what they've been actually actively avoiding has been going through secret, man, and that seems to give them at least a little bit more of an opportunity with the execution towards the A site. So we actually saw them wait for all the utility to dissipate right here coming in from Crew in order for them to make their attack, and that's what's been working for them, just simply paying off with the patience. We actually saw it on one occasion too, right? So whenever we saw the execution coming in from the Game Hunters, you know, it was just a bit of time that what they were lacking, because I mean the strategy was there, but at this point they were able to make the execution properly within due time, and the fact that they were able to get the first frags as well, the first kill within this round too, I mean, leads towards the fact that Game Hunters, once they get the ball rolling, even if their teammate goes down, they can find that fracture within that defense. They can really, really go the extra mile in order to be able to exploit it. Crew, on the other hand, they've had that stalwart defense, and as long as they don't find that little crack for them to for the other team to slip through, they've been playing this super solidly as well. I mean, obviously, that B side, that B contention has been more than effective at all points, right? So, yeah, just gonna have to take things very slow if your Game Hunters. Try to weave in, and how we say, and just shred that defense. See what they can do overall, and look at this! Oh my God, the correct timing on that HE. Riggy able to get that kill, get the kill on ABR. Gonna see the flash off right there. Does he hear the player coming in right here from Garage? He does not, but he does have one player towards the end right there. Nuke's able to get that double kill. Not only, look at who he took down too. Ataraxia and Riggy. Those are two very stellar kills.
Oh, Crew could be falling apart right here. This was such a crucial round because Game Hunters managed to find a way through. Of course, this is far still from done. You first have to hear that bomb ticking. Reverse is going to hold this corner for forever. He's going to be having a little support as well. The CTs all hanging out together by A. If they're forced to make a rotation towards B, then so be it, they say. 30 seconds left, pretty much. This is going to be the one aggressing, perhaps from the heaven side, and the rest of them waiting for their opportunity to make a move. All it comes through, that is checking. They get checked out like so, reversive. That is to stand through, and they stand their ground in impressive fashion. Perhaps a little bit of faith was lost, but not by them. They just kept their heads high at all times, and in such a crucial round, Crew, they stand tallest. And that was so important for them to win, really, because if not, then maybe they would have been forced to play for OT in a fashion in which they, might have not felt as comfortable in going for, but it is one round left here for the side of Crew. Game Hunters, though, they have the utility, they have the weapons, but do they have the grit to keep this game going?
That is the question right here. Give me 1 second, Roy.
Yonder. Utility has already been put towards the outside, checking, keep things from getting out of control. No pun intended.
Yeah, and like the way here,
the ramp.
Like just what a kill.
Let's see if it's big though, or if, like the last time, the Hunters aren't gonna let that one go by. I mean, you saw the patience that Crew really were bringing to the table during our round number 22, and now perhaps some of that is also going to be required. Nulk's finding much more, and it seems like this one is going to tease. The flank comes through though. Have to get worried about that one. Checking is right there, and he doesn't get caught off guard. He runs out of bullets, though. That is the problem with the M4, and that is also a frag that Axie is not going to be able to complete. Oh, brother, that was so close. It was almost a 1v1 being set up, but no, instead, it all goes south there for the Argentinian squad, and the Game Hunters, they stay alive. And they force this situation out. We'll get to see. I mean, I think if Game Hunters force this one out, we could very well be seeing them run away with this series, with this entire
100%.
match.
Yes.
I mean, not only because of the momentum, but we've talked about their stats on their own pick. We've talked about how Crew are not as effective with it, and not only that, but to add even more to the tally, it's the fact that Crew would have to close on T, which, like we saw, it worked at the beginning when there were only pistols and when the economy was not really a factor, but at this juncture, I think it does not bode well from what we've seen from them at the very least. I'm very willing to be proved wrong, but from what they've shown us, just going on the offensive has not been their cup of tea. Hunters, though, first they're going to have to force out OT, and, well, say the least. I mean, they've looked better in the past. If they can make it happen, even with PRT not exactly in the best of spots.
Yep, and the fact that they're playing this very, very cautiously and very slowly as well. Pull it. Oh, he pulled it! Oh my goodness gracious! Gets one and oh my god, almost got the second one. Yup, misses the second one, and the thing is gonna peek outside. Mallow, of course, is gonna wait for him right there. He's like, yeah, I know what you're gonna do. I'm an opper too. Goes in and gets the kill, and not only that, but reversive, losing a lot of his HP at that point. He's even gonna head back a little bit right here. Nokes has to push forward with now nobody from the outside actually trying to contest it other than Slash. It gives them a bit of a choice, or more so a more active choice, say at least, to see where they want to strike. Do they have the utility in case they want to bust out from there? They do not. They do, actually, but it seems like they're not opting to use it. Do we see the shot being fired off right here? Yes, we do. Not only one, but Laser able to get one. Slash gets the kill on for his teammate as well, revenges him. But then Slash gets reversive too. Deco goes down, and Riggy is the last player left alive. But look at this. He is going to be just hidden right here within the vent. He actually opted to take this position very, very early on within the match. Gonna switch off right here. Mello does have the AWP, and they planted it for him. They planted the bomb right there for him as well. This is gonna be very, very heated bout right here. Yeah, I mean, they're both gonna cover up right there. Game Hunter secures the OT. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got overtime.
Oh, man. I don't know if my prediction is going to be coming through or not, but oh, that was a bit of a hard breaker right there for Crew. They get a strike first, but immediately Mello, knowing where the next one was going to be coming from, shuts him down. ERT, even though he gets caught out of guard, it is again Mello who is an absolutely crucial part of Game Hunters' efforts. Economy be damned at this point. Game Hunters, I think they're feeling warm about their offensive efforts, and Crew, we've seen be more comfortable on this side. Oh my lord! Resistance Deco though. Got a nuke of my own. It's in my hands. Let me show it to you. It'll lead 2 players straight off the rip, but still a very good position for Game Hunters to get this bomb rolling. Ataraxia gonna be the one present by Heaven. He's instead gonna decide to, you know, back down as he was expecting some utility right there. ABR is in a tough spot, but he has support.
I mean, with the bomb being planted right here, definitely going within the favor of the Game Hunters. I mean, do they want to commit to this execution? It seems like they do, especially with the buy right here on the... Oh my goodness gracious. Immediately picking out right there. Does he get the shot? He does not. And that Molly is essentially going to stop him. Yep, it's essentially going to stop him, even if they are able to get the kill right there. I mean, just everybody's going to get blown up to shreds. Nothing much left for them to do. That Molly was huge, man. Even if they were able to get that kill on Slash, they would still not have been able to get the defusal. And Game Hunters with just a very, very good defense. And that kill right there, I mean, it was just raining explosions against Nuke. I mean, what could you have done if you were him? And that immediate headshot right there coming in from ABR essentially sealed the deal. And even if it wasn't sealed, that Molly said, you know what, I got you, fam. And that's why Slash was just very trigger happy towards the end, because he knew that there was nothing that Crew could have done.
Yeah, the Molly was just some extra rain in their parade, you know? It's like just making extra sure there's nothing you can do about it. Smart play after all. Why rely on execution when you can just leave it up to time, really, and let it do its thing for you? You are still going to have a couple more rounds to go on CT, so it's not like they're going to be worried. Oh, he definitely called that one out. ABR, though, still got to decide to try and make it through. Doesn't quite find a way. This is boding well for the side of the Argentinian forces. Let's see if they can finally convert, because a couple of times already we've seen them. They get an advantage, but then, poof, it goes. It just absolutely vanishes, and I have to give credit to Game Hunters for being able to do that type of thing. I think it's way easier said than done.
Just simply taking your time here is super, super important. Oh, of course. I mean, you want to go out willy-nilly. You were saying a moment ago, yeah, I know where you want to peek, but I mean, if you're running off like a, what's it called, like a chicken without its head, man, of course you're going to get gunned down, especially with Crew being completely on the lopside here. Not even damage on them, bro. Like, that's how good they're feeling right now. Not even damage on them. Just simply able to obliterate every single player that stood within their way. And if you're smart about this, you actually go hunting for them, right? Yeah, hunt the Game Hunters, because you're gonna hit them where it hurts a little bit more, which is going to be the economy, and it seems like that's exactly what's going on right here. Laser seems to want the kill right here on Slash, and on PRT. And of course, they're guarding the only way that you can get there towards this area right here. He gets the shot. Does he post no damage? No, he doesn't post a no damage, but I mean, at least he was able to get the kill on 2 of the... They were able to obliterate them all towards the end. And this is going to put a very, very heavy dent, man. A very heavy dent within the economy right here from Game Hunters, because you already got a couple of players within their 1800 range. You definitely don't want to see that happen early on, especially because this overtime, it can be very, very brutal if you don't administer yourself properly. You got players with things like AWPs and things like that. Like, look at Melo. He is not going to be able to buy an AWP next round. I'm telling you that right now.
Let's see, though, if that is even a situation that comes to pass, as we've seen Game Hunters throughout our tier rounds. They've been able to find those answers a bit more consistently, even in spite of Crew's best efforts. But bit of pressure being relieved by the side of Crew. I will give them full credit onto that reversive. That is a big pickup, and onto Melo nonetheless. Team Hunter's gonna lose their main man, their difference maker so far, though he's not the only one dropping numbers such as what he has. I mean, ABR has stepped it up. Even Slashes, who was looking, you know, way worse at one point, at very least trailing behind his teammates consistently. It's still gonna be the case, but not by as much as in the past. And well, Crude, I think that they are done with this type of patience that they're forced to be playing with. But again, they're gonna have to bring it. Push come to shove on their T rounds. This did not bode well at all for the side of Game Hunters. PRT is gonna have to be an ace for him, and I don't know about you, man, but it is not looking extremely likely, though. Extremely likely doesn't mean impossible.
Mm-hmm. I don't hear a bell, Roy. I haven't heard the bell at all. It doesn't seem like PRT has either. But I mean, with the kill, does he get hit though? Does he get hit though? Oh, he actually goes in. Very, very smart smoke. He knows that there could be He knew that there could have been an opera. I was a believer for a moment, man.
He played it so well.
A believer. But I mean, in the end, you already know that Crew is very, very ready in order to stop them dead within their tracks. And that kill right there from Riggy was absolutely phenomenal. And not only that, he was able to claim 3 kills right there. Until he was just he wasn't even taken out right there. Oh yeah, no, he was by PRT. He was a kill that got from PRT. But I mean, in the end, regardless of what happens, you already know that Crew is looking very, very good on their offense, because they were able to get a lead early on. But the thing is, Game Hunters played their defense super, super well too. And let alone the fact that Crew might have if they get one more round. I mean, you only need one more round, right? Definitely. But I mean, Game Hunters, their defense was super, super solid. They won double the rounds that Crew did on it. So, I mean, if history did take something, it did take patterns. But I mean, patterns aren't necessarily something that you have to follow right here, especially since you had all that time in order to be able to understand the play style that they had. So, I mean, still got to take it slow. I do see that Crew is taking it very, very slow. How slow is too slow at this point? I mean, they got plenty of time, right? They still have more than a minute left on the clock, so.
No, they do.
I mean, still, do we see the kill right here coming in from the hut? Yes, we do. That's Deco with the kill on ABR. We already see one more play. That Nokes and Slash both get one. Reversive and Laser out of this. Does Nokes want to peek? Does he want to? Yes, he does now. That has been cleared. Towards the other side, he still got Riggy, though, with the kill on Slash. Oh, that HE could have spelled a lot of danger right here for Nokes. Deco very ready to see if he wants to peek. Yes, he does. Gets a headshot. Now the B side is available for them to be able to at least try to make something happen. Ataraxia able to get that kill on Melo. Evades the AWP's unfortunate graze at times. And now it seems like the site is now free for them to be able to plant on it. A very smart play as well, you know, getting and making everybody try to go in towards a B site. And the fact that they have divided right here. Oh my goodness gracious, Biggie, you are going to give me a heart attack. Bro, how do you miss that, bro? How do you miss that for a second? Ay, güey, no lo puedo creer. Cabrones estos, güey. Cabrones, güey. They're playing with my heart out here. Or how do you say it? Yeah, pinches boludos, güey. Boludotes, güey. Sí, pero I don't mean like boludos as in it. So I mean like boludos porque tienen unos huevotes, güey.
In the best of possible terms. Yeah, no, I totally understand you. I totally understand that. I mean, Crew about to make this round their own. Well, this entire first portion of the match, they're gonna have to greatly step it up on Anubis from what we've seen, but there is some confidence brought to their T rounds. I like what I'm seeing right here out of Rigi. Bit of coverage fire. Though notice here by ABR, who stays concealed in the smoke for as long as he has to find that frag. He immediately retreats. The safety of having a couple of teammates watching over him. Gonna try for a second time though. This push not quite dead on its tracks. It'll be a bit tougher to deliver, especially considering the angle that PRT is covering. Oh, you challenge, and that is not gonna go well for the CT forces right here. We're narrowly missing out. Tons of damage been delivered, but still. Oh, that is big though. From Secret, Nox waits for his opportunity to strike. We've been seeing this man play the underside by quite a few times already, and he finally decides to poke out. I mean, he had been deterred in the past by nades and a couple of pieces of util. Now it's not going to be the case. Ataraxia and Reversive left to deal with the situation, which at one point was looking exactly reversed. Like I said, tons of damage been dealt in both ways. PRT and Slashes, though, they are narrowly staying alive. Nox also definitely going to get killed by either of these weapons with the right shot, of course. Nox.
Oh.
Pull that one out immediately. Yes, they're running out of time, and I don't think Crew are going to get their chance to close this out right here and now, and that is all because of that man on your screen. Nox. He pops out at just the right timing, and then he defends side all on his own. It was a good start for Crew. It definitely was a good start, but timing was not in their favor whatsoever. That first call out there by Slashes is gonna go big, and as they are being distracted, Nox strikes. And he will get to strike again. Just a simple cleanup with HE, and then a couple of taps will solve the rest of this problem. Can we see yet another overtime, or will Crew be closing this out here and now?
I think it's very smart towards the end what we saw with that HE towards the end, right? Because, I mean, essentially leaves the only option of coverage there. Nullifies it entirely. Thank you very much, Counter-Strike 2, for bringing that in. But, I mean, now, if you're game hunters, you want to go all in on your defense, right? You make sure every single piece of utility is used as optimally as possible. And definitely take your time right here. Don't overextend. Don't overpush. Don't place yourself within obvious areas, which is what PRT is doing at this point, in case somebody wants to peek through, or rather run through at this point. I mean, game hunters are definitely playing with the most optimal positions on their defense. As long as they don't overextend right here, I think they could be good to go in order to give us a bit of a second overtime. Crew, like we mentioned, Crew not having the best offensive time when they were on here on T. I mean, everything can change right here. Do they see ABR? Do they see the player from Secret? Haven't quite looked at it quite yet. Do we see the shot? Yes, we do.
Hey.
Nox once again looking at that point, catching, reversing with his pants down. PRT gets a kill on Ataraxia. Deco is able to get ABR.
Wow.
What a second overtime play, man. They just curb stomped Crew within that T side.
Brother, that was a rough one, but this is exactly why you have to play your strengths, right? Crew, we know they've been having a bit of a slower time towards their T efforts, and well, luckily for them, again, if it all ends well for them, it's gonna be on CT once again, and they are gonna be feeling good and all about themselves, but Nox stepping it up as much as he has definitely made a massive impact on what we are seeing now from Game Hunters, even if they're gonna be running out of CT rounds to try and close it out. Their offensive efforts were just fine, in my opinion, and let's see about this yet again. Nox gets to open up once more. That is not going to be the single frag that he gets this round, is it? No, it's not. Flashes covers for the other side of the hut, and this is starting to feel pretty jover for Crew, at the very least, on this round.
Yeah, I mean, they do have to win those 4 more, right? But I mean, at least they know where the players are, to say the least, right here. Take your time. You're not pressured. You got more than a minute. You gotta check your angles, man. Nox has been tearing holes through their offense, bro. Nox has been the one to definitely the MVP within the latter half. Well, the latter half of the second half, right? This last quarter of the game, because, man, I mean, he has just been optimally
He's been picking it up.
Yeah, he's been, not only has he been picking it up, but he's been putting them down, right? Like, he has been playing within these areas that Crew already takes for cleared, and he exploits that so much. And then it's the fact that he's exploiting, like, one of the key things right here within shooters, right? That you have to make sure all your angles are cleared every single time, right? If you leave a site and go in for the re-entry and you don't check it again, I mean, there's obviously going to be somebody there, right? I mean, there's still a possibility of somebody being there, at least. What I'm trying to say right here, look at the kill right there. And speaking of the man of the minute, Nox is now out of play, but still can't count Mello out. Gets the hit. We're gonna see a second one. Yes, we are. Proving all the haters wrong, man. People saying put that op down. No, I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna put my bullets right there through the flesh of 2 players here for Crew, picking up the slack that Nox was unfortunately doomed with his death to provide. I mean, taking his time very slowly. Do we see Slash? Oh, yes, we are. We're going to see a bit of an optimal play right here coming in from this guy. Oh, and he's able to retreat into the smoke again. And not only that, but PRC is going to be able to get that kill. Game Hunters looking pristine within what we've seen at this first glance, man. They're looking to pick up the 3 rounds within this half, and maybe, just maybe, this map, which would be huge.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried about the Argentinian squad. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want to see them tweaking, bro. I do not want to see them quaking in their boots. Put up a fight, and I know they can for sure, but not far. Not too much, but yeah, their coordination when it's time for them to set the pace of the match, it's just not been there in the same way that it was when the clock is ticking in their favor. So, and at the very least, their knowledge is gonna come through. AB are gonna be shut down through the smoke. Mello though, ready to pick up the slack.
Stood there.
Yep. Yes, it did. It unfortunate, just the narrowest of angles. Deco, not quite gonna walk through just yet. Reversive still posing a threat towards Mello though. This situation in which Game Hunters end up losing their op. No assistance gonna come his way though. Not a getting, but PRT still there. Ready to take a refrag if needed. Flashes takes a bit of a heavy beating for himself. Now gets flashed off. That is gonna slow him down. Slashes somehow still surviving. Finally gonna get cleared off. And it was about time. PRT pokes out at the wrong possible moment.
No way.
And that is a 2-on-2 still set up. Who cannot feel too comfortable about setting themselves just yet, though. They have plenty of time. L does immediately fly in. He throws the HE. Probably gonna give that one away. Doesn't hear anything. He does right now. And the HE flies. That is only damage, though. Oh, tries for the flick, but doesn't quite get it. That was his chance right there. I mean, it would have been such a different situation instead. Oh my lord.
Nice.
Reversive and checking. They hold their ground and was looking to be a diminished Crew instead. Turns into a team that still is looking alive. Bit of a tense moment right there, but they They are still in it.
Yeah, at least for what it is worth. I mean, definitely the fact that Slash lost his life right there within that corner. I mean, really not what you expect to see in the end. I mean, of course, it's either that or getting shot to death. But I mean, don't place yourself in that situation to begin with, right? Especially if you know that the team still has a lot of utility within their possibilities, right? So don't really look for that. Gotta react to it. I mean, in the end, a little bit too late to squander about the past. Let's see what's going on within the present right here. And speaking of the present, once again, that smoke has cost them so much time, man. That smoke is so good whenever you're talking about stopping a push towards a B side right there. Riggy trying to get the shots right through there, seeing if there's anybody that maybe wants to cross over towards Secret. Doesn't seem like it's going to work. Riggy lost a lot of HP right there, but then ABR immediately gets a kill on Laser. That is going to be a bit of a rough one. Yep, a great molly. Definitely a great one. Gonna simply step back. Riggy knows. Yep. He knows that he can't really commit too much to it, which is why the B site is now going to be the point of contention. Does Ataraxia go down? Doesn't seem like he's gonna do it or anything like that. Yep, Mellow with the kill. Game Hunter's looking great right here. Gets a second one. Does he get the third? No, he doesn't, but barely just misses that shot. We did see a headshot right there on Slash from one of his teammates. But I mean, when you're in a 4v1, I think that there are some errors that, you know, you can let those slide, especially since the bomb being planted right here is going to place the timer against Crew. And by Crew, I mean Reversive, who has been having a good game, but I mean, hasn't been, you know, like the spotlight of his career or anything like that. Highlight rather than anything. He's not even going to try it at this point.
That is a tough one to lose. Game Hunters, they are within striking distance. And man, oh man. They seem like they wanted more, Deal. They definitely seem like so. Reversive, or at least gonna get a bit of revenge towards Nulks, but just not enough. 18 on the score line for this side of the Brazilian squad. And that stings especially bad here if you are through. Man. Melo just a torn to their side all the way throughout, even if he's been overtaken, because Nulks has been having one hell of an overtime for himself. So much so that he manages to completely, you know, overtake in the fragging department. But Melo's trying to catch back up. Is like, no man, don't steal the spotlight from me. We saw just how much work this man has been putting in, but can it be enough for the 1-2 punch of Melo and Nulks to close it out? And the thing is that they're not alone. Like I've said, the rest of the squad has definitely picked up the pace, and they have stepped up when they are needed most. This could be the final time here on Nuke. Let's take a look at it, because Crew, they're gonna be forced to win back-to-back rounds if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, those 3 rounds, man. I mean, they would have to win at least 2 rounds, to say the least. I mean, it's still a very big if that happens. Oh, ay cabrón, como crees? What a shot.
Wow.
Catching him midair. He jumped with his life and he fell without it. That is going to be a very good kill, because they took one of the top fraggers, man. Veto and Reversive being the only ones to tie up. But I mean, overall, Crew's KD is looking very good, evenly distributed. The thing is, from Game Hunters, they have higher peaks, right? They have higher peaks and lower valleys. But I mean, sometimes those higher peaks are the ones that you rather have, other than consistency. That only applies for these type of things, right? We obviously try to be as consistent as possible. But Riggy able to get the kill on Nulks. Top driver for the Game Hunters. We see PRT make his way through, taking down Laser. No sight right here. Reversive still able to try something. Yep, he goes in for some preemptive shots. Not going to work out too much within his favor. Sees if there's anybody right there within the window. Not going to be the case. No, why would you dry peek that, Deco?
What?
Your flash just was not there quite yet. Why are you dry peeking that? Essentially costing 1 player less right here, and that man advantage can be so deadly. PRT, does he have the bomb? No, he does not, but It's his teammate ABR. Are they gonna make their way towards A? Are they insane? Are they gonna make it happen? Oh, they're actually gonna do it, bro. Oh, what a great change within the pace, but I don't know if it's gonna be worth it. I mean, you got PRT with the possibility of a flank. Will it happen though? Does not quite see him. Able to get the flank right there. Reverse it goes down. Does Riggy make the comeback? Can he make it happen? No, just goes, jumps in, says, you know what? I'm gonna take the sweet embrace of death. The Game Hunters, 1 round away, man. Oh no, that was it. No, that's the game, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
it's
it.
nice 19. Okay,
That-
yeah, I was like, it's just that I didn't see anybody just drop their weapons or anything like that. I was like, okay, I mean, they're still at least around, but they were playing for the next one. They were like, yeah, let's go to the next one. Let's make it 23 if possible, man. Holy crap.
Holy moly. I mean, at the end of the day, I think nerves prevailed on behalf of Crew. And also, full props to the side of Game Hunters for being able to force that out of their opponents, right? Because definitely was a bit of a bounce back coming in from the Argentinian forces on their CT efforts. But when it was time for them to clutch up on OT, it just didn't quite happen. And now we're heading towards a map which they haven't had a victory on in quite a while. So it is going to be a tough battle here for Crew, but still a doable one. Not like I'm counting out quite yet, though we'll get to see about that. Just a few minutes that we're going to give them to, recompose themselves. And so, guys, go take perhaps a bit of a breather as well, and we'll be right back with the action in just a few minutes for you all. Back at it and straight into the action, guys. We are here once more after an incredible show of grit coming in from Game Hunters, forcing out OT and then clutching it out in a couple of grueling ordeals, but it was their game. They took it. They took it all the way to the bank. Now, Crew, having lost on their own pick, they're going to be forced to play on their opponent's territory. That is going to be Anubis, and like we've said, yes, their record might not be the greatest, but they're going to get to have a bit of a start here on CT, though it's not boding too well already for them. Nox right off the rip gets very busy with it. Deco, we saw him shine through the beginning portions of Nuke. Let's see if he can bring some of that back.
You know, just taking things very slow right here, even though they've already been the ones to make their way towards the site. But I mean, they don't really have to commit too much off of it because it's Crew the ones that have to strike right here. And speaking of striking, it seems like they are. Oh, okay.
Mellow.
Yes. I like it. Love it, Mello. Great stuff. Simply taking the time to be able to see if there's another player that may come their way. The thing is, he knows that there's somebody right there within connector. And at this point, there's nothing much that they can do. They have to try to commit to at least the kills or something because of the way the time was about to expire. Game Hunters already claiming that first round within their name, man. We've seen that with whenever they claim that first round, not from this map, right, but from previous maps. Whenever they claim the first round, things generally tend to go within their favor. Not necessarily for them to win or to go their way, but I mean at least within their favor. At this point, you know, Anubis being the controversial map, because every time that I get on here, I say, oh no, it's T-sided, and then somebody proves to me that it's CT-sided, and then I go, oh no, it's CT-sided, and then somebody just goes completely ballistic with the way that they attack. So with this truly neutral map, I think that Game Hunter is feeling very comfortable within this. Speaks well of the way that they can handle what is being said, especially since Anubis is the map that they've actually won the most on, and they're second place, or rather third place, with the map that they've most played.
And we've seen Game Hunters be deadly on the aggression. Do more of where that came from. Mello claiming 2 before bowing out, but that should have been a round secured already. Bit of retribution being found here by the side of Crew, though. So, at least they're gonna take whatever they can. Chances, though, they have looked better in the past. And perhaps in a mapping which T-side is a bit easier to develop, they're gonna be feeling most comfortable in going at it second. Game Hunters, though, perhaps they like to strike first and then never look back, and this is exactly what they're doing. The bonus round is completed. Not without taking at least one casualty, though. Let's see what Crew bring to the table now. They're gonna be having a bit of a better shot at making this round their own.
2-0 to their name. Game Hunters looking very good. Crew, of course, I mean, they have to step up the pace, man. They have to step it up at this point. Oh, see the flash off right there. Actually works out because Atarexa counter with his own. Gonna see that smoke right there. It's not going to work out too much, though. Do they expect to play right here within the corner? They do, but Nuke still able to get the kill. Do we see somebody covering for him? Yes, it's actually going to be Riggy, making sure that nobody tries to claim his weapon or anything like that. Going off the molly, getting everybody out of pillar, but instead of pushing forward with little to no regard to his life, he actually opts to regroup, push back right here. Does ABR catch somebody within the crossfire? Do they expect him from this angle? They do not. ABR is able to get that kill on laser. Riggy towards the other hand. Oh, I mean, takes at least a little bit of damage. But with that Galil, man, these Galils have been looking mighty fine, if you ask me. Everybody coming in right there from connector. No shots connecting at all. Nuke's able to get that kill and reverse it, but not before taking down ABR. 2 for 2. This man right here. Do we see Ataraxia go for it? We see the 2-1. Does he get the shot? Does he get the shot? Gets caught reloading, and then Slash puts him down. I mean, looks good. I mean, in the end, I mean, if you're that close, even with the huge scope of the AWP, I mean, you're bound to get somebody, right? It's almost, I mean, it's a really, really big scope, but when you're that close, it's almost as big as your mom.
She is quite big. I don't have anything to say. I mean, I don't have anything to say. Large lady.
Oh man, shout out to all the moms out there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure. In spite of that, though, I was about to say how Mello is just sometimes willing to run and gun. He just feels so comfortable. In his usage of the option. I mean, he makes it look easy at times. Crew back to square one. Not the best of spots for themselves. Not quite at the beginning. Again, they're gonna get a chance to bounce back, but judging by what we've seen from them on T, this is, I mean, they've been in better positions, and we haven't mentioned it in a while, but this is for elimination after all. I mean,
Yeah.
if Game Hunters get this 2-2 record for themselves, their next step, of course, is not like they're going to be breathing easy, but at the very least, they have a chance to fight for the playoffs. Instead, whoever gets done here, they are out of the tournament. So I have to imagine that is really playing a big role in what we are seeing from Crew, which are some nerves, to be quite frank. However, numbers work like a charm right there. They managed to steal away that AK that was in the hands of PRT, and that is sure to aid them in the future, but this round is looking quite done.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even though you got ABR trying to go in for the flank or something like that, but really not going to work out too much. Got to save up as much as you can, especially those deagles and those smokes that you have within your hands. Still, Game Hunters on the verge of claiming those 4 rounds. I mean, we could be seeing a reversal, right, of what we saw within the first map, which Crew, they were able to win 4, and then Game Hunters picked up the pace within the CT side. But, I mean, with the offense that's been carried on right here from Game Hunters, I really don't think that is going to be the case at all. Does Riggy be able to... does he claim the life of the player with the 8? No, he doesn't. Just simply going back right here, and that's pretty much it. I mean, 4 rounds in their name. Game Hunters looking very, very good right here as Crew struggling to simply find a stable footing, man, within this one. And the more that they try, the more that they're struggling overall. I really like what we're seeing right here within that change of an offensive stride from Crew, but I mean, they were ill-equipped with the firepower to be able to make it happen, so... Yeah.
I mean, they get something out of it. It could have been a worse round for themselves. I mean, getting that AK, I think it's enough progress, but they have to pay a high toll for it, which is that disadvantage in 4 rounds. And they seem to have gone by in just a jiffy, you know? Close your eyes and you blink and you miss it type of deal. Game Hunters, I think we are seeing why they have been, at the very least, statistically more effective than Crew on this map. And further down the line, I'm really curious to see about what way they bring towards their defensive efforts, but of course, that is going to have to wait for just a bit longer. In the meantime, you also like a bit of a guessing game in how many rounds are Game Hunters going to be able to rack from their D side alone. ABR looking quite aggressive. Reversive on the other end. Ready to receive him. Not quite ready, it seems, as he does take quite a bit of damage. Big chunk of his health. Bleeded. Makes it a back end. Nobody makes it across Mellow, man. If we've learned anything at this point, is that this is a dangerous man. Especially with that up in hand. It goes for double, really. Whenever you have a player that is capable of things such as this, and then the rest of the squad is also showing up, much like what we saw from the OT onwards on Nuke, I think it's curtains, or it's starting to feel like it. Of course, Reversive still gonna get a chance to release a strike on the Ataraxia. Oh man, he finds one, but not able to do much else. And when you have Nulks watching over your back, I think that you know that you're pretty safe, and so the plant goes through, and the rest is history.
Yeah, Deco's not even going to try it at this point, right? He's just going to try to claim as much utility that he can scavenge from his teammates. body that was right there within gate, and he's just gonna try to save up for what he can, man. Looking at the economy numbers right here from Crew, they're not too good. I mean, they did go in with the buy this round, so next round is going to be quite iffy, even with the loss bonus accumulation, because right now they do have that just straight up maxed out. I mean, sometimes it doesn't really work, though. They are looking for him PRT with his AK in his hand, but I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to find them anytime soon. Not going to lie. Do they see him? Oh my god, barely just in the nick of time.
Oh.
I was just going in with the fact that that M4A1S was so important for them, but I mean, yeah, that's rough, especially since you know that sometimes flashes aren't necessarily as effective as can be against operas, because their first instinct whenever the flash is to shoot and then they'll move, right? They shoot first and then they ask questions after that. But right now, Game Hunters, those 5 in a row. I mean, Ataraxia does have his AWP. I mean, he did have a little bit saved up right there within the piggy bank, but he had to break it in order to be able to make it happen.
Yeah.
So let's see if that doesn't come to bite out right here within the lack of offense that Crew has at this point. Because I mean, you do have good offense within the MP9s, but I mean, you can't compare MP9s to AK-47s, right? You can't compare the AWP in some sort of fashion right there. Do we see the flash? Yes, we do. What a great flash right there coming in from Deco. Able to get the double kill and also rev up at least a little bit more of the economy for his team. Coming forth, do we see him face to face? That's reversive. Simply standing down. Nope. Not even a shot fired coming in from this player. With that being said, does he give the green light towards the B site is the question. Does he want to bait people towards B? Does he want to bait these two players? Rather, are they going to try to take it a bit more of a divided offense within this area? I mean, you got players on water. You got one making his way through mid doors. Trying to see if there's anybody that maybe... I mean, because of the fact that they have mid control, this could work out really, really well.
I mean, it could. They end up pincering the remaining players over here by A. It'll may come to pass. Now making their way towards main right here. Ataraxia takes aim. He sees one. He claims him. Flashes, you're out of there. And second one to follow suit. Ataraxia finally showing some signs of life. Mel even try to push through. I think at this point, he might as well try to get a little bit of revenge. And clear up was guaranteed, though. Ataraxia goes 3-for-3 on his defensive efforts towards A. And no one passing through him. Of course, all of this came through from Deco's early work, which he does got a chance to catch. But again, he will not come unprepared versus these uppers. I mean, we've already seen what Melo can do, and Ataraxia also no slouch himself.
Definitely when you can take your time within a map like Anubis, even though it's a relatively small map, there's limited entries towards where you can make things happen. That H is going to hit. Yep, that's going to hit quite well. At least making sure that the players that have the M4A1S are able to are going to be able to get a couple of kills here and there. Game Hunters, I mean, they're still looking very good, regardless of the loss of that first round. Against them, because, I mean, they were able to win 5 in a row, almost securing things are at least tied up right here. And Crew doesn't really have to commit too much to it, right? The thing is, Game Hunters has been playing this super well, preserving almost all utility in their name. So they can wait things out. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Just the fact that they can wait things out right here.
Yeah.
We're going to see another smoke, or is it going to be a flash off right here towards somebody toward main? No, it's not. Going to pass off that smoke to somebody else. Going to go in with the molly right here. Flashed off once more. Seeing if there's anybody that tries to go in with the swing. Another molly. I mean, Slash doesn't really have much of a leadway right here. Oh, he gets a kill. That's going to be huge because no more coverage.
Wow.
And of course, that's going to be the Q in order to be able to go in guns blazing right here. And even though we already see the loss on Slash right there, that is the Q for Deco to retreat. Ataraxia and him are no longer going to want to compete within this. They retreat towards the A site. Going to try to see if there's anybody that they can catch with a little bit of the exit frags right there within mid. But this is essentially one more round right here for Game Hunters, man. What do you do against an offense that is so well coordinated that even with the better positioning, you cannot compete.
I mean, they wait around for a second, but holding off against teams that are that well coordinated, like you're pointing out, is just going to be so tough. And you can even tell, the extra bit of coordination at the very end. It gives off the angle, immediately trusting his teammate to throw the molly right at them. Got a cover for the Palin's entrance, so you have nothing to worry about on that end. And the rest is history. Game Hunters are making this look like a clinic so far. 6-1 already, and at this pace, I am starting to get worried because those first 5 were in an absolute streak. Yes, those were early rounds, but this could be the beginning of yet another one of those. And the more rounds Team Hunters take under Fierce Appearance, I think the worst things are looking for the Argentinian counterparts. They could be staring down the barrel of elimination.
And the AK-47s and the AWPs, right? But most importantly, the one for elimination. Definitely, because, I mean, and it's so weird, right? Like, Crew is so good in different aspects. We see them, one of the more prominent names here within Latin and South America. But, I mean, it's just so rough at times because regardless of how you want to see it, ooh, actually, Riggy going in with a great peek right there from Connector. And it is a 2v1, so, I mean, could still happen. They have to make their way through. Has to pick up the... Oh my god, he has to pick up the bomb right there. I mean, ABR still able to go in with the plant. Does he see the player sneaking up from... Yeah, he's sneaking up from Sniper right there. Does he get the shot? ¡Ay, güey! Papá Santo. Hasta pa' un lado porque le dio pipita fuerte. And speak of the devil right there. I know. I was not expecting him to peek. Es que se me sale lo mexa, güey. How am I supposed to compete whenever these guys are just making my heart pound? Game Hunters claiming that 7th round in their name. Not only that, but an advantage within the side switch.
I thought it's a little too close for comfort. Here in Mexico would use a different assortment of words, perhaps, to express how hard pounding that was. Some of those not so kind, perhaps. But at the end of the day, Ataraxia making our hearts raise, but it was not meant to be as ABR shuts him down in what ends up being a closer on the other side of the obelisk. Brother, it is... Just the momentum has completely been sapped away from Crew here. They have had the chances and some close calls, and yes, the frag allows them to reach the point in which, they can afford the MP9s, they can afford the mass, but I wouldn't really call it even grounds on every other department, Game Hunters has just taken over this match altogether. They are looking to continue to take over Anubis. Oh, Nuke's about to get punished, and yes, he does get burned down to a crisp. And even though he was not alone, the rest of his teammates cannot find an answer quite in time. So this prompts him to go forwards, and that is where you can be forcing those mistakes out of them. And so, with only an MP9 and a USP in hand, Ataraxia is able to work wonders. These Game Hunters are reduced to only 2 players. Great call out for a beginning. Finally making sure that Nukes doesn't run away scot-free, and I think the rest may just be curtains. We know just how dangerous Mello can be for sure, and he does have bomb control, but with 3 players right in front of him, yeah, I mean, one of them still went away, but the other 2, easy peasy lemon squeezy for them.
Así es, muy sencillo limoncito, but I mean, as well as Crew is playing within this round, I mean, how unconsequential 2 rounds can be within the defense, right? Because, I mean, you're going to go in for the side switch, and then it's going to be your turn to attack. That's when the momentum is going to be important here, especially here within Anubis, because regardless of what I said earlier, I still think it's a CT-sided map, right? I'm sorry, a T-sided map, if anything. So, like I mentioned, those 2 rounds can be inconsequential, but I mean, they could spell so much danger if you're gonna play this well. What is that smoke, my brother in Christ? What is that smoke? Just, it's right smack in the middle of scenic nowhere, bro. Like, okay, maybe, please surprise me. Please surprise me, right? Of course. Oh, no, actually, now I see it a little bit more. I actually haven't seen it, the 5-head right there. And speak of 5-head, once again, Ataraxia has been going off, Roy, with those flashes.
Oh, yeah.
He's been going off with those flashes, with the support that he's been able to provide with those flashbangs. And I want to offer a public apology. I was not familiar with the game with that smoke. I just want to say that.
Oh, Mello though. How does this map make it look so easy sometimes, but still, you're walking into the bee's hive, and that was quite cool. Gonna get stung immediately. A chance may yet be in the favor of Game Hunters, but this is gonna be a way tougher ordeal now. Though, if they manage to play this one together, overwhelm the two remaining players on each site, this may yet go their way, but it's gonna require some survivability from their own. And they make their move, and they make it fast because they're running out of time. The last 20 or so seconds about to start ticking here. Reverse receives them with a bunch of lead. Lead continues to still alive here. Last few seconds are gonna be spent here by PRT, and the rest of the CT forces move forwards. Oh, had that been a headshot, that would have been perhaps a bit of a different ordeal. PRT still comes out on top, but he's loses way too much blood in the process, and that is going to mean an easy cleanup for Ataraxia and the rest of the boys in blue crew. They are starting to stand at their ground, and yes, I mean, they will not be able to catch up to their opponent's best efforts during this half, but they have their key rounds to look forward to, and I'm hoping that there was at least a bit of a talk on, okay, how are we approaching this T side of Anubis, because their offensive was just not looking great again on Nuke. This, though, may be a very different ordeal, and this could be the start, a bit of a turnaround, and I would be very impressed if that happens. I'm gonna admit that much. I mean, and a good way of being impressed. You know, it's like, oh man, this is quite nice coming in from the Argentinians. So, I mean, what can you show us this time around for the first time in a while? Game Hunters are gonna be reduced to mostly Tech 9s here. No, I mean, they could also be surprising us for all that's fair. So, Game Hunters, if they manage to equal their opponents, I think we can call curtains for this first portion of the map, but if not, well, it still is a way in which we can regain some of that perhaps lost confidence.
Yeah, definitely right here. But oh, seems like they're gonna go in guns blazing quite literally with the offense, though. Can they make it happen? I generally do not think it is something within their playstyle. Yeah, I mean, even though we've actually seen Game Hunters pretty good with their offense, it's more so whenever they're going just completely ballistic with firepower, right? I mean, trying to rush in, rush B didn't really work out here. That generally works out quite well with the Anubis, but I mean, just the firepower differential. Just a bit of a firepower difference. Now, within the last round, I do see a different crew than the one that we saw. Is that the Haranoob? Is Mello gonna play with the Scar? Okay, all right. All right, that's definitely a choice in weapons. I mean, it's good. Like, don't get me wrong, but seeing it right here, I mean, whenever you're essentially disputing what could be your loss or you losing. Not even the map, but also the way through. Do we see the shot being fired off right here? Does he see them? No, he does not. Okay. Nox took his sweet time. Bro had a cartoon double take like right there. He was like, okay. Like, okay,
Yo.
yeah, okay. Prove me wrong, Mello. Prove me wrong. Please continue doing that.
Oh, bro. Is he just having too much fun?
Yes. But I mean, it's not a sin to have fun, man.
T about to close in right there, gets himself the double. The bait works out like a charm. And Mr. Checking here is going to be the last one left alive for the counter-terrorist forces. Game Hunters, they did not take kindly letting go of quite a few rounds, and this is the last chance they get to make something out of their east side, so they will. It's looking like it at the very least. Oh, that timing right there. That was quite tragic for Mr. Checking, but yeah, it's not like he was, I think, running away with victory in that particular instance. So, overall, great stuff out of Game Hunters here. Just getting to have a little bit of fun while at it and show off their skills too. Particularly PRT in that double, and also, you know, Mallow getting some reps in earlier on. Significant lead, yes, but Crew could be the leading that right here and now. The most important round of their entire match even could be at hand and right in front of us. they're gonna have to be facing off versus those dualies from Nulks. And I know Game Hunters definitely are gonna have a plan, but what can Argentinian counterparts do to overcome that?
I mean, that definitely is a question that they themselves are asking as well, right? Because within that first half, they saw little response from the tactics that they were employing. And Game Hunters seem to be placing the very, very big bet right here within mid. And I have to say, I have to agree with it. Because that way, they control the areas where they want to be able to move to and from. Is it going to work is the question, right? Here, I mean, Riggy doesn't see Nulks that is just standing on top of that box. It's looking very, very good. Oh, no, never mind. He's not standing on top of the box, rather. He's standing back right here. And they're actually going to head back, knowing that they were unable to see anybody. But, I mean, the question is, how free is the site with the sole defender being slashed, right? I mean, at least at this point, they have to go in and waste the utility, the smokes and the mollies. They have to claim it for themselves. But at the moment that they claim it, they're essentially going to leave everything left for them to be able to take it. Nulks and Mello both claim one within their name. Mello with the pristine headshot. Looks like a marksman. That's why he's the opper. Get out of the way. I'm trying to get a kill right here. Man, unfortunate as it may be, BRT is able to get that kill on Deco. And then, nah, calmate, calm down. You're not going to be able to make that happen, Mello. No, I understand you're freeing yourself. But I mean, you can't 360 your way to try to get a knife right there. Regardless, we do see a very, very good play right here coming in from the Game Hunters. These retakes are looking great. And they were able to exploit the fact that Crew used everything to be able to make their way toward inside. And they also overextended a little bit. You know, sometimes you don't want to group all your players within the site, and I mean they didn't do that, but the player that was caught off guard right there towards gate, man, definitely a bit of a difficult one.
Yeah, you're not able to fly for free after the plant, and Bruno had been able to spread their wings right there. End up finding themselves in a bit of a tougher spot as soon as they hear the call out. Even before, Game Hunters were already making their rotation towards B. Called out immediately. Now a bit of a rush is going to come through. PRT getting a chance to at least call them all out. Only gets one though. That may be big. Now still getting in the action and picks up a little bit of retribution right there at Ataraxia, putting up a fight, but it feels kinda nullified at the end of the day with just the way that they were received. I mean, and this push is not quite working in the fashion that they might have liked. And of course, yeah, the Crew, I mean, they were on the bit of a slower start after all, but perhaps you know, something else might have been required. I mean, you have to attempt something. They make a play call, and it unfortunately doesn't work for them. Second time around, though, look at that. Game Hunters immediately buying themselves some time with the smoke, of course, and they allow no rush to happen whatsoever. The volleys are going to be there to block the entrances from both the gate and from connector as well towards B. And on A, you're only in need to lock down with a smoke, since we know that Mallow is going to be watching for the portion of the map, and nobody is going to make it across quite yet. So right now, playing with pretty much full control of both sides right now are the Game Hunters, but not full map control. And it's going to take a bit here for Crew to try and force their hand. Not quite running out of util, but let's see if they can employ it correctly here. First Molly seems to be going to fly by immediately, try and flush out any players who are in a position towards connector. That is going to be Nulks right there. And that is a crucial piece to be missing if you're Game Hunters.
Yep, definitely. One of your top fraggers right there, now out of play. But I mean, you still got PRT defending the site with his life. I'm going to steal flash to simply scare them off, or at least to let himself be known, right? Like, yes, I am here, but I am hidden within the site, within plain sight. That is. Heaven now not going to be contending much anymore. Yep, and the fact that he was immediately sniffed out right there. Little to no information right here. I mean, the thing is, okay, BR getting that kill. I was about to say, like, for a second, maybe it's a fact right now that they're a bit under firepowered, right? But with the save that they're gonna go for, right? Because this was a force buy reminder, right? Because, I mean, we got Melo with little to his name other than an AWP and a great KD, right? But still, I think right now it's the fact that you see a little bit more of an. This is what I was mentioning, right? Within the previous one, that Crew previously had a very even distribution within their KD, and now we're not really seeing that. Or rather, we are, but it's within the lower echelon of things. While as Game Hunters once again has very high peaks, and that's become a bit of a constant thing throughout. So Crew, even with that round being one, which is definitely going to help them out way further into not only this round but the next one as well. I think that if they want to wake up, they have to take a bit of a moment to actually understand what they're doing wrong against the Game Hunters. And I definitely I think it's because of a lack of planning, not only for the plays that they're making at the moment, but the ones for the future, right? You see them using a lot of smokes, you see them using a lot of HEs. You have those type of kills that you can get early on with those HEs in case somebody's just waiting through that smoke. And now I do understand that I can't really say it's a lack of foresight, because they do win the duels whenever they have them. More so I think it's a little bit more of thinking outside the box in order to get those interactions go their way, right? Using time as a resource as well, instead of exclusively using utility as it too.
Peru can show for their adaptation, perhaps. I mean, they managed to survive the last force buy until now, and they're in a bit of a better spot, and would go a massive way in securing themselves at the very least to close the distance a bit further. Oh, a bit of a opposition, immediately forced out of there. PRT not trying to catch any strays, and neither is Mallow. He's right there with him. Give it away. Any semblance of mid control right here are the Game Hunters instead. Just seem to stack B. We do have a player very close by connector. Gonna try to clear it off. He's gonna give his presence away. Checking, gonna try to close in. Being abandoned right there. Play's been attempted by the side of Game Hunters. And remember that mid control that I was mentioning earlier. They're looking to take over it. Trying to catch the side of Crew on the move. In case they decide to fake somehow. Not gonna be the case quite yet. Mallow is in position to catch anyone. Tries to make it on the both side. And in towards A. Adjust their show strength, but Hunters. I mean, this is exactly what I said. And they're gonna try to catch him on the move. ABR, his position was crucial. They do not manage to deny the plant though, as they do back off from B, but early on to be able to try and catch him on the rotation. Not as many players as they might have liked. ABR definitely saw someone else moving right here. He's gonna welcome checking, and he's gonna check him out of existence too. Oh, the retake is here though. Wow. What Crew were not able to do. Game Hunters looking to really try and push through, and not enough bullets. I mean, even playing with the timing right here, Game Hunters are looking mighty comfortable to be able to close this out in 2-0 fashion, but it is their game to lose at this point. Let's see if they can actually close it out, because this very last portion, sometimes it is just all the toughest to actually materialize into existence.
I mean, 11-5 definitely can be a bit demoralizing. However, we've seen Crew come back from and really give us extreme bouts here. But I mean, this isn't their best map, man. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of the maps that they actually struggle a bit more within everything, because they haven't really played it as much as other maps like Nuke, like Dust 2, Ancient. But I mean, it's your fourth most played map. I mean, you have an abysmal win rate on it, to say the least, right? I mean, you got 25.9 of a win rate right here, meaning that out of the 27 times you've played, you've only been able to win 7 of them, right? So they don't look too good. It seems like they haven't been able to get a hang of the offense that Anubis generally tends to bring to the table. And that is really costing them right here, because I mean they were able to get some good rounds right whenever they were on the CT side. Oh my god, reverse. Never mind what I said. The fact that they were able to get the kill on Mello is huge right there, because that's the opera out of it. It's been one of the constant thorns within their side, one of the pains, growing pains if I do say so myself, for Crew. And now fortunately for them, they're still able to get out of there. Smoke dissipates. Do we see him? Yes, we do. That molly's not going to hit anybody, man. And now you're against a rock and a hard place. More so a rock and a barrel of a gun. Even if your teammate is the one to cover up for you, you still got a 2v2 right there. What a great shot coming in from the defending team. But of course, it seems like the remainder of them has made their way towards the B sides. Do they want to try for the retake, or would they rather save their guns is the question, man, because this could go either way. Because I mean, look at this, the economy really isn't within their side. Okay, gonna get one. BRT gets a kill. Just not able to get it once again. Riggy goes down. No longer within play. Last player left alive is going to be Ataraxia. And what a great payout for the risk that they took, Roy. What a great payout. Like, they had little to no money within it and said, we can't really simply step back. We have the advantage within numbers. Let's risk it to get the biscuit. We got rounds to be able to play with. And this is once again using not only the economy, not only your weapons, not only utility as a resource, but your rounds to make calculated risks as a resource. Man, what a great understanding of the game right now that Game Hunters really has within their grasp.
When they're shooting with full confidence, you saw that play towards Palace. They just have every avenue covered, and they are able to move forward like it's nobody's business. This may be the last effort that we see from the side of Crew. Riggy gonna try to put that deal to work, but the rest may be in the hands of a higher power right here. So that higher power may actually be Game Hunters. Or could stand at their ground, trying to get the clear up. Oh, don't shoot his teammate, buddy. Nox, though, not gonna catch any bullets from that. Just narrowly so. Actually, and the rest of the boys in yellow. Or at least one more of them. Gotta try to make this play. Riggy gotta be on the move right here. Waiting for a call from Deco and Ataraxia. Oh, getting tagged up. Mello knows now. That is a bit of info being given away, but he also has to give off his position. Luckily here for PRT, he's not alone on site. He still is going to have ABR support, even though he got tagged up as well. Oh, they do trade though. ABR going to be kind of overwhelmed.
Oh?
The CTs are going to have to close in. It's going to be a retake here. They don't have the time to try and close in. However, Nuke's not completing that, but he gets it nonetheless. Try as you may, you're not surviving this, man. There is just no way. He lets you fly by. This is Curtin's Crew. They get eliminated in Game Hunters. One more match that they win, and they will be going to the playoff spot. They cannot rest easy just yet. They've just managed to survive this time around.
Just barely able to make their way through, clawing outside of what was looking like a difficult bout, and making Anubis look like a bit of a spring frolic through the desert. I don't think spring really affects much of the desert or anything.
I don't think it works like that, my man. But I see the vision.
Yeah, I mean, making it look easy rather than anything. I mean, with these players within the steering wheel, we really saw Game Hunters not lose too much of the advantage. They were always the ones to put the tempo of the map, and I mean, unfortunately for Crew, they were unable to keep up with what they had within store. So,
oh yeah.
That being said, of course, we gotta give a very, very good round of applause right here for Game Hunters, who were able to make it happen. I also want to see the standings, right? Because the fact that these two teams that are known for being really, really good apparently we're on the verge of being eliminated within this bout really brings attention to the fact that South America Counter-Strike is on the verge of breaking through, right? I mean, it's always been within contention that that South America is definitely a region with potential, and we're looking at it right here, right? I mean, Game Hunters going within that 2-2 area. Crew unfortunately going down 3-1, only winning against, who was it? I mentioned it before. Only winning against, what was it? Atrix? Yeah, Atrix, yeah. And I mean, Nitro as well, one of the teams that was previously invited towards the playoffs, not being able to make qualify it, once again, is just brimming with the growth. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. Brimming with the growth that South America has been having, man. This is really, really good and promising for the future.
And I'm definitely gonna keep my eyes and ears open and very, very keen on looking at the future of Mello and Nokes particularly. But so the rest of the squad and the side of Game Hunters, they may yet survive this Swiss rounds for themselves. But with a couple of teams already qualified and a couple of teams also already eliminated, as you can tell from the standings, I do believe this is all we have for you all today. It was quite an action-packed day, but of course we are done for today. But it's not. Yep, I love it. Man. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
So good. So good.
It's great. It's great. But as I was saying, we still have some matchups to be looking towards, and well, they'll only have to be in the future, of course, as the rest of this higher match is yet to be decided. A couple of lower ones already done and through. Familia Maquininian players are going to be duking it out for yet another one of those elimination matches. And on the other end, we'll see who can get a bit closer towards those playoffs. But with it, I guess we are closing out for today. So, I mean, it was quite a long day. It was a hard-fought battle for sure, but at the end of the day, we saw Game Hunters. They are able to make it look easy. I think that they were just brimming with momentum and, well, able to kind of steamroll through the later portions of Anubis. That much is for certain. We saw the confidence, and I'm hoping that they can propel that even further, you know, perhaps make it with another W into the next stage. But that'll be it for us today, guys. I hope that you've had a great one. I hope you have a great night, or maybe a day that's just starting. But regardless of that, we'll be seeing ya all in the next one.